One of the least discussed details from the early days of the royal marriage in 1981 later became the very detail that made many people rethink the entire story. Only a few days after becoming engaged to Prince Charles, Diana moved to Clarence House to begin preparing for her new life within the royal family. In the room assigned to her, she discovered a letter that had been delivered earlier. The writer was not a friend or a relative. The writer was Camilla. The content of the letter was not simply a message of congratulations. According to what Diana later told several close confidants, the letter felt more like a reminder that Camilla still existed in Charles's life. Despite the fact that he had just announced his engagement to a 20-year-old woman, at the time, the incident did not immediately become a public scandal. But according to many documents and testimonies released years later, Diana began noticing signs that she believed she needed to remember. Over the years, she told friends and people who worked closely with her that what she experienced was not only a troubled marriage, but also a confrontation with a very large system of power. According to several individuals who had contact with Diana, she recorded numerous warnings related to Camilla and the way the royal establishment managed public image, media narratives, and unfavorable stories. Some people later suggested that the number of these warnings may have reached nearly 20 separate observations. After Diana's death, these details did not disappear from public attention. In recent years, as the next generation of the royal family moved into the center of public life, many observers began looking at the story from a different perspective. Prince William, who grew up in the middle of all those upheavals, is now the direct heir to the throne. For that reason, every gesture he makes at public events is examined very carefully. One example that created widespread debate occurred during the coronation concert in 2023, celebrating King Charles. In front of tens of thousands of spectators at Windsor Castle and hundreds of millions watching around the world, William bowed to the king. However, he did not bow to Camilla. Body language expert Judy James later suggested that this moment carried symbolic meaning and could be interpreted as a silent gesture of loyalty toward his mother. If that interpretation is correct, a larger question begins to emerge. In the future, when William becomes king, he will hold the final authority over titles and roles within the royal family. That means he will also have the power to decide how Camilla's position is defined within the institution. For many observers, this raises a deeper question about whether the warnings Diana once spoke about may still be influencing decisions made by the next generation. So what do you think William will choose to do in the future? Will he maintain all of Camilla's current titles? Or will he change them when the power is in his hands? Comment 1 if you believe everything will remain the same. Or comment 2 if you think William will try to reshape that legacy. Now let us return to 1981, the moment when the first warning appeared almost immediately after Diana stepped into the royal family. The earliest warnings in Diana's story did not appear years after the marriage began. According to many sources, and the recollections of people who were close to her, they appeared almost from the very beginning. What is notable is that Diana did not simply feel them as vague suspicions. She began observing, remembering, and connecting events in a way that many people later described as the first warnings in her personal record. The first warning appeared only 2 days after Diana and Prince Charles publicly announced their engagement. When Diana moved into Clarence House to prepare for her new life, she discovered a letter in her bedroom. The sender was Camilla. The message was not a simple note of congratulations to the future wife of the heir to the throne. According to what Diana later told several trusted individuals, the tone of the letter sounded familiar with Charles and made it clear that the relationship between Camilla and him had not disappeared. For a 20-year-old woman about to enter a royal marriage watched by the entire world, this detail immediately raised a serious question. Diana later said many times that this was the moment when she first realized she was stepping into a marriage far more complicated than the public could see. The second warning appeared on what became the most famous royal wedding day of the 20th century, The wedding of Charles and Diana in 1981 was broadcast to an estimated 750 million viewers around the world. It was staged as a grand symbol of royal romance. Yet among the crowd of guests at St. Paul's Cathedral, Camilla was also present. What caught Diana's attention was not simply that presence. According to people who later spoke with her, Diana remembered very clearly the gray pillbox hat that Camilla wore that day. In several private conversations, Diana said that she noticed Camilla immediately among the crowd. For Diana, that presence felt like a reminder that Charles's previous relationship still existed even on the very day that was supposed to mark the beginning of a new marriage. Many royal biographers later argued that small details like this were what first led Diana to pay close attention to Camilla's real place in Charles's life. The third warning did not come from a major public event. It came from things Diana began hearing within social circles surrounding the royal family. According to several of her close friends, Diana discovered that she was sometimes referred to with mocking nicknames in private conversations. One of the most controversial nicknames was said to be Mad Cow. According to later interpretations by many observers, this was not simply personal teasing. It may have been a sign of a broader whisper campaign aimed at portraying Diana as emotionally unstable. In the years that followed, stories about Diana's mental health frequently appeared in the press. Many media analysts later suggested that the image of Diana as a troubled woman was reinforced through repeated leaks from circles close to the royal establishment. For Diana, hearing those nicknames made her begin to believe that the narrative about her life was being shaped in ways she could not control. The fourth warning appeared nearly a decade later and is often described as one of the rare moments when Diana directly confronted Camilla. The incident took place in 1989 at a party held at Annabelle's, a well-known social club in London. According to accounts Diana later shared with several journalists and friends, she decided to approach Camilla and speak openly with her. During that conversation, Diana is believed to have said that she was fully aware of the relationship between Camilla and Charles. Camilla reportedly responded that Diana already had everything she wanted, including the love of the public and her position within the royal family. According to people who later heard Diana recount the story, that response made her realize that the relationship between Camilla and Charles was far deeper than she had ever hoped. The event at Annabelle's is often described as a turning point. It showed that Diana was no longer simply observing events from a distance. She had begun confronting directly the people she believed were influencing her marriage. For many researchers who study the royal family, this moment marked the point when Diana understood that her story was not only a personal matter involving three individuals. It involved networks of relationships, social influence, and the ways in which media narratives could shape the public image of each person involved. After those events, Diana did not stop at simply remembering details. According to several former associates, she began keeping records, conversations, and personal observations about how events unfolded behind the doors of the palace. Many people later described this collection as a form of personal archive. Some even believe that Diana shared parts of these thoughts with her eldest son at a relatively early stage. If that is true, then the story of the 20 warnings is not only the memory of a mother, it may also have become part of how Prince William understands the past of his own family. That is why many observers believe that Diana's earliest warnings may still influence decisions made by the next generation. After the first signs appeared during the early years of the marriage, Diana's story entered a different phase in the middle of the 1990s. At that point, she was no longer only observing events around her. According to accounts from people who worked closely with Diana, she became increasingly aware of the importance of preserving information and warning those close to her about how her story might be distorted in the future. One detail that is often mentioned involves a conversation believed to have taken place while Prince William was studying at Eton around 1995. According to several royal biographers, Diana told friends that she wanted William to clearly understand what had happened behind the scenes of her marriage to Charles. Some sources claim that during this period, Diana shared with her eldest son various documents, notes, and personal reflections about events she believed were important. Supporters of Diana later described this as a form of personal record. According to their interpretation, the purpose was not to create resentment, but to ensure that her story would not be completely erased from the memory of the family. The next warning appeared after the book Diana. Her True Story by Andrew Morton was published in 1992. The book quickly became a media earthquake. It revealed many shocking details about the marriage between Charles and Diana, including vivid descriptions of Diana's loneliness within the royal family and the long-running relationship between Charles and Camilla. After the book was released, many observers believed that a wave of reaction began to emerge from sources close to the palace. During that period, the British press repeatedly published stories portraying Diana as overly emotional, unstable, or difficult to work with. Some media researchers later concluded that Diana's image in the press changed significantly during those years. From a beloved symbol, she gradually began to be portrayed as a figure who created difficulties for the royal establishment. The seventh warning is connected to what later became one of the most controversial media scandals in British broadcasting history. In 1995, Diana took part in the famous Panorama interview on the BBC conducted by journalist Martin Bashir. During this interview, Diana spoke publicly about her marriage for the first time and delivered the line that later became historic, saying that there were 3 people in that marriage. For many years, the interview was seen as a major turning point in the relationship between Diana and the royal family. However, in 2021, an independent investigation led by Judge John Dyson concluded that Martin Bashir had used fabricated bank statements to persuade Diana that people around her were spying on and betraying her. The Dyson report confirmed that these falsified documents were used to gain Diana's trust and convince her to participate in the interview. The conclusion caused widespread shock because it revealed that Diana had been manipulated with misleading information during an extremely sensitive moment in her life. The 8th warning appeared after the tragic event in 1997 when Diana died in a car crash in Paris. The first hours after the news was announced became one of the most chaotic moments in the modern history of the British royal family. In the years that followed, several books and accounts from figures connected to the royal circle claimed that shortly after receiving the news, Charles made a telephone call to Camilla. Some sources described the call in very personal terms, suggesting that Charles said he did not know what would happen to the two of them after this event. This detail generated controversy because it suggested that at the very moment when the world was beginning to mourn Diana, the relationship between Charles and Camilla remained a central element in his personal life. The events from the 5th to the 8th warning demonstrate that Diana's story was not only a personal tragedy, it also involved the ways information was shared, the ways public images were constructed, and how narratives about the royal family were shaped within the media. For many observers, this period laid the foundation for how the public would view the conflict between Diana and the royal establishment for decades afterward. After Diana's death, the story did not end. According to several journalists and royal biographers, internal discussions within the palace began very quickly about how Diana's legacy should be handled in the eyes of the public. It was an extremely sensitive period, as her 2 sons were still very young and appeared before the public dressed in black mourning clothes. And it was at that moment that many observers believe a new chapter began, a chapter no longer centered on the marriage between Charles and Diana, but on how Diana's history would be remembered or gradually erased from the official story of the royal family. The warnings that followed in the record, many believe Diana kept no longer focused only on the personal relationship between her, Charles, and Camilla. They were connected directly to the way each figure's public image was managed within the royal power structure and within the media. From the late 1990s onward, several biographers and investigative journalists began documenting details that suggested a broader strategy was taking shape. The ninth warning is often mentioned in investigative books about the royal family, particularly in the work of journalist Tom Bower. According to Bower's account, after Diana's death, there were internal discussions within Charles's close circle about how to handle the media legacy of Diana. Some sources claim that meetings of this kind took place at Highgrove, Charles's private residence. According to Bower's description, the goal of those discussions was not to completely deny Diana's image before the public, something that had become almost impossible after the global wave of mourning, but rather to gradually reshape the narrative. This meant slowly reducing Diana's central role in stories about the royal family, while at the same time creating conditions for Camilla's image to be gradually accepted again in public life. The 10th warning relates to a controversial story from the final years of the marriage between Charles and Diana. According to several biographers, Diana once believed that Tiggy Legge-Bourke, the nanny who worked closely with the two princes, had a romantic relationship with Charles. The rumors circulated for some time and created significant tension within the royal household. However, many sources later suggested that the story had been exaggerated or possibly influenced by misleading information. Some observers argue that Diana's belief in the rumor made her image more vulnerable in the media, because it allowed her to be portrayed as overly suspicious and emotionally unstable. To this day, the exact origin of that rumor remains a subject of debate among royal historians. The 11th warning concerns what some describe as early efforts to restore Camilla's image in the eyes of the public, even while Diana was still alive. Several journalists have written that during the middle of the 1990s, there were private meetings between political and media advisors to discuss ways to shift public perception of Camilla. One detail frequently mentioned is a lunch meeting between Charles and Peter Mandelson, a highly influential figure in British politics and media at that time. According to sources cited in several royal books, the discussion reportedly included ideas about rebuilding Camilla's public image over the long term. If accurate, it suggests that a communication strategy had been considered very early, even while Diana's story was still unfolding. The 12th warning relates to the speed with which the media management system surrounding the royal family reacted during moments of crisis. Some journalists have written that less than 1 hour after the news of Diana's death reached Charles, communication with media advisors had already begun. Such calls are not unusual in large institutions where every public statement must be carefully considered. However, this detail is often mentioned in investigative books to illustrate how quickly the royal image management system moved into action when faced with a global media crisis. When these 4 warnings are examined together, many observers believe they reveal a far more complex picture than the personal story often told about Diana. These events involve different elements: strategic meetings, controversial rumors, conversations with influential figures in politics and media, and the rapid response of a public relations system when a major event occurs. For many researchers of the British royal family, what matters is not only each individual event. What matters more is the way they connect within a much larger context. Diana's story is not simply the story of a failed marriage. It has become an example of how power, public image, and media influence can interact within a long-established institution such as the monarchy. According to people who were once close to Diana, she understood this quite clearly during the final years of her life. That is why many believe she did not only remember events, she also tried to ensure that her sons would understand the story from her perspective. If those accounts are accurate, then the record Diana left behind was not only a collection of personal memories, it may have become part of how Prince William understands the history of his own family. And that leads to a larger question. If Diana prepared her son to understand what had happened, is William now acting with those memories in mind? From that point forward, many observers began watching every gesture William made at public events with a new level of attention. Because if the story of Diana's warnings is real, then William may not simply be the heir to the throne. He may also be the person gradually offering an answer to the past of his mother. After reviewing the warnings, Diana is believed to have remembered throughout her life. Many observers began asking an important question: if those warnings truly existed, and if they were shared with her eldest son, are there signs that Prince William may be responding to them in the way he builds his role today? Over the past years, a series of William's public actions have often been analyzed from this perspective. The 13th warning is frequently mentioned in connection with the Heads Together campaign launched in 2016. The campaign was founded by William, Catherine, and Harry with the goal of changing the way society talks about mental health. In earlier decades, Diana's mental health had been discussed publicly in ways that caused her significant pain. During the 1990s, many newspaper stories portrayed Diana as emotionally unstable. When William and Harry placed mental health at the center of a national campaign, many media analysts argued that it was more than a typical charitable project. They suggested that the campaign partly reversed the old narrative. Instead of treating psychological struggles as a sign of weakness, the campaign emphasized that speaking openly about them was necessary. For people who closely follow Diana's history, this has often been seen as a way of reclaiming control over a narrative that had once been used against her. The 14th warning is connected to a small but deeply symbolic gesture. In the final years of her life, Diana frequently visited charities that helped homeless people, including the organization Passage in London. Images of Diana sitting and speaking with people living on the streets made a powerful impression on the British public. Many years after her death, William continued a relationship with the same organization. What drew particular attention was a visit when William brought his eldest son, Prince George, to Passage. During that visit, William signed the organization's guest book. What made the moment remarkable was that Diana had signed the same book decades earlier. The distance between the two signatures was 32 years. For many observers, William bringing George to the same place that Diana once visited was not simply another charitable appearance. It looked like a direct continuation across 3 generations. With William passing on to his son the values that Diana once represented. The 15th warning is often mentioned when discussing the coronation of King Charles in 2023. During this event, millions of people around the world followed every detail of the ceremony. In one brief moment, when members of the royal family expressed their respect to the king, William bowed to Charles. However, many observers believe that he did not perform the same gesture toward Camilla. Several body language experts, including Judy James, later analyzed the video of the ceremony and suggested that William performed what they described as selective bowing. According to their interpretation, the gesture showed respect for the king but did not necessarily extend to other figures. Some observers believe the action carried symbolic meaning because it took place during an extremely public moment. Although interpretations differ, the detail became a topic of debate for many months after the ceremony. The 16th warning relates to the relationship between William and his younger brother, Prince Harry. After the well-known interview between Harry and Meghan and Oprah Winfrey in 2021, tensions between the Sussex family and the rest of the royal household became the focus of global attention. In the official statement released by the palace following the interview, William was one of the few members of the royal family who spoke directly to the press when asked about the situation. He said that the family was not a racist family and emphasized that he would still speak with his brother. Although the statement was brief, many analysts believe it showed an effort to balance 2 responsibilities. One was protecting the institution of the monarchy. The other was maintaining a personal relationship with Harry. Considering that Diana often spoke about the importance of her 2 sons always protecting each other, some observers believe William's response reflected his awareness of that role. The 17th warning relates to the way the new generation of the royal family handles personal information in front of the public. When Catherine, the Princess of Wales, announced that she was undergoing cancer treatment, the news was shared directly with the public through a personal video message. Instead of allowing months of speculation in the press, the Wales family chose to speak openly about her health condition. Many commentators believe that this approach reflects a level of transparency rarely seen in the history of the British royal family. In the past, the health of royal family members was usually kept private and revealed only when necessary. Some observers believe this more open communication style resembles the way Diana spoke with the public during the final years of her life. When she chose to address personal issues directly, rather than allowing anonymous sources to define her story. When these actions are placed side by side, many royal researchers believe a clear pattern begins to appear. William rarely speaks publicly about the controversies of the past. He seldom refers directly to the conflicts between his mother and the royal establishment. Yet in many situations, his actions appear to highlight the values that Diana once represented: concern for mental health, direct engagement with charitable organizations, personal connections with people living on the margins of society, and a more open way of communicating with the public. For this reason, some observers believe William is shaping his public image in a way that both respects the traditions of the monarchy and continues the personal legacy of Diana. For those who believe the story of the warnings Diana once recorded, these actions are often interpreted as deliberate steps, not emotional reactions, but strategic choices in how William may be shaping the future of the royal family. However, those public actions are not the moments that attracted the most attention. For many years, William has usually kept a distance from deeply personal interviews. He rarely stands before cameras to speak directly about emotions connected to his mother. Yet, there have been moments when William stood alone before a camera and spoke in a way that convinced many people that Diana's story still remains very present in his mind. And it is those moments that have led the public to ask whether Diana's warnings might still influence the way William sees the future of the royal family. The 18th warning is often mentioned when discussing the rare moment when Prince William stepped forward publicly to speak about what happened to his mother. This moment occurred in 2021 after the independent investigation, led by Judge John Dyson, was released. The report re-examined how BBC journalist Martin Bashir obtained the Panorama interview with Diana in 1995. For many years, the Panorama interview had been considered one of the most important moments in British media history. In that interview, Diana spoke openly for the first time about her marriage to Charles, and about the relationship between Charles and Camilla. Her words quickly spread around the world and became a central part of how the public understood the story of the royal family. However, the Dyson report changed the way this entire event was viewed. According to the findings of the report, Martin Bashir used fabricated documents, including false bank statements, to convince Diana that certain people around her were receiving money to spy on and betray her. These documents reportedly led Diana to believe that she was being monitored by a larger network of individuals. The report also concluded that the BBC had failed to properly investigate Bashir's actions at the time and had missed several opportunities to uncover the truth. When the Dyson report was released, the BBC was forced to acknowledge that the process used to secure the interview had not met the journalistic standards the organization claimed to follow. Shortly after the report became public, Prince William released a brief video statement. What caught the attention of many observers was not only the content of the message, but also the way it was delivered. William stood alone in front of the camera. There was no interviewer. There were no visible notes in front of him. And he directly mentioned the BBC by name during his remarks. In that statement, William said that the BBC had failed his mother. He argued that the way the interview had been obtained contributed to the fear and confusion Diana experienced during the final years of her life. He also stated that the Panorama interview damaged the relationship between Diana and the royal family at an extremely sensitive moment. For many media analysts, the fact that a senior member of the royal family publicly criticized the BBC so directly was highly unusual. Within the traditions of the British royal family, Senior members usually avoid openly criticizing major media organizations. They typically communicate through written statements or through advisors. For that reason, William standing alone before the camera and speaking so directly about the issue was interpreted by many observers as a sign of how serious the matter appeared in his view. Another detail also drew attention from analysts. In his statement, William did not speak only about the effect of the interview on Diana. He also emphasized that dishonest practices in journalism damage public trust in the media as a whole. According to him, when ethical standards are broken, the consequences do not stop with one individual or one family. They affect the entire information system on which society depends. For many people who study the history of Diana, this statement carried meaning beyond a simple response to the Dyson report. It was seen as an attempt to correct part of the story about the final years of Diana's life. For decades, the Panorama interview had often been described as an example of Diana choosing to break the silence surrounding the royal family. But after the Dyson report, the narrative became more complex. It raised questions about how much Diana may have been influenced by misleading information at the moment when she decided to participate in that interview. This is why, when William said that the BBC had failed his mother, many commentators believed he was trying to close a long chapter in his family's media history, not by denying what Diana had said, but by restoring the context of that interview. In this interpretation, William's statement was not only the personal response of a son, it was also a declaration about how the new generation of the royal family wants to look back at the events that shaped Diana's image in the eyes of the public. That moment also revealed something else. William was willing to step forward in public and speak directly about issues that had once been considered too sensitive for the royal family. It reflected a different style of leadership from many earlier generations, when royal figures usually remained silent and allowed advisors to manage media crises. And that approach led to another question that many people began to ask. If William was willing to challenge a major media institution like the BBC when he believed his mother had been treated unfairly, then how would he use his authority if he one day became king? Because in the future, William will not only be the guardian of Diana's legacy, he will also hold real influence within the structure of the royal family. And that leads to another question: what that authority could mean for the position and title of Camilla in the years ahead. When looking back across the entire chain of events that stretches from the early 1980s until today, many observers believe the story of Diana does not end in the past. It is also directly connected to the future of the British monarchy. And it is at this point that the final two warnings are often mentioned in discussions about the legacy Diana left behind. The 19th warning concerns a very specific element in the structure of royal power: titles. In the British monarchy, royal titles are not only ceremonial symbols, they are closely tied to the position of each figure within the hierarchy of the court. At present, Camilla holds the title of Queen Consort, meaning the wife of the reigning king. That title exists because she is the wife of King Charles. However, within the line of succession, when a king dies and a new monarch ascends the throne, the entire structure of titles around the court is adjusted. This means that when William becomes king, Camilla's position will change. By tradition, the widow of a king is often known as the Queen Dowager, meaning the widowed queen. The title carries respect and ceremony, but it no longer comes with a central role within the court. The woman who will hold the position of queen when William takes the throne will be his wife Catherine, the Princess of Wales. For that reason, many analysts believe that the future transfer of power will naturally place Camilla in a different role from the one she holds today. However, what draws public attention to this subject is not only tradition. In a modern monarchy, the monarch holds considerable influence over how titles are used in practice. This means that when William becomes king, he will have an important voice in determining the public roles of other members of the royal family. Some observers believe this is exactly why many people think Camilla's future will depend heavily on how William chooses to shape his reign. For many years, William has avoided speaking directly about this subject. He rarely comments on Camilla during public interviews. However, scholars of the royal family believe the way he has built his public image may offer some clues about the future. William has repeatedly emphasized that the royal family should become more streamlined, more focused on core duties, and less involved in unnecessary controversies. If that direction continues when he becomes king, the structure of the royal court in the future could look very different from today. The 20th warning is often mentioned in the broader context of the relationship between Diana and her eldest son. In many conversations recorded by biographers and close friends, Diana reportedly said that she believed William would become a different kind of king from those who came before him. She is said to have told several people that William understood very clearly how the public views the monarchy and that he would know how to balance tradition and change. For those who believe in the story of the warnings Diana is said to have recorded, this idea carries special meaning. In their interpretation, Diana was not only trying to protect herself in the final years of her life, she was also trying to prepare her son with a different understanding of power and responsibility. A perspective in which empathy for the public, transparency, and the ability to face the media openly are considered essential qualities of a modern leader. If we look at what William has done over the past 2 decades, many people believe he is indeed building his public image in that direction. He has taken part in social campaigns related to mental health. He has continued charitable work that Diana once championed. And at certain key moments, he has been willing to speak directly about issues that the royal family once avoided discussing. Because of this, some commentators believe the biggest question is not whether William will follow Diana's warnings. The real question is how he will use his authority when he becomes king. Because when that moment arrives, William will not only be the heir to the throne, he will be the person with the power to shape the official story of the royal family for the next generation. And within that picture, Camilla's position may become one of the most closely watched elements. Because when Charles is no longer the head of the court, Camilla's current title will naturally change according to the rules of succession. Many observers believe she may have to wait until that moment to know exactly how her role will be defined during William's reign. That leads to another observation often mentioned in discussions about the future of the monarchy. While Diana is no longer here to witness these changes, her son is gradually stepping into the most powerful position within the system she once had to confront. And when William eventually becomes king, many people believe the final question about Diana's legacy will no longer belong to the past. It will become part of the future that William himself will decide. So the final question still lies ahead. When William one day becomes king, which path will he choose for his reign? What do you think will happen? Comment 1 if you believe every title will remain exactly as it is today. Or comment 2 if you believe major changes are still waiting in the future. Do not forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell to watch the next video. Our next topic will be 20 things Camilla could lose when King Charles dies. Thank you for watching. And remember one thing. In history, the truth often takes a very long time. But in the end, it always finds its way back. In the year 2026, an almost unbelievable situation is unfolding at Sandringham. The private estate, long considered the most personal residence of the British royal family, Queen Camilla, who currently holds the title of Queen, has reportedly been prevented from entering a private set of rooms within the estate itself. This is not an unfounded rumor or a fictional story. According to sources close to the royal household, the door leading to that private wing has been placed under legal protection by lawyers, and the person behind this controversial decision is Princess Anne. Princess Anne is said to have taken this step in order to protect control over a private space she has used for many years at Sandringham. However, the decision immediately created tension with Queen Camilla, who had reportedly planned to spend part of the summer there in quiet retreat. Instead of a peaceful royal holiday, Sandringham has suddenly become the center of a quiet but highly sensitive confrontation within the Windsor family. To understand why this story has attracted such intense attention, it is necessary to look at the special meaning Sandringham holds for the British royal family. It is not simply a country residence. For generations, Sandringham has been regarded as the spiritual heart of the royal family. The estate, which spans more than 20,000 acres, is where successive monarchs traditionally gather each Christmas, temporarily stepping away from the formality of London to spend time in a more relaxed family setting. It was at Sandringham that Queen Elizabeth II spent many important holiday seasons with her family. It is also the place where Prince Philip chose to retire after stepping away from public duties. And it was here, within this quiet estate, that Queen Elizabeth II passed away, closing a remarkable chapter in the history of the British monarchy. Yet in the year 2026, the place once seen as a symbol of family unity has unexpectedly become the center of a new tension within the House of Windsor. This has led many observers to ask an important question. Is Princess Anne attempting to protect the heritage and traditional order of the royal family, or has her decision gone too far? Comment number 1 if you support Princess Anne. Comment number 2 if you believe Queen Camilla is the one being treated unfairly in this situation. And do not forget to like and subscribe to follow the full development of this royal drama that is capturing public attention. Sandringham has long been regarded as one of the most private yet important symbols of the British royal family. Unlike Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle, which belong to the Crown Estate and are closely tied to the official role of the state, Sandringham carries a completely different meaning. It is a private property of the royal family, a place deeply connected to personal life and to traditions that have lasted for generations. For this reason, any dispute involving Sandringham is never simply about property. It often reflects deeper tensions within the House of Windsor itself. The history of the estate began in the year 1862, when Queen Victoria purchased the land in Norfolk as a gift for her son, who would later become King Edward VII. From that moment, Sandringham was defined as a private family property rather than a state residence. This made it one of the very few places where members of the royal family could live with a greater degree of privacy compared with the official palaces. Over more than a century and a half, Sandringham gradually developed into a vast estate covering roughly 20,000 acres. This figure often surprises people when placed into context. The size of Sandringham is nearly comparable to the entire island of Phu Quoc in Vietnam. Within this large estate there is not only the main residence, but also farms, woodland, lakes, and a number of houses used by different members of the royal family. For many decades, Sandringham has also been the center of one of the most famous family traditions of the British monarchy. Every Christmas, members of the royal family gather here to spend the holiday together. The image of the royal family walking to St. Mary Magdalene Church on Christmas morning has become a familiar ritual captured by the media for many years. For the public, it represents one of the rare moments when the royal family appears together in a more relaxed atmosphere compared with the formal ceremonies in London. Sandringham is also connected to several important milestones in modern royal history. In the year 2022, Queen Elizabeth II passed away here, bringing to a close a reign that lasted more than 70 years. News of her passing at Sandringham turned the estate into a powerful emotional symbol for the entire nation. Many years earlier, Prince Philip had chosen a smaller house on the estate known as Wood Farm as his retirement home after stepping back from public duties. Unlike the grandeur of the main residence, Wood Farm was known as a quiet place where he spent much of his later life reading, painting, and staying away from the attention of the media. Within Sandringham, each residence is connected to the personal story of different members of the royal family. Unraveling, a house located within the estate grounds, is now the familiar country home of Prince William and Catherine whenever they leave London to spend time privately with their family. The house was given to them by Queen Elizabeth II after their marriage, and has since become one of the few truly private spaces for the Wales family. Not far from Enmore Hall stands Park House, another residence with deep historical meaning. It was here that Princess Diana was born. In later years, the house was used for charitable purposes. Yet the memory of Diana's birth continues to make it an inseparable part of Sandringham's story. Another residence on the estate is Marsh Farm, where Prince Andrew lived for many years. The presence of several members of the royal family within the same estate has created a unique living structure, one in which family relationships remain both close and complex. This structure has also made Sandringham more than simply a place for rest. It has long been a space where informal family arrangements have been maintained for many years. Many houses, many private wings, and many different usage rights have traditionally been determined through quiet understanding among members of the royal family, rather than through clearly written legal documents. However, those unwritten agreements that existed for decades have begun to weaken as the year 2026 arrived. As generations change and power within the family shifts, the boundaries that were once naturally respected have started to become less clear. In that context, what first appeared to be a simple disagreement about the use of a private wing at Sandringham quickly escalated into a serious legal issue, to the point that lawyers ultimately became involved. To understand why the dispute at Sandringham in the year 2026 escalated so quickly that legal intervention became necessary, many observers believe it is important to look back at the relationship between Princess Anne and Queen Camilla, a relationship that has developed over several decades. This is not a conflict that suddenly appeared in recent years. In reality, the distance and suspicion between these two women has existed for nearly half a century. The roots of this tension can be traced back to the early 1970s, when Camilla first entered the social circle of Prince Charles. At that time, Princess Anne was still young but had already begun to play an active role in royal duties. Anne was raised in an environment that emphasized discipline, duty, and tradition. From a very early age, she developed a reputation as one of the hardest-working members of the royal family. For many consecutive years, Princess Anne frequently topped the list of royal family members with the highest number of official engagements completed each year. The figure often reached several hundred events annually, ranging from charity visits to official duties representing the monarchy in many countries. Because of this, within palace circles, Anne came to represent the model of traditional royalty, where duty is placed before personal image. Camilla followed a very different path. When the relationship between Camilla and Prince Charles gradually became known to the public toward the end of the 20th century, it quickly developed into one of the most significant scandals in the modern history of the British royal family. The existence of this relationship was widely believed to have contributed to the breakdown of the marriage between Charles and Princess Diana. For many years, Camilla became one of the most criticized figures in the British media. This context meant that Camilla entered the royal family from a very different position compared with those who were born into the royal household. For many people within the family, especially those who placed strong value on the traditional reputation of the monarchy, Camilla's presence was always accompanied by a certain degree of suspicion. Princess Anne has often been described as one of the most cautious voices in this regard. People familiar with the inner circle of the royal family say that Anne has never openly criticized Camilla. At the same time, she has never fully trusted the role that Camilla might play within the power structure of the Windsor family. Over many years, the interaction between the two women has often been described as a form of quiet Cold War, in which both maintained a clear distance and rarely displayed any real closeness in public. When Prince Charles eventually married Camilla in the year 2005, many observers believed that the moment represented an official acceptance of the relationship by the royal family. Yet acceptance in principle did not mean that every tension disappeared. In the years that followed, Camilla gradually improved her public image through charitable work and through campaigns, raising awareness about domestic violence, mental health, and several other social issues. When Prince Charles later became King Charles III, Camilla's position within the royal family changed significantly. She was no longer simply the wife of the heir to the throne. She became Queen Camilla, a formal title that came with growing influence within royal activities. Yet this very change also made some people inside the royal household more cautious. According to many analysts, Princess Anne has always viewed the role of the monarchy as a structure built on clearly defined duties and carefully limited responsibilities. For that reason, any sign that a member might be expanding influence beyond traditional boundaries could naturally make her wary. Some sources close to the royal family suggest that Anne had previously expressed concern that Camilla was gradually stepping into areas of influence that had historically been managed by other members of the family. These concerns were never voiced publicly, but over time they helped sustain the distance between these two women whose personalities are very different. When looking at the entire picture, the most striking aspect is not a single event, but the length of time this tension has existed. From the 1970s until today, the distance between Princess Anne and Camilla has lasted for nearly 50 years. Throughout that entire period, both women have continued to appear together at official royal events and have maintained the image of unity before the public. Yet behind the scenes, the underlying mistrust between them has never completely disappeared. For this reason, when the dispute at Sandringham erupted in the year 2026, many observers did not see it as a sudden conflict. Instead, they viewed it as the latest eruption of a tension that had quietly existed for nearly half a century. What makes this story even more complicated is that the real cause of the dispute may not simply involve the use of a private wing at Sandringham. According to several sources close to the royal family, the deeper issue may be connected to the fate of another member of the Windsor family, a younger brother who has been largely isolated from public life. And that story may, in fact, be the real trigger behind the confrontation between Princess Anne and Queen Camilla. That younger brother is Prince Andrew. During the first months of the year 2026, when the media began reporting about tension at Sandringham, many people assumed the dispute revolved only around the use of a private wing within the estate. However, as more details slowly emerged, the picture became far more complicated. Behind what seemed to be a property-related disagreement was another decisive factor. Within royal circles, many people referred to it simply as the Andrew factor. Prince Andrew has long been one of the most controversial figures in the modern history of the House of Windsor. After many years connected to scandals that seriously damaged the reputation of the royal family, his position within the family gradually diminished. By the year 2025, a final decision was made. Andrew officially lost several important royal titles and no longer held any public representative role. For the British monarchy, this was an unusually rare step. In modern history, very few individuals born into the royal family have been stripped of nearly all official status in such a manner. From a prince who once appeared regularly on international tours and high-level state events, Andrew almost completely disappeared from public life. After losing his titles, his living arrangements also changed. Instead of continuing to reside in the large residences associated with royal rank, Andrew moved to Wood Farm, a smaller house located within the Sandringham estate. Wood Farm had long been known as the home Prince Philip chose for retirement after stepping away from royal duties. The setting there is much quieter than the main residences and attracts far less media attention. This transition created a powerful image. A man who had once been a prominent prince of the Windsor family was now living a nearly secluded life in a modest house deep inside the estate. For many observers, it appeared to resemble a form of unofficial exile within the royal family. However, what happened afterward made the situation far more serious. On the 19th of February, in the year 2026, the very day of Prince Andrew's 66th birthday, an unprecedented event occurred. Police officers carried out an arrest connected to allegations of misconduct in public office. According to early reports, Andrew was held for questioning for approximately 11 hours before being released. The incident immediately sent shockwaves not only through the royal household but across the wider British political environment. Legal sources emphasized that this was the first time since the year 1554 that a brother of the reigning monarch had been arrested by law enforcement authorities. The figure quickly became a detail repeated across international media as an extraordinary historical milestone. The situation did not stop with the arrest. Investigations soon expanded to properties connected to Andrew. Police carried out searches at both Wood Farm in Sandringham and Royal Lodge in Windsor. Images of police vehicles entering the estate, which had long been regarded as one of the most private spaces of the royal family, quickly attracted enormous attention from the media. For the House of Windsor, this was not only a legal investigation, it was also a serious crisis of public image. Every new development was closely followed by journalists and by the public. In that atmosphere, members of the royal family began to express very different views about how the situation should be handled. Princess Anne was widely believed to be one of the family members showing the clearest sympathy toward Andrew. While she did not publicly defend her brother's past actions, she was reportedly deeply concerned about his mental state after years of isolation from public life. People familiar with the royal household said Anne believed Andrew needed protection from intense media pressure and from excessive public attention during such a sensitive period. That belief led to a clear position. Anne was said to support allowing Andrew to continue living quietly at Wood Farm, away from the busier areas of the estate, and with minimal exposure to the media. However, not everyone within the family agreed with that approach. Queen Camilla was believed to hold a far stricter view. According to several sources, she worried that allowing Andrew to remain at Sandringham while legal investigations were ongoing could seriously damage the public image of the monarchy. From Camilla's perspective, Sandringham is not simply a private family retreat. It is also an important public symbol of the royal family. Any scandal connected to the estate could quickly become a major story in international media. This difference in perspective regarding Andrew made the tension between Anne and Camilla far more visible. One side prioritized protecting a brother facing a personal crisis. The other prioritized protecting the reputation and public image of the monarchy during a particularly sensitive time. While these debates unfolded within the family, another detail began to gain importance. In the royal family's summer plans for the year 2026, Queen Camilla was reportedly planning to spend more time at Sandringham. That decision would likely turn the estate into a central gathering place for several members of the royal family at the same time. For Princess Anne, that possibility created another concern. If Sandringham became a focal point of media attention and royal activity while Andrew was still living quietly at Wood Farm, the pressure placed on her brother could increase significantly. In that context, Princess Anne was reportedly preparing to make a decision that would mark an important turning point. Instead of continuing to rely on the informal agreements that had existed within the family for many years, she chose to place certain usage rights within Sandringham under clear legal protection. And that decision would directly affect the summer plans of Queen Camilla. After the disputes surrounding Prince Andrew began to spread within royal circles, Princess Anne made a significant move. It was not a public statement and not a direct confrontation in front of the media. Instead, she chose a more cautious path, but one that carried a clear strategic intention. That path was the legal route. One point must be clarified from the beginning. Princess Anne did not attempt to change the ownership of Sandringham. Under the property structure of the British royal family, Sandringham is the personal property of the monarch. This means that the ultimate ownership currently belongs to King Charles III. No other member of the family can unilaterally claim ownership of the estate. However, for many decades, the use of Sandringham has been managed through a far more flexible system. Different members of the royal family have been allowed to use specific houses or private wings based on informal family agreements. These arrangements were rarely written into formal legal documents. They were usually maintained as a form of gentleman agreement, an unspoken understanding built on tradition and mutual respect. This system functioned relatively smoothly for many years, while Queen Elizabeth II was still alive. Questions involving Sandringham were usually resolved through private discussions within the family. Her authority as the respected head of the family meant that disputes rarely moved beyond the private sphere. But after the end of her reign, the internal balance of power within the family began to shift. The verbal agreements that had existed for decades gradually became more fragile. As new generations emerged and personal relationships became more complicated, relying entirely on unspoken understanding no longer offered the same stability as before. Within that changing environment, Princess Anne reportedly decided to formalize the use of her private wing at Sandringham through a legal mechanism known as a license to occupy. This is a type of agreement that allows an individual to use a specific property space while the legal ownership remains with the primary owner. From a legal perspective, a license to occupy is not a transfer of property. It does not change the ownership structure. However, it creates a clearer layer of protection for the right to use a particular space. In the case of Princess Anne, this meant that the wing she occupies within the estate would now be defined in legal terms, rather than existing only as an informal family understanding. According to some sources familiar with the legal framework surrounding royal properties, the involvement of lawyers in a matter that had long been handled through family agreements is extremely rare. For many decades, minor disputes involving the use of houses within the estate were usually resolved through quiet, private discussions. For that reason, the appearance of formal legal documents in this situation sent a very clear message. Princess Anne was not only seeking to maintain the use of her wing, she was establishing an official boundary, a boundary that could be defended through legal means if necessary. The timing of this decision also attracted considerable attention from observers. The legal documents were prepared just before the summer period, precisely when Sandringham was preparing to enter one of its most distinctive phases of the year. According to the annual schedule, the estate would close to the public from the 13th of July until the 3rd of August. This period has long been regarded as the most private time of the year at Sandringham. When the estate is closed to visitors, members of the royal family usually have greater freedom to use the houses within the grounds without public attention. Because of this, the fact that Princess Anne finalized these legal arrangements just before this period led many observers to believe she was preparing for a summer that might bring new tensions within the family. From a legal standpoint, Anne's move was relatively cautious. She did not challenge the ownership of the king. She did not issue any public statements directed at other members of the family. Yet by transforming a decades-long verbal arrangement into a formal legal document, she fundamentally changed the nature of the issue. From that moment forward, the wing she used was no longer simply a space respected by tradition within the family. It became an area with clearly defined legal boundaries. Anyone attempting to alter the use of that space would now have to confront a specific legal framework. Many analysts believe this is the most surprising element of the entire story. After many decades in which matters inside the Windsor family were handled through quiet understanding and personal arrangements, this appears to be the first time in a very long period that lawyers formally entered an internal dispute connected to Sandringham. And that development immediately raised another question. If Princess Anne had strengthened her position through legal tools, what exactly did Queen Camilla stand to lose in this situation? And why did Sandringham matter so much to her that this legal change quickly became a source of tension within the royal household? While Princess Anne was reinforcing her position at Sandringham through legal mechanisms, the other side of the story was directly connected to Queen Camilla's personal plans for the summer of the year 2026. For many royal observers, the changes in Camilla's private life in recent years have made Sandringham more important to her than it had been in the past. For many decades, Camilla maintained a private space separate from royal residences. That home was House, a property located in Wiltshire that she purchased in the mid-1990s. With a price of around £850,000 at that time, House was not an especially extravagant residence by royal standards, yet it carried special meaning for Camilla. For many years, it was regarded as her personal refuge. Whenever royal duties became overwhelming or media pressure intensified, Camilla would often leave London and return to House. There, she could live a quieter life surrounded by close friends and the familiar atmosphere of the countryside. However, the situation began to change when Prince Charles became King Charles III. Camilla's role within the royal family shifted from the wife of the heir to the throne to the position of queen. That transition brought changes to the way her personal life was organized. By the year 2026, according to several property sources, House had been transferred to a new owner. This decision marked an important turning point. For the first time in many decades, Camilla no longer had a residence completely independent from the network of royal estates. Around the same period, King Charles was reported to have purchased another property near the area of House for approximately £3 million. The purpose of that purchase was believed to be ensuring that the surrounding land would not fall into the hands of property developers or new owners who might threaten the privacy of the royal family. Even so, the sale of House significantly changed the structure of Camilla's private life. Instead of having a residence fully under her own control, she now depended more heavily on royal estates when seeking private time away from official duties. In that context, Sandringham became an ideal option. Compared with official palaces such as Buckingham Palace or Windsor Castle, Sandringham offers a setting that feels much closer to nature. The vast estate, with its gardens, woodlands, and farmland, creates a quiet environment that Camilla is known to appreciate deeply. People who know her say that Camilla has always shown particular interest in gardening and outdoor activities. For that reason, the idea of spending part of the summer in a quiet wing within Sandringham appeared perfectly suited to the lifestyle she hoped to enjoy after many years of pressure from royal responsibilities. According to the original plans, the summer of the year 2026 could have been a period during which Camilla spent more time at the estate. Sandringham, during its seasonal closure to the public, has long been considered one of the rare moments when members of the royal family can enjoy a greater degree of privacy. However, it was precisely at that moment that the legal decision made by Princess Anne began to have its effect. Once the usage rights to Anne's private wing were clearly defined in legal documents, the possibility of Camilla gaining access to that area was almost entirely eliminated. For many observers, this became the most striking detail of the entire story. While Camilla once had a completely independent personal refuge at House, by the year 2026, she found herself in a situation where she could not access a private space within the royal estate itself. This shift created a remarkable image within the power structure of the Windsor family. A queen, holding the highest position beside the king, was now facing the reality that she could not use a particular wing at Sandringham because legal boundaries had been established by her sister-in-law. As a result, many people began to ask another question about the role of King Charles in this situation. From a legal perspective, Sandringham remains the personal property of the king. That means any dispute regarding the use of the estate ultimately returns to his authority. And that is exactly what makes the situation more complicated. The person standing in the middle of this dispute is none other than King Charles himself, a monarch already facing immense pressure both inside and outside the royal family. When the entire story is viewed through the lens of power within the Windsor family, it becomes clear that the most difficult position may not belong to Princess Anne or Queen Camilla. The individual truly caught at the center of this dispute is King Charles III. As the legal owner of Sandringham, he holds the final authority over any matter related to the estate. Yet as both a brother and a husband, Any decision he makes risks hurting one of the two most important women in his family. The pressure surrounding Charles during this period has accumulated from several directions. The first is his health. Since the announcement of the king's cancer diagnosis, the public has closely followed every sign related to his treatment. By the year 2025, some reports indicated that his treatment schedule had been adjusted to reduce intensity, allowing him to return to more royal duties. However, this did not reduce the pressure he faced. On the contrary, balancing royal responsibilities while managing his health made every decision more sensitive than ever. Alongside that personal challenge came the crisis involving Prince Andrew. As the king's younger brother, Andrew has always been a complicated figure within the family. After years of scandals, his arrest for questioning in the year 2026 created a new shock for the monarchy. Each development in the investigation raised fresh questions about responsibility, reputation, and the way the Windsor family manages internal crises. At the same time, another source of tension existed across the Atlantic Ocean. The relationship between Charles and Prince Harry has not fully healed after years of public disagreement. Interviews, memoirs, and legal disputes related to personal security have made the distance between father and son increasingly visible. For a king attempting to maintain the stability of the monarchy, managing family conflicts on multiple fronts creates constant pressure. When these three factors are placed side by side, the picture becomes clearer. Charles is not simply leading a monarchy during a generational transition. He is also confronting three major crises at the same time. The first crisis involves his own health. The second revolves around the legal and reputational problems surrounding his brother Andrew. And the third is the continuing fracture in his relationship with his son Harry. Within that broader context, the dispute between Princess Anne and Queen Camilla at Sandringham becomes another difficult challenge. Both women hold deeply important roles in Charles's life. Anne is not only his sister, but also one of his most loyal allies in royal duties. For many decades, she has been regarded as the most dependable member of the family, someone willing to carry a heavy workload in order to support the king. On the other side, Camilla is the person who has been closest to Charles in his personal life. After many turbulent years, their relationship was finally formalized and became a central pillar of the current reign. During difficult periods involving health concerns and intense public pressure, Camilla has often been regarded as an important source of emotional support for the king. For that reason, any decision connected to the dispute at Sandringham has the potential to alter the delicate balance between these two relationships. If Charles openly supports Anne, it could make Camilla feel excluded from the private spaces she is now seeking. But if he stands on Camilla's side, it may risk weakening the trust of Anne, a woman who has spent her entire life protecting the traditional structure of the royal family. Within that sensitive context, Charles is believed to have chosen silence. No public statement has been issued. There has been no clear indication that the king has directly intervened in the legal dispute involving the wing at Sandringham. However, this silence itself has created another consequence. For Anne, it could be interpreted as a lack of support in a matter she believes is connected to family responsibility. For Camilla, it could also be perceived as a delay in defending the interests of the Queen. For that reason, while Sandringham is simply an estate, the dispute surrounding it reflects deeper tensions within the power structure of the modern royal family. What has drawn the attention of many observers is the possibility that this drama may not end with the summer of the year 2026. It may be signaling larger changes in the future of the British monarchy itself. Viewed more broadly, the dispute at Sandringham is not merely a personal disagreement between Princess Anne and Queen Camilla. For many royal observers, the situation reflects a deeper shift in the way the Windsor family manages property, authority, and internal relationships. For many generations, issues connected to Sandringham were usually resolved through trust and informal family agreements. Different houses within the estate were allocated according to tradition, personal needs, and quiet understanding among family members. Rarely were there formal legal documents defining the boundaries of each residence. This system functioned because of one essential factor: respect for the role of the head of the family and respect for the long-standing traditions of the monarchy. That is why the formal involvement of lawyers in a dispute connected to Sandringham has drawn so much attention. When a verbal agreement that has lasted for decades is transformed into a binding legal document, it suggests that the level of trust between members of the family may no longer be as strong as it once was. This development becomes even more striking when considering the symbolic importance of Sandringham in the history of the British monarchy. It is not simply a vast estate in Norfolk. For many generations of monarchs, Sandringham has been regarded as the true family home. It was here that King George VI passed away. It was also here that Queen Elizabeth II spent much of her private time throughout her reign. The estate once represented family unity, separate from political pressures and ceremonial obligations. Yet by the year 2026, that image appears to be changing. Sandringham is no longer only a private retreat for the royal family. It is gradually becoming a place where boundaries of power are being redefined. Princess Anne clearly wishes to protect what she considers her traditional right to use a particular part of the estate. At the same time, Queen Camilla does not want to lose the opportunity to find a private space within the current royal structure. For that reason, the most striking element of the story is not simply a specific wing within the estate. What truly stands out is the reality that centuries of family tradition, once maintained through mutual understanding and respect, now appear to rely on legal instruments in order to survive. For many people who follow the British royal family, this may be the clearest sign that deeper fractures are beginning to form inside the House of Windsor. What do you think about this story? Is Princess Anne protecting family tradition? Or is Queen Camilla the one being treated unfairly? Comment number 1, if you support Anne. Comment number 2, if you stand with Camilla. If you would like to see the next part, analyzing the story of Prince Andrew and what may actually be happening behind the investigation, press like so that we can continue producing the series. And do not forget to subscribe so you will not miss the latest analysis of the dramas shaking the British royal family. Thank you for watching. See you again in the next video. They were once the most scandalous, most controversial couple, but also the most enduring duo in the history of the modern British monarchy. Despite criticism, despite fierce public opposition, Charles and Camilla still held hands through nearly half a century of storms. Yet now, when the world thought nothing could tear them apart, a shocking announcement hit. Charles and Camilla have split. No one could believe their eyes when the first reports leaked from inside Buckingham Palace. A silent separation. No press release. No formal farewell. Just the increasingly empty corridors once graced by Camilla. And the growing absence of Charles from royal events. Something had shattered. And this time, it was beyond repair. Insiders say it began after the king underwent intense medical treatment and started re-evaluating what truly mattered in his remaining years. The persistent presence of Camilla, once his refuge, had become too large a shadow, one that many within the palace wanted removed to clear the path for a new reign under William and Catherine. This is not just the end of a notorious love story. It is a clarion call signaling a purge of covert power within the British monarchy, where even a queen without a throne can be discarded mercilessly. On a cold, rainy night in July 2025, as the streets around Buckingham Palace lay silent, a back gate suddenly swung open. No motorcade, no guards, just a black Range Rover silently gliding into the storm, leaving behind a spine-chilling emptiness. Inside the vehicle, a woman sat in the back seat, head bowed, hand trembling as it clutched a white lace handkerchief. It was Camilla, the Queen of the United Kingdom, the woman who deserted her throne with no word of farewell, no official statement, and no preceding sign. News exploded just hours later. Queen, Camilla missing. Buckingham's night of shattered silence. And Charles left all alone were headlines that plastered the front pages from The Guardian to the Daily Mail. Night bulletins switched to emergency mode. And royal experts flooded television with theories. Some suggested Camilla is gravely ill. Others said she was forced to leave, or even that a palace coup was in motion. The public was swept up in a cyclone of chaotic information. Some were shocked, some curious, and some unexpectedly moved to sympathize with a woman once despised, now vanishing as if she had never existed. The final photo was snapped by a press photographer hiding behind shrubs by the palace south gate. Camilla, tear-streaked, her face aged and weary, clutched a handkerchief embroidered with a silver letter C. The image was shared millions of times within hours, appearing on magazines from the United States to France, Australia to the Arab world. The picture was instantly dubbed with a haunting title: The Final Queen Leaving Her Throne in Silence. Inside Buckingham Palace, the atmosphere was as dense as if an earthquake had just struck. Royal staff could not hide their bewilderment. An insider told The Times that in the days before the departure of Camilla, fierce arguments had erupted between her and Charles. Angry voices echoed down the cold stone corridors. Private doors slammed repeatedly, and no one dared approach. A veteran guard summarized it bluntly by saying that was their final battle. They were no longer husband and wife, but two opposing fronts. At Sandringham, where Charles often retreats for quiet, the king reportedly fell into a terrifying silence. He did not appear publicly for 48 hours after the incident. Royal engagements were cancelled en masse. The palace refused all interview requests and offered only a brief statement saying, "Queen Camilla is currently away from the palace and on private leave." The vague response did nothing to quell the storm. It only fueled suspicions that her disappearance was not voluntary. People began revisiting a long and controversial chapter in royal history. The journey of Camilla, from the homewrecker in the marriage of Charles and Diana to a woman condemned by the public for decades, before finally ascending as queen under the decree of Elizabeth II in 2022. It was a journey marked by tears, being branded a witch, official trips met with jeers, and tabloid covers tearing her image and reputation for nearly half a century. Camilla had endured it all, standing beside Charles during the times he was most criticized, step by step rebuilding their public image with a patience that bordered on resignation. So what made her give it all up? What made the woman who once said she lives to be with Charles quietly turn her back at the very moment he needed her most? Another source from within the palace revealed the conflict did not come from the outside, but from the two of them. The years following the cancer treatment of Charles changed him both psychologically and in his habits. He became withdrawn, irritable, and unpredictable. Camilla felt excluded from important decisions, pushed outside the circle of trust, now revolving around William and the new advisors. The source said she felt she was no longer part of the power and was just a shadow in the palace she once fought to enter. The situation became even more tragic as the media turned its attention to those once close to Camilla. An old friend from Wiltshire told the British Broadcasting Corporation that they think Camilla was simply exhausted, tired of comparisons, tired of being doubted, and tired of feeling lonely in what was supposed to be the crowning victory of her life. These words were nothing less than a veiled indictment of Charles, the man who had once vowed to protect Camilla for life, but let her walk away on a rainy night without a single goodbye. Meanwhile, social media erupted with fierce debate. Some criticized Camilla for running away like a coward, while others defended her as a victim of a palace full of schemes and coldness. Many expressed regret, even remorse. for having despised her for so many years. One account wrote that she is not Diana. But she is no monster either. She is an old woman and she needs love like anyone else. The biggest question remains unanswered. Is this just a temporary interruption? Or is it the definitive end of a royal marriage that once shook the whole of Britain? And if it truly is the end, what does it mean? A failed Camilla? Or a Camilla who finally chose freedom for herself? Each bit of information, every photo, and every rumor continues to be spun. But within the cold halls of Buckingham Palace, where Charles now sits alone with a cup of cold tea by the window, only one sound can be heard. The falling rain and the absence of Camilla, a complete absence. Though she left in silence, the withdrawal of Camilla became the loudest explosion in the modern history of the British monarchy, like a velvet curtain suddenly dropping in the middle of the climax of a tragedy. The disappearance of the Queen left not only a void in royal ceremonies, but also exposed a truth long hidden. Behind the facade of a regal marriage was an unrelenting power struggle, and it was that very struggle that killed the love Charles had once fiercely protected. For years, people believed that Charles and Camilla were destined. He loved her despite public opinion, despite the institution, and even despite the pain of Princess Diana. But people often forget one thing. When love intertwines with power, everything changes, and in their case, love slowly corroded into a brutal political game, where both wanted to be the one holding the scales. Since the coronation in 2023, Camilla had begun making quiet but firm moves into the center of royal power, no longer just the silent support. She appeared more frequently at events, heavily influenced the schedule of Charles, the content of speeches, and even the internal staffing within Buckingham Palace. One palace insider revealed that Camilla was no longer just the wife standing behind the king. She acted as if she were the one truly ruling. This made Charles, a man who always wanted to control everything, begin to feel sidelined in his own kingdom. From small disagreements about ceremonial attire to intense arguments over the foreign strategy of the royal family, every little detail could trigger a fiery clash behind closed doors. Once, according to a bodyguard, Charles slammed his hand on the table and shouted that he is the King of England, not her shadow. As for Camilla, she no longer maintained the humility of the early years. She had endured countless humiliations, been called a homewrecker and the shameless other woman. Once seated on the throne, Camilla believed she deserved a voice equal to that of Charles, if not greater. She once coldly told an aide that she did not walk through hell just to shut up and play backdrop for him. The tension reached its peak in August 2025. When Charles was preparing to announce a gradual transfer of responsibilities to Prince William, this was a plan Camilla vehemently opposed. She argued that William and Catherine were not ready, that the public had not fully forgiven the Sussexes, and that any transfer at this time would weaken the standing of the monarchy. But for Charles, this was not just strategy. It was a step he believed would bring peace in the final chapter of his life. A former palace secretary said he wanted to withdraw from the battlefield. But Camilla did not. She wanted to keep fighting. In the final days before Camilla left, Buckingham Palace was like a powder keg just waiting for a spark. The aides were divided into two distinct camps, one loyal to Charles, believing the king needed serenity, the other supporting Camilla, claiming she was the only one strong enough to keep the monarchy from collapsing. Internal meetings became so tense that some people even shed tears under the pressure. A senior advisor exclaimed that they were living between two storms, one being the illness of the king and the other being the ambition of the queen. Then the rainy night in September arrived. No one expected it to be the end. After a fierce, 2-hour argument in the royal library, Camilla walked out without saying a word. She got into a car, head bowed, her hand gripping the handkerchief embroidered by Diana and given to Charles in 1981. which was a painful and symbolic detail. The car vanished into the downpour, carrying with it a chapter of history left unfinished. Notably, Buckingham Palace remained silent. No official statement, no press conference photos, and no confirmation of the whereabouts of Camilla or the health of Charles. That silence only fueled the theory that this was not a personal withdrawal, but the outcome of a silent civil war between the two greatest powers in the palace. Historians quickly recalled the tumultuous journey of Camilla, from a detested lover to a queen who slowly earned acceptance. But they pointed out that throughout that journey, Camilla was never truly behind Charles. She was always fighting to exist, to assert herself. And perhaps that fight is what made their relationship explode. A veteran commentator wrote that Charles loved Camilla because she was not like Diana. But that very difference, her strength, astuteness, and ambition, became unbearable when she dared to step too close to the throne. The question now is whether this is truly the end or just a tactical retreat. Some believe Camilla is temporarily withdrawing to await a power renegotiation. Others think she let go because she was too exhausted. But whatever the truth, one thing is certain. Nothing remains intact after this battle. Charles, a king once expected to symbolize renewal, now stands hollow. And Camilla, the woman he once elevated to the throne with both his heart and royal power, has departed, leaving behind not only a cold palace but a deep fracture between love and authority. As the world reels at the split between King Charles III and Queen Camilla, the backstage corridors tremble once more at the name that has haunted the monarchy for nearly 3 decades. Diana, the woman thought to be laid to rest in history, now resurrects in every word, every emotional expression, and every crack ravaging the relationship once hailed as true love, overcoming all barriers between Charles and Camilla. No one expected that, despite all Camilla's sacrifice to be acknowledged, she still could not step out from the shadow of a woman whom all of Britain once worshipped as an icon. And the scariest part is that it was Charles himself, the man she had loved for half a century, who kept that memory burning. Quietly but stubbornly, the portrait of Princess Diana still hangs neatly in the study of the king, an immortal testament no one dared touch. But Camilla did, and when she did, everything collapsed. The controversy began when the media once again brought up the explosive interview from 1995 with the immortal quote, saying, "There were 3 of us in this marriage." That statement, like a dagger piercing through time, stirred up the media and dragged Camilla back to 1995, when the entire nation condemned her as the third person. Amid the storm of public opinion resurrected from the ashes, Camilla suddenly became unusually silent. But within that silence lay a fury waiting to erupt. What seemed like a trivial matter sparked a confrontation no one inside the royal family dared to name. Charles had called to wish Prince Harry a happy birthday on September 15, 2025. This was a simple gesture, seemingly just the courtesy of a father. But to Camilla, it was the last straw. For Harry had once ruthlessly criticized her in his memoir titled Spare, calling her a dangerous villain and accusing her of manipulating the media for personal gain. To Camilla, Charles making the effort to contact and congratulate such a person was nothing short of public betrayal. Camilla had screamed, asking who he chooses, her or that boy, and his mother too, the one whose name this entire royal family never dares to speak. These words were not just jealousy. They were the distilled bitterness of years being seen as the replacement, the shadow of Diana, and the intruder into an unfinished fairy tale. Charles, exhausted from months of battling illness and post-Brexit political pressures, finally broke and said he cannot lose Harry too, as he has already lost Diana. That seemingly unconscious statement instantly became a fatal blow to the heart of Camilla. She was no longer the love of his life as so many once admired. She was just the second choice forever, In that tearful moment, Camilla walked out of the room without saying another word. But before leaving, she turned to look at the portrait of Diana one last time. The painting she had asked to be removed no fewer than 3 times. With a voice filled with restrained anger, she said, "This is a shrine to the past, and you have never left it." Charles did not respond. He just sat motionless, eyes fixed on the portrait of his first wife. The room fell into a suffocating silence. The man who had been the longest-serving Prince of Wales in British history, who once defied the establishment to marry the woman he loved, now saw everything slip through his fingers because of ghosts from the past he never dared face. Camilla did not return to the royal bedroom that night. A close source reported she had packed her belongings and retreated to her private residence at Ray Mill House. As for Charles, no one saw him leave his study the entire night. The portrait of Diana at that moment was no longer just a symbol of memory, but a witness to a love that had died and a new relationship that had just collapsed. The dispute between Charles and Camilla was not just a marital quarrel. It was the final manifestation of a decades-long smoldering war. A battle between the legacy of a departed woman and the position of a woman clinging to the throne. In that war, Camilla could not defeat Diana because Diana had become immortal in the heart of the public, while Camilla, despite being crowned, would forever remain the one who came after. The bigger question now is no longer whether Charles and Camilla can reconcile, but rather how Charles will spend the remaining years of his life, and with whom. Within the cold stone walls of Balmoral or Sandringham, will he once again ask himself if Diana were still alive? Would everything have been different? The answer? Perhaps. Only he knows. But history, as always, will not forget to remind, and each time it is mentioned, the name of Diana resurfaces, not as a ghost, but as a truth the British royal family can never escape. The collapse of Charles and Camilla is not just the breakup of 2 people who once defied the establishment to be together. It is the quiet unraveling of a monarchy patched together by ambition, pride, and calculated power. In recent days, as the public remains stunned by the news that Camilla has quietly left the palace, questions have begun to flood in. What truly caused a relationship once thought as solid as royal concrete to crack? Could it be that power itself, the very thing they believed they had grasped, was the double-edged sword that pierced their hearts? The answer seems to lie deep within the subtle shifts of Buckingham Palace. Since becoming queen, Camilla was no longer the quiet woman standing behind Charles. She began to have a strong voice in internal palace decisions. From organizing events and managing media to intervening in the relationships between Charles and his sons, in many private meetings, advisors noticed that Camilla no longer held back, but openly asserted her role as the queen in power. It was precisely this that began to destabilize her relationship with Charles. Charles, meanwhile, remained a man torn between duty and heart. He once believed that his love for Camilla was salvation after the breakdown with Diana. But as Camilla increasingly showed ambition for power, when she did not hesitate to exclude Catherine from important meetings on the grounds that this is a matter for key members only, Charles began to feel uneasy. It was not because he no longer loved her, but because he realized he was gradually losing control. Camilla wanted more than a title. She wanted to govern and to leave her personal mark on a reign long considered lackluster under the shadow of Elizabeth II. But Charles could not allow that to happen entirely. Silent conflicts between them grew as he rejected some of the proposals from Camilla, such as appointing her close confidants to the Privy Council. The whispers in the halls of Clarence House grew heavy, to the point that several longtime servants requested to be transferred elsewhere. Unable to endure the tension like a tightened string, that tension escalated as Charles grew weaker after prolonged treatment. His declining health forced him to delegate many duties to William and other members. But Camilla did not back down. She continued to appear publicly, speak out, and preside over major royal ceremonies. causing many within the royal household to view her as an acting queen. The dissatisfaction did not come from just one individual. It was a wave. A senior advisor once bluntly said that he does not need a reigning queen. He needs a wife by his side. But Camilla seemed to have moved beyond that role. Charles began to withdraw. He avoided events where Camilla would appear. He spent most of his time in his private office at Clarence House, where he kept a commemorative ring from Camilla engraved with the words, "Forever Together." Those close to him said he would often stare at the ring for hours in silence, as if trying to find again the image of the woman he once loved more than life itself. But what remained was only emptiness, heavy and full of regret. The peak of their separation did not come from one specific event, but from a string of days in which Charles felt increasingly pushed aside. In a private meeting with the Privy Council, when he suggested reducing the ceremonial role of Camilla to avoid public backlash, she angrily stormed out. The palace halls had never witnessed such fury from Camilla. Since that day, she no longer stayed at Clarence House. Charles once wrote a letter to Camilla, a tearful letter, never sent. In it, he expressed his pain, but also admitted that he cannot keep her without destroying what remains of the monarchy. The letter was torn to pieces, the ink stains still left on the desk, which was a living testimony to his inner turmoil. In a private conversation with a close aide, he blurted out that if it were not for Harry, maybe Camilla would not have left. This was a statement that seemed offhand, but revealed everything. The rupture had gone too deep, and Camilla no longer had the patience to wait for a family that could fully love her. Royal advisors later proposed a highly strategic course to reduce the role of Camilla from queen to consort to the crown, a title both symbolic and face-saving. But Charles refused. He could not diminish the woman who had once stood with him against all of England. And because of that refusal, he became isolated within a power system that had long ceased to stand by him. At the Trooping the Colors ceremony, Charles appeared alone on the balcony. There was no Camilla beside him and no forced smile to conceal the fractures. He stood there, his eyes sunken, reflecting a sorrow the public had never seen before. Alone among cheers and fireworks, he became the symbol of a monarchy trembling and a man who had just lost the final love of his life. From the quiet countryside of Gloucestershire, where Camilla had retreated in seclusion after the divorce crisis, a storm was silently igniting. In an old mansion amidst the still fields, Camilla began to write. These were not letters to Charles, nor private diary entries, but a memoir. It was a personal manifesto, drafted not to reclaim lost love, but to preserve her own dignity. The woman once called Queen of England, now cast out of royal chronicles as if she had never existed. Camilla told it all, from the early days of the affair and the hurried glances behind the back of Diana, to the quiet journey standing beside Charles for nearly 50 years. She did not sugarcoat, nor did she avoid, the sacrifices, the times she was cursed by the public, the sleepless nights under media pressure, and even the moments when she believed her love was unshakable, were all strung together like an indictment aimed at the very man who once promised to walk with her until the end of life. Charles, the one who once declared Camilla is his destiny, had now become the man who turned away indifferently. With every word, Camilla did not just ease the pain of betrayal, but also issued a veiled warning that she can reveal more than anyone thinks. And indeed, that was true. Leaked rumors from close sources revealed that the manuscript of Camilla contained more than a few secrets never before disclosed about the royal family. From tense meetings behind the scenes of Buckingham Palace to fractured relationships among senior members, all of it could be explosive if made public. Some media sources claimed that Camilla was considering releasing the memoir simultaneously with a legal battle over titles and property after the divorce, something that could plunge the monarchy into an unprecedented crisis since the death of Princess Diana. If that happened, It would not simply be a legal battle, but a war to redefine history. And Camilla, with her inherent sharpness, knew exactly how to play the final game. She held not only memories and wounds in her hand, but also media power through a network of friends, former allies, and a few once close journalists. One hint from Camilla alone could be enough to bring down the mask the British royal family had long worn. And now, as Charles weakens and William is stretched thin trying to manage a troubled Britain and a sick wife, no one in the royal family dares to underestimate this disempowered queen. Thus, although Camilla chose to live in seclusion in the countryside, no longer appearing publicly or speaking directly, she had not lost her influence. On the contrary, that silence became a terrifying strategy. Every time the press reported leaks from the memoir, and every time her friends hinted that she still keeps some of the personal letters of Charles, Buckingham Palace endured another sleepless night. People wondered if she was simply waiting for the right moment to strike back, to throw the final bomb at a throne already trembling. And at that moment, people suddenly realized a chilling truth. The departure of Camilla had not calmed the storm. On the contrary, it left deep cracks within the royal family. Charles, the man who once defied public opinion to bring Camilla into the palace, had now become the quietest, most heartbroken figure, the image of the king quietly leaving his desk earlier than usual, avoiding cameras, and retreating more and more into Sandringham was labeled by observers as irreparable signs of collapse. William and Catherine, the couple expected to inherit the throne, now had to shoulder the consequences. Not only were they tasked with preserving the image of the monarchy before the public, but also defusing a fresh wave of criticism, which viewed the separation of Charles and Camilla as a sign of a dynasty breaking from within. Meanwhile, Harry, the estranged son, remained a blurred figure in America, not trusted, unable to return, and no longer mentioned as a true heir. So, after many seemingly stable years, the royal family stood again at a crossroads, with Camilla, who once served as a behind-the-scenes bridge among internal forces, gone. Smoldering tensions now surfaced clearly. Who gets to sit at the meeting table? Who keeps internal secrets? And who controls the media suddenly became a silent war between those who once called each other family. The biggest question now is no longer whether Camilla has left, but whether she will leave as a cast-off woman or return as the final symbol of resistance in the darkest era of modern royal history. No one knows for sure, but one thing is clear. The memoir being written is the blade Camilla has been sharpening for decades. And if it is released, it will not be just a broken heart, but the entire throne that may shake to its foundation. Did any of them, Charles, William, or even the late Queen Elizabeth herself, ever foresee the day Camilla would return as the one holding the knife? Or perhaps she never laid down the weapon at all. It is just that now. She is choosing the moment to strike. And that is what sends shivers down the spine of everyone. When the lights in the ancient halls begin to dim, and when the crown can no longer conceal the fractures in the heart of an aging king, the story of Charles and Camilla officially comes to an end. Yet its aftershocks continue to quietly shake the foundations of the British monarchy. From Gloucestershire, where Camilla has chosen to retreat in silence but not in surrender, her memoir looms like a flame ready to ignite, burning through the carefully constructed illusions of decades past. Each page is not only the pain of a woman who once loved to the very end, but also a warning that she may be silent, but she will never allow herself to be forgotten. For Charles, the departure of Camilla is not merely the close of a marriage. It is a wake-up call for a royal life teetering between tradition and reality. He has lost someone who was once an ally, someone who sacrificed her own honor for him, but also the one person capable of destroying what little illusion remains of a stable throne. And while William and Catherine are putting in all their efforts to preserve that stability, the shadow of Harry, the estranged son, lingers like an unhealed wound, quietly throbbing at the heart of the monarchy. The story is far from over because Camilla still holds the trump card, and the British royal family, whether they want to or not, has entered a new game where the one who steps back may be the very one to make the final move. The British royal family has always been a stage where tradition, power, and personal emotions collide in the most unexpected ways, but rarely has a moment stirred as much shock and outrage as Queen Camilla's recent decision inside Windsor. According to Palace Whispers, Camilla allegedly ordered the removal of a portrait of young Princess Charlotte, the daughter of Prince William and Catherine. At first glance, it may seem like a small, almost trivial gesture, yet within the rigidly symbolic world of the monarchy, every detail matters, and such an act carries a weight far beyond the frame of a photograph. For Prince William, who has spent years carefully balancing his duty to the crown with his fierce devotion to his family, this move reportedly struck a nerve. The father in him saw not just a portrait being displaced, but his daughter's place within the family's narrative being undermined. Sources close to the palace suggest his reaction was swift, daring, and uncharacteristically confrontational, a sign that William may no longer be willing to quietly accept Camilla's growing influence inside the walls of Windsor. This incident forces us to ask, was Camilla's decision a calculated power play, an attempt to subtly rewrite the hierarchy within the royal family? Or was it simply an insensitive choice with disastrous optics? Either way, the consequences are dramatic. William's pushback reveals a simmering tension between the next generation of royals and the woman who has long been accused of reshaping the monarchy in her own image. What unfolded after this seemingly small act could reshape public perception of both William and Camilla, and once again remind us that, in the House of Windsor, nothing is ever just about appearances. It began with a terrifying silence. One morning, a senior staff member stopped as the faint light from London seeped into Clarence House's East Gallery, which is noted for its beautifully arranged family portraits. There was something wrong. The walls which proved the royal line's continuity seemed different, like a memory that had been lost. The assistant knew it right away after working for the royals for 15 years. There was no longer a photograph of Princess Charlotte's 9th birthday that her mother, the Princess of Wales, took. The picture showed a moment of pure joy and the young princess's confident, charming personality, which is why the staff loved it. Charlotte's look showed that she was more confident than her age. But the beautiful silver frame was missing. There was nothing on the wall. It had been taken out, not put back. By midday, rumors had circulated through the labyrinth of the royal home. People who were trained to be discreet used legal language to avoid direct questions. Was there a curatorial rotation? A subtle rearrangement? The truth seemed more straightforward. A topic of Charlotte's photo with her brothers, Prince George and Prince Louis, showed what the future of the monarchy will be like: stability and peace. The presentation was ruined since Charlotte's picture was absent. It was a quiet that was deafening. People who had worked for Queen Elizabeth II and King Charles understood the unwritten laws of palace optics. Portraits are more than just decorations. They show who you are and what you believe in. They stand for approval, favor, renown, and most importantly, legacy. Taking one away sends a message. A housekeeper from a household in Wales for 10 years was the first to notice the growing unease. They didn't move George's. She informed a close friend in a quiet, strained voice. Louise wasn't moved. It's just Charlotte's, taken away like she didn't belong. The word belong was very important. Princess Charlotte, who was smart, strong-willed, and already showing signs of her late grandmother Diana's subtle charm, was discreetly taken away from her grandfather's official London home. It seemed like a planned, little but important announcement of a new order. Before nightfall, Kensington Palace got the unsettling news from Clarence House. A junior assistant at Kensington heard the story while talking about normal business with a co-worker at Clarence House. He mentioned it without thinking while going over the deliveries for the day, believing it was crucial for operations. One person who saw it happen stated the room transitioned from being busy to being quite quiet. The Princess of Wales was renowned for being calm. Yet, she felt a familiar knot in her stomach. Catherine's public and private lives are all part of a long-term strategy to provide her kids love, stability, and safety. Charlotte has always adored her family's history and the big imperial mansions they lived in. Taking her photo off without a good reason felt like a cruel and planned move. The mood turned from worry to anger when the Prince of Wales came back. He was very concentrated on the details, and his jaw tightened with each word. Taking down a little photo conveyed a bad message. It couldn't be ignored whether it was a claim of power, land, or something more personal and historical. William was in a palace where actions spoke louder than words. He observed firsthand how photos may hurt or help someone's reputation and turn people against one another. He understood what this meant. Without saying anything, he got up from his chair and proceeded to his study. The hidden storm that had been going on all day was about to burst. Queen Camilla would remember his next move, which would be discreet but important. Palace optics. More than just a frame. The royal family values pictures a lot, so knowing how much they are worth helps explain what happened. Portraiture has influenced public perception, reinforced dynastic power, and preserved royal history for centuries. The Windsors have perfected how to communicate visually, from Holbein's dramatic images of Henry VIII to the televised coronation. Royal families are now very careful about whatever pictures they choose. These are not just random pictures of relatives. Each location has a reason. A large picture of a person in a public room at Buckingham Palace or Clarence House shows how important they are and how they are related to the royal family. A former royal courtier's claims, "Nothing on those walls is there by accident." The process of selection, framing, and placement is looked at in great detail. An image of a monarch and their successor shows that things will stay the same. A picture of grandchildren represents family and the future. Taking one away, especially from a child, is like ripping up an official document. The family story is intentionally changed. Queen Elizabeth II employed this unspoken language in a smart and subtle way. The pictures on her desk during her yearly Christmas show were carefully chosen to show who was in and to show how her family had changed. Queen Camilla has been a part of royal life for over 50 years and knows how powerful it is. She has gone from being a hated mistress to a beloved queen consort, and her PR and image management have been amazing. She may know better than anybody else how an image can last. Since becoming queen, sources believe she has spent more time curating the decor of her royal residences, especially Clarence House, where she has lived with King Charles for a long period. This may lead to problems. Some staff members who have been with the palace for a long time have noted that there are fewer and fewer pictures of Princess Diana in public areas. Some people regard this as a natural step to show the current monarch and his wife, while others see it as Camilla's way of trying to get rid of her predecessor. Camilla has always had a complicated relationship with Diana's legacy and, by extension, with Diana's children and grandchildren, says a family insider. She thinks that the intense interest of the public and media in the Wales, especially Catherine and Charlotte, often overshadows her work and role. Even today, it appears like she's having trouble with spirits. In this delicate psychological setting, the removal of Charlotte's image must be thought upon. It was more than just decorating the inside. It was a power move on the royal chessboard, little, but very important. Camilla may not have thought that the player would never allow his daughter to be a pawn. The Queen's quiet command. Elegant order. It wasn't an official order. No memo. No fight. A Clarence House staffer claimed it happened during a normal afternoon meeting in the morning room. While stirring her Earl Grey tea, Queen Camilla indicated to the East Gallery with a subtle gesture. "The girl in blue doesn't fit with the room's mood anymore," she said in a calm voice. "It should be kept." Beautifully chosen words in a way that is both stylish and classy. In the room, the meaning was plain. Princess Charlotte was the girl in the blue outfit. Camilla called her story "Tone of the Room," which is a kind way of saying it. Catherine took the picture, which exhibited her modern, friendly style that has made her and her family renowned. Some people think that the picture meant something more to Camilla, the Wales's strong and popular heritage, which began with Diana and continues with her son and his family. Princess Charlotte is developing a powerful mix of her mother's elegance, her father's sense of duty, and her late grandmother Diana's star characteristics. This vivid, constant reminder in the palace may have angered a queen who was still striving to win over her subjects. One person responds, "She has her own grandchildren. She is proud of them and has worked to make them a part of royal life, like by making them coronation pages of honor. She probably wants the focus to be on her family as it is now, with her as the head of the family, instead of the family that might have been." The directive was given for whatever reason, whether it was to get her space back because she was feeling insecure or on purpose to show off her new authority. Royal staff were told to obey orders without question. The frame was taken off the hook, wrapped with felt, and put away within an hour. The family wasn't told anything or given any warning. There was nothing there save a child's brilliant smile. Camilla presumably anticipated that the family would think it was unimportant and that the public would overlook it. For years, she had practiced how to have a silent effect on others. In this scenario, she didn't give enough thought to how her target felt and what it meant to them. She took out a stone from a mosaic where each image is painstakingly made. She altered more than simply the wall. She had awakened the protective instincts of a parent who had lost a family member to the palace machine and was determined not to lose another. The leak that changed everything, a staffer's moral dilemma. For days, staff members muttered about the missing photo. A code of silence kept many from speaking up throughout decades of royal service. But the silence was not okay. Eleanor, a longtime servant who was loved by the Princess of Wales, broke it. In 20 years, Eleanor worked for 3 royal families. She has seen scandals and secrets buried behind polished wood and velvet curtains, but this was not the same. It was a nasty little thing to do to a youngster. She couldn't stand it. She witnessed 2 staff grab the painting as she was cleaning in a different hallway. She understood that the senior aide took instructions from the king or queen. With a duster in her fingers, she witnessed Princess Charlotte's bright eyes and confident smile fade away like old furniture. After witnessing Charlotte happily chase butterflies at Balmoral, Eleanor felt angry and protective. Why is this happening to that child? She thought about it. She fought with her conscience for 2 days. If she spoke out, she may lose her job, pension, and career. Royal staff keep secrets and cherish loyalty. But she was stuck between the institution and its current consort, or the future of that institution, which was represented by the young family at Kensington Palace. She got her opportunity when she spoke on the phone with a former co-worker she trusted, who now works at Kensington Palace as an administrative assistant. A call was made to set up the details of the event. After the business meeting, her friend said, "How are things going on your end? Is everything quiet?" Eleanor spoke gently but strongly after a short break. "Not quite. They beat her. Charlotte, the photo of the gallery's birthday, is gone." As the Queen told them to, after a brief pause, the other end remarked, "You're kidding." "I wish I were," Eleanor said with a shudder. "I saw it with my own eyes." It all started with one bold confession. The monarchy's informal network of loyalty and long-standing relationships disseminated the news better than any official source. Eleanor's friend told a key advisor in Kensington, who the Prince of Wales trusted. The data was given special care. It was more believable when it was compared to what other staff members had seen. Eleanor's story was confirmed as true by William's former footman. He is said to have said, "If Eleanor is talking, it's serious." She would never risk her job for a rumor. Prince William found out within 24 hours after Eleanor's call, not from flashy headlines, but from the quiet, loyal voices of the same class that had kept his mother's secrets and now watched over his children's smiles. Taking down the photograph was no longer an option. The question of why. William, who had grown up in a country where titles and tradition often hid the truth, felt he had to inquire. The king's plan and the prince's fury. It was late at night at Adelaide Cottage, the Wales's little cottage in Windsor. The kids were asleep when one of his most trusted private secretaries requested a moment. The Prince of Wales was in his study going over paperwork from the Duchy of Cornwall. The seriously-looking aide handed the prince a folded piece of paper, a short factual account of what happened at Clarence House, including confirmation of the Queen Consort's direct orders. William read it 2 times. He seemed serene, like a king. But anybody who knew him well would have recognized the signs of a storm. His jaw was hard, and his gaze was cold. He placed the paper on his desk without saying anything. William didn't care about the decor, a horrible reminder of what happened. His final trigger was hurting a family member on purpose. His teenage years, the War of the Waleses, when his mother, Diana, was pushed aside, silenced, and quietly taken out of the royal story to make room for Camilla, came rushing back to him. He watched the system consume and throw away individuals when he was young. He promised that it would never happen again while he was in charge. He spotted pictures of his family on the mantel as he walked over. George wore his school uniform with a serious face. Louis smiled and ate cake on his last birthday. And Charlotte had a braid like her mom's. He instantly moved Charlotte's picture frame, which was a little act of protection. This was more than what Camilla was worried about. It was about the system she now worked for, which still felt it could decide who was important. William made his choice in 1 hour. He wouldn't talk to the press or gossip. That was the way things were done. He would talk about this in a straightforward, open, and authoritative way. He asked his private secretary to come back to the study. He spoke in a calm yet forceful voice. "I want the official inventories from Clarence House pulled. It is important to keep track of every curatorial decision made in the East Gallery in the last month. I want names, dates, and explicit directions. Tell me more." The team labored in silence. William would not talk to his stepmother in an emotional way. He would show her evidence. As the Prince of Wales, the next king, he would use his influence in the family. Not only as an angry father. He sat with Catherine later that night. She was pale and taught the basics from her staff. "I didn't want to bother you with it until we were sure," she said in a low voice. William shook his head, and his anger turned into calm resolve. "This is too much. Kath, they don't have her on their chessboard. Our daughter is her." Catherine was sad but not sobbing. Their family was built on her quiet strength. "What are you going to do?" she asked. He responded, "I'll fix it." Camilla deleted a picture. But William would bring back a lot more. He would bring back a principle. He was ready to tell the world and the monarchy that taking Wales away would hurt its strong tradition. Confrontation. A fight over private wills. The following day, there was an unspoken sense of worry throughout Clarence House. The soft carpet hid the sound of staff members' footsteps as they moved. Everyone knew a battle was coming. The Prince of Wales was by himself as his car drove into the private courtyard. He didn't have any advisors, press secretaries, or security about him save for his driver. Visit for personal reasons, not official ones. People saw him going down the corridors with his shoulders set and fire in his eyes. Queen Camilla looked over charity briefings in the elegant white drawing room. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales. "Ma'am?" a footman murmured. She looked up in horror. It was unusual for William to visit alone. He was at the door before she could get ready. She got up to greet him after years of planning. William. A big surprise. Her appeal fell flat. William didn't smile. He didn't kiss her cheek. He was still inside the room wearing his coat. He looked at her and whispered in a voice that made her shiver. Why was Charlotte's picture taken down? A profound silence appeared to smother the rich space. A long bad moment went by. Camilla blinked, and she lost her cool. It was just a small curatorial change. "Darling," she remarked, trying to seem light even if her voice was a little strained. "We made the space feel new again." William stood steadfast. There was eye contact. The picture of George stays. Louis stays. Only Charlotte's was taken. I'll say it again. Why? His voice was quiet, yet powerful. He had never spoken to her in that tone before. It was the voice of a future king. Camilla laid her papers on the old desk to steady herself. I didn't mean to hurt William's feelings. The problem was visual balance. You know how sensitive the press and public are. William stayed quiet while he pierced through her lies with the harsh, cold truth. Is this about how people see things in general? Or how you see things? Stop pretending that this is about how it looks. This is about legacy. You can't change who is in this family's tale. There was an evident accusation between them that broke years of family calm. Camilla tightened up. The woman who normally had a prepared response was mute for the first time. She was facing the scary man he had become, not the spoiled child she had known. William looked at her for a few more seconds to let his words sink in. He went after making his point. He looked back from the door to offer his final non-negotiable word. "Set the image back," he said, gently but firmly. "Put it back publicly. Or I will. I promise my story will be less private." He departed, and the room was much quieter than when he got there. Something fundamental shifted in that room. A child who witnessed his mother go from the narrative had drawn a strong line. He was now a father, and he would protect the next generation with strength that no queen could equal. The triumphant return of a gilded framed portrait. The punishment was secret and planned much like the crime. There was no press release or response from the public. The message was received and dealt with within 48 hours after William's arrival. On a wet Thursday morning, a Royal Collection Trust vehicle pulled up to Clarence House. An art conservator and two of the Queen's top advisors oversaw the reinstallation, which shows how important it was. The image of Princess Charlotte was found. It wasn't put back in its original spot in the East Gallery. Instead, it was put near the bottom of the grand staircase, which is a significant home artery that family members and important visitors use often. It also got a wider, fancier golden frame. A little brass plate was affixed on the bottom with a simple but powerful message: Princess Charlotte of Wales. The future of the monarchy. It was no longer a family portrait. An official statement said it was a public acknowledgement of her value, not merely a repair. Word spread quickly among the royals about the portrait's recovery. An advisor at Clarence House said that after an internal family clarification, the Prince of Wales directly suggested the reinstallation and new visible positioning. Palace speakers understood the code. Clarification means that William set the law, and it was followed. Later that day, servants said that Queen Camilla stopped for a long time when she passed the stairs. The bold writing, "New frame," and photo caught her eye. She didn't say anything and kept going. She knew she had been outsmarted. The picture came back with more weight. It was now telling a family story without any cuts. The news gave Kensington some quiet solace. Catherine softly informed Charlotte that her picture was back at Grandpa's house. She stated that adults make errors, but love and family always mend things. Charlotte inquired plainly like a kid. "Why was it torn down?" Catherine paused before she spoke. She murmured, "Maybe they forgot how special you are for a moment." But Dad reminded them, even though it happened behind closed doors. This event changed the balance of power in the monarchy forever. The future king publicly challenged Camilla's subtle claim to power. The picture is now framed in gold and truth at Clarence House, a silent testament to a father's love and a prince's power. Things that were quietly taken away have come back with meaning. Charlotte's place in royal history is now in memory and paint, protected by a strong will. That was the line reportedly spoken inside a closed room where Prince Harry stood before King Charles. His eyes filled with tears. But what could have pushed a man who once walked away from the royal family in anger to return now in desperation? And why? At the very moment that seemed like a rare opportunity for reconciliation. Did Princess Anne suddenly reveal shocking details about what truly happened in Geneva? According to Palace Whispers, the meeting was far from calm. Instead of a simple apology, the conversation quickly turned into a tense confrontation. Harry was said to be pleading for one final chance to repair his relationship with his father. Yet just as the atmosphere began to soften, Anne stepped forward with information she insisted could no longer remain hidden. What she disclosed about the Geneva trip reportedly stunned everyone in the room and forced King Charles to reconsider everything he thought he knew. Was this truly a heartfelt apology from Harry? Or part of a much larger story the royal family has yet to reveal? And what exactly happened in Geneva that compelled Anne to break her silence at such a critical moment? What do you think? Do you believe Harry is genuinely seeking reconciliation? Or has the damage gone too far to undo? Stay with us until the end of this video, because what unfolds next may completely change how we see this royal conflict. Earlier this month, Prince Harry returned to London under the legal glare of his lawsuit against Associated Newspapers Limited, the publisher of the Daily Mail. Having previously secured a partial legal victory against Mirror Group newspapers, Harry was said to be feeling emboldened. Assured even, a source close to his legal team claimed he believed this trial would vindicate his claims, humiliate the tabloids, and possibly symbolically reopen the doors to the royal fold. He saw it as a turning point, said one legal insider, not just in the courtroom, but with his family. A bowed noter, privately. Harry had submitted a formal request to meet Prince William and Princess Catherine in the days before his arrival, proposing a face-to-face in either London or Windsor. The message reportedly contained direct appeals to rebuild as brothers and suggested a private meeting away from the cameras. But the Wales had other plans. On January 16, just one day before Harry's scheduled return, William and Catherine quietly boarded a royal jet bound for Aberdeen, Scotland, where they were later photographed visiting youth programs near Inverness. Kensington Palace insisted it was a long-standing commitment, but the timeline painted a different picture. Had they waited just 24 more hours, the meeting Harry requested could have happened. Instead, it was clear no such meeting was ever going to take place. Throughout the court proceedings, Meghan Markle was notably absent. Her team cited parental duties and a previously scheduled professional engagement. But sources close to the court confirmed that Meghan had made no formal request to attend, nor any visible efforts to support Harry, either in person or through a legal statement. Even more telling, Meghan was photographed on January 20, attending a closed-door wellness summit in Palo Alto, California, accompanied by representatives from multiple international venture funds. Her outfit, a crisp white pantsuit with no wedding ring in sight, sent social media into a speculative spiral. That spiral turned into a storm when it was revealed that the event was sponsored by a Saudi-linked tech foundation whose founder, known only as MS in luxury circles, has long been rumored to be one of Meghan's key benefactors. Let's stop pretending she's just networking, one former aide said bluntly. These are positioning plays, strategic ones, and Harry knows it. 2A does, in what can only be described as a twist of fate. Renewed whispers began to surface around a former match that the palace once discreetly championed for Harry before he met Meghan in 2016. Her name, Lady Arabella Montagu, daughter of Viscount Elverton and alumna of St. Andrews University. Same graduating class as Catherine, now 32 years old. Arabella was once referred to within royal circles as the English garden rose intelligent, gentle, fiercely private, with a deep appreciation for horses, military tradition, and environmental work. A close friend of Zara Tindall, she reportedly first met Harry in 2013 during a royal charity polo event at Cirencester. The two kept in touch over the years. By late 2015, family discussions reportedly began about whether a courtship should be encouraged. But Harry, enamored with the freedom he felt Meghan embodied, declined to pursue it further. He told Charles, "I want to choose love, not what's expected of me." One insider now reflects he didn't realize until much later that the two weren't always in conflict. Today, Arabella is married to a tech sustainability entrepreneur and expecting her second child, but for those watching from the sidelines, the contrast between what was possible and what came to be has never felt more painful. Harry's dream of escaping royal rigidity for Californian freedom has by 2026 dissolved into something more cynical. The palace walls may be gone, but the control remains only this time. The Queen is not Elizabeth. At numerous public events, from global citizen concerts to Netflix promotional appearances, Harry has often appeared as little more than a prop beside Meghan. Critics noted his near-silent presence at the Ripple of Hope Gala in New York 2023, the Women of Vision Awards 2024, and the Invictus documentary launched 2025, where Meghan dominated the red carpet while Harry stood off-center. Barely speaking, he looked like a royal coat rack with good intentions, said one former Netflix staffer. Charming, but clearly lost, where, even he admitted privately, in one now-leaked call with a former military friend, "I used to be a man with a mission. Now I'm just a supporting character in someone else's show." The dream, once painted in golden Californian light, had become a prison of glass and performance. For Prince Harry, what began as an act of liberation slowly calcified into an identity crisis, one not wrought by royal duty, but by the slow erosion of self in a life curated for optics, not authenticity. By early 2024, the cracks had long been visible. Harry, increasingly overshadowed by Meghan's media ventures, appeared as a supporting character in public appearances, silent at Women of Vision, subdued during Netflix press tours, and most tellingly absent altogether from key Meghan brand launches. In private, those cracks deepened into chasms. The man once revered as a decorated military officer, an advocate for mental health, and the vibrant spirit of the royal family now found himself struggling to recognize the reflection in the mirror. A man adrift, a ceremonial husband in a brand campaign. The turning point came not in a boardroom or courtroom, but in the quiet unease of parenthood. By the time Archie turned 5, Harry began to express concern about Meghan's inconsistent presence with their children. According to sources within their Montecito estate, Harry repeatedly asked Meghan to scale back travel, especially as Lilibet, barely 3 at the time, struggled with emotional outbursts. But Meghan focused on re-establishing her global identity as a resilience and equity thought leader, allegedly dismissing his requests, branding them as patriarchal and regressive. The most harrowing moment, insiders say, came when Harry discovered a diamond-studded necklace delivered via private courier, labeled as a gift from a Middle Eastern client. Meghan allegedly brushed it off as a promotional gesture from a golf luxury brand. But Harry was not convinced. That wasn't the first gift, or the last. He kept seeing these designer items, bags, scarves, even a sculpture arriving without invoice or clarification, said a former estate employee. She'd smile and say it was PR. But he knew, deep down, he knew something was wrong. 25. Whispers began to circle around an elusive Gulf-based mogul known for financing high-profile media ventures and his penchant for collecting global muses. Though never photographed with Meghan directly, multiple insiders confirmed she had at least 3 closed-door meetings with his team in late 2024 under the guise of philanthropic cooperation. One such meeting occurred just 20 hours after Harry made a solo appearance at a charity event in Santa Barbara, looking exhausted, red-eyed, and entirely alone. Harry's discomfort escalated when he asked Meghan to draw clear boundaries. She allegedly laughed, calling him a fragile remnant of the golden cage. He once escaped a direct jab, comparing Harry to the same monarchy he once rebelled against. He said he felt like a child told to be grateful for scraps in a home he built. Shared a mutual friend. It was no longer a marriage. It was a merger gone cold. By August 2025, after months of internal strain, Harry quietly filed for a unilateral divorce, citing irreconcilable ethical and emotional differences. Meghan's team, blindsided, immediately countered with requests for mediated reconciliation. And just as the process began, a photo of Lilibet in a hospital gown taken during a brief respiratory illness scare landed on Harry's phone. He withdrew the motion the next morning. According to court records in Santa Barbara County, the initial filing, Case 2-025, DR 338-1, was made public for only 72 hours before being sealed under private custodial review. Mediation continued from September to November. Led by a judge from San Luis Obispo County, no agreement was reached. But Harry once again stayed for the children. Yet staying didn't mean healing. They fought about everything, said a former security staffer. Bedtimes, screen time, even what language the kids should learn first. But worst of all, they fought about trust, and it was already gone. That Meghan's response to every concern was, as Harry described in a leaked voice note, elegant gaslighting dressed in empowerment language. She told him he was paranoid, that he was regressing into the outdated mindset of the Windsor institution, that his discomfort stemmed not from her behavior, but from a colonized view of masculine control. By the end of 2025, Harry had ceased speaking in interviews altogether. Meghan, meanwhile, continued cultivating her independent Duchess narrative, complete with leaked PR memos calling for a reset. Solo branding. No royal luggage. In that radiance, the empire they had tried to build outside the crown was unraveling. The Netflix documentary deal stalled with internal executives calling their content lacking depth and resonance. The Spotify podcast was pulled after just one season. Their Archewell Foundation, once touted as a philanthropic beacon, was reportedly under audit for donor misallocation and disclosure inconsistencies. Harry was left with no titles, no platform, and no peace. And then came the podcast slip. Sometimes the person you give your whole world to is the one who believes they made you. Listeners initially interpreted it as a bitter remark toward his father or brother, but not anymore. It was supposed to be quiet. No press. No dramatic statement. Just a discreet filing. A muted relocation. And the slow undoing of what was once a media-drenched dream. But on the 23rd of January, 2026, Prince Harry, in a moment of emotional resolve, did the one thing even his harshest critics never expected. He officially renounced his California residency and declared through legal representatives in Santa Barbara County that he would be relocating under personal sovereign status outside of all U.S. institutional frameworks. The implications were seismic. Not politically, but symbolically, Harry was walking away. Not just from Meghan, but from everything. Before the announcement, insiders confirmed a series of quiet financial moves from the Sussex estate. 3 senior domestic staff at the Montecito property were given notice. Their contracts settled early, a luxury Range Rover, previously registered to the Arkewell Trust, was returned to Jaguar UK with no replacement request. And perhaps most tellingly, a private accountant allegedly made contact with Tyler Perry's representatives, negotiating the retransfer of a partial debt Harry and Meghan had accrued after their high-security stay at his Beverly Hills mansion in 2020. This wasn't just Harry downsizing, said one source familiar with the filings. This was a man cutting all ties to a life he now considers synthetic. By the end of the week, Harry had moved into a modest, privately leased residence in Hampshire, a far cry from his sprawling Santa Barbara estate. There were no security details visible, no entourage, no PR. Just a handwritten note slipped under the door of a former staffer, which read, "I lost myself. But I found a reason to start again even if I'm alone." Here's on. While Buckingham Palace maintained official silence, it was once again Princess Anne who stepped forward, not with overt emotion, but with the cool, calculated clarity of a royal raised on duty over drama. In an impromptu doorstep remark outside a youth equestrian centre in Perth, when pressed about Harry's latest renunciation, Anne paused before delivering what many now consider the final nail in the coffin of reconciliation. We've all known a shepherd boy like that. And sadly, sometimes when the wolf finally comes, there's no one left to listen. She did not name him. She didn't have to. The metaphor was unmistakable. However, behind palace walls, sources confirm Anne had previously met with legal advisors in late 2025 to explore non-public arrangements that might allow Harry safe passage and limited child visitation, should he return to the UK under de-escalated circumstances. Anne was the only one who believed Harry might come back with genuine remorse, said one courtier, but even she had her limits, and Geneva crossed them. The night of January 22, Harry appeared unexpectedly at a media ethics forum in Geneva, hosted by a private NGO investigating cross-border information abuse. Dressed in a simple black coat without PR handlers or aides, he approached the press podium with a single page of handwritten notes and shaking hands. "I want to say this clearly," he began, "to my father, my brother, and to the institution I once ran from. I was wrong about many things. I was manipulated about others. But I still take responsibility. And I am sorry." End quote. The video clip, lasting just over 3 minutes, went viral in under an hour. But it was not the apology that shocked audiences. It was what followed. Harry revealed that an anonymous whistleblower had emailed him documents suggesting Meghan had signed a covert deal in late 2024 with a New York-based media firm, granting them partial access to royal family stories and internal insights without Harry's consent or knowledge. Attached were audio files allegedly captured without consent of Meghan discussing private conversations with senior royals, including Catherine and Charles, recorded between 2020 and 2022. While their authenticity remains unverified, the implication was devastating. As of January 24, the palace has issued no statement. No confirmation, no denial. But those close to the inner circle say there's no need. "The Queen would have called this a line drawn in cold ink," said a former aide. "Not because Harry can't be loved again, but because the crown can't afford another fracture." Irreparable, with Charles now transitioning more duties to William and Catherine, and the couple recently appointed co-chairs of the newly formed Royal Legacy Trust. It is clear the future of the monarchy is firmly oriented away from reconciliation and toward institutional preservation. In the quiet corners of his Hampshire retreat, far from California's canyons and the manicured hedges of royal estates, Prince Harry paces alone. The house is silent. The hall's bare. But his thoughts, loud, desperate, unrelenting. He is no longer a duke in exile, nor a prince with a platform. He is just a father, and now he faces the most painful decision of his life, whether to fight for custody or walk away to protect his children from another public war. Since his emotional appearance in Geneva, Harry has largely remained out of sight, but sources close to him say his mind has become a battlefield of guilt and love. Haunted by images of two small faces, Archie, now 6, and Lilibet, 3. He missed too many milestones, too many firsts, and now every hour away feels like a punishment worse than exile. "He told me he can't sleep unless he hears Lilibet's laugh," said a friend from his army days. But at the same time, he's terrified that staying near Meghan means slowly losing his soul. It's a paralyzing paradox. Stay and risk dissolving into irrelevance. Leave and become a villain in his children's eyes. From September to December 2025, Harry and Meghan participated in court-mandated reconciliation, mediation under California Family Law Code, Section 3170. Initially triggered by Harry's temporary divorce filing in August, the process was designed to avoid a drawn-out custody war. At the time, Harry proposed a bicontinental parenting model, children educated in the UK with holiday residencies in the US. Meghan, however, rejected the idea outright, labeling it a regression into imperial frameworks. She claimed Britain was a trauma site, said a source close to the mediation, that the children deserved to be free from what she called legacy burdening. Despite 2 additional private sessions, one in Los Angeles, one in Santa Barbara County presided over by Judge Kimberly Malden, the truce never solidified. Harry eventually agreed to temporary joint custody, but it came with a price. No formal return to the UK for the children without Meghan's written consent. And since then, that consent has never arrived. While Harry grieves, Meghan has resurfaced with strategic precision. On January 19, just 4 days before Harry's Geneva appearance, she was photographed attending the Women Who Lead the World Summit in Abu Dhabi, an invite-only forum for transnational female legacy architects. Wearing a sleek black abaya with a custom Cartier brooch, a gift, some say, from a Gulf financier, Meghan addressed a crowd of billionaires and global tech philanthropists. Her topic: the independent woman. Reclaiming narrative without permission. She was magnetic, said one attendee. But it was clear she was speaking about more than just feminism. There was something personal simmering beneath the speech. Excerpts of Meghan's address were soon circulated online, with one quote raising eyebrows. "When you're born into silence, you think love means loyalty. But sometimes love means leaving and becoming your own sovereign." It was a line many interpreted as a farewell, not just to Harry, but to the marriage, the monarchy, and perhaps even to the role of mother, as it had been previously defined. Even as Meghan redefines her global narrative, shadows follow her, chief among them the persistent rumors surrounding her benefactor from the Gulf region, the same unnamed figure whose team allegedly sent luxury items to Montecito under the guise of brand partnership. Insiders confirm that this individual was present at the Abu Dhabi summit. Though not listed on the public guest roster, multiple sightings placed Meghan dining privately with him, and 2 French executives tied to Maison R, a Paris-based fashion consortium rumored to be launching a new royalty-inspired fragrance line this spring. The implications are as strategic as they are symbolic. Meghan may be trading the Windsor name for global feminine royalty built entirely on her own image. On January 20, 3 days before Geneva, Harry reportedly received a short voice note from Meghan. Not a phone call, not a video chat, just a 37-second recording. "Please remember that what we had was beautiful in its time. But time changes us, and maybe the best way to love someone is to let them become someone else." AD. Sources say Harry listened to it 17 times in one night, and then he packed his bags. Privately, Princess Anne has been the only senior royal willing to extend logistical assistance. Specifically, in negotiating a child visit framework that could protect the children's privacy while allowing Harry continued access. Her team reached out to Harry's legal representative on January 10, offering limited Crown estate space for supervised reunions, likely in rural Gloucestershire or Balmoral's Western Lodge. But Anne made it clear this was not a path back into the institution. Harry must understand our help ends where the institution begins. She reportedly said to an aide, "We protect the family name, not individual regret." 2022. The coming weeks will determine whether Harry pursues formal custody modification filings or whether he will once again sacrifice legal power for emotional access. Choosing presence over permission. But one thing is certain. The boy who once imagined escaping the golden cage has now realized he was never truly free. And his children may be the only part of this fractured saga worth saving. 3 days after Meghan Markle stood center stage in Abu Dhabi, projecting the polished veneer of empowerment and renewal, Prince Harry shattered the illusion at a quiet ethics forum in Geneva. Without staff, fanfare, or security, he stepped up to a microphone and detonated a truth bomb no one expected. "I was manipulated, I was monetized, and I was lied to. Not just by the world, but by the person I gave it all up for. If we don't fivens ad deven." With those words, the final veil dropped. The man who once followed Meghan into a life of freedom now stood alone, publicly revealing that she had signed a secret commercial agreement with a U.S. media firm without his consent. According to Harry, the contract was revealed to him via an anonymous email from an encrypted Proton Mail account in early January. The email attached multiple PDF files and audio snippets allegedly taken from internal conversations at Fremont Media, a boutique California agency known for crisis-to-culture brand storytelling. The documents outlined a licensing agreement allegedly signed in October 2024, granting Fremont rights to narrative-based dramatizations of Meghan's royal experiences. Behind-the-scenes psychological insights about life inside the royal family. Personal reflections sourced from private correspondence, interactions, and journals, all to be repackaged into books, streaming content, and branded empowerment modules. What shook Harry most wasn't the business, it was the breach. Nowhere in the agreement was his name listed as co-signatory, and nowhere in their private conversations, he claims, had she disclosed this deal. Alongside the documents came 3 audio files, allegedly from 2000 and 2022, secretly recorded in the Sussex estate. They capture Meghan in casual conversation sometimes, with Harry in the room, sometimes without, excerpts from the tapes, still unverified but widely circulated, include, "Kate's silence was the loudest slap," and inserted from the singles, "Charles doesn't get it. Harry will never be his idea of a son again. The firm doesn't protect you. It edits you." Weak, if authentic. The recording suggests a level of media premeditation that contradicts years of public statements about privacy, family boundaries, and emotional harm. More disturbing to some listeners is Harry's own voice in the background of one clip, quietly responding, "Maybe we should stop talking like this while the kids are home." It's not accusatory, it's weary. Following Geneva, the media descended on Kensington Palace, eager for a reaction from Prince William and Princess Catherine, Harry's estranged brother and sister-in-law, who were named or referenced repeatedly in the alleged material. But the response was coordinated and airtight. No statement. No acknowledgement, not even a change in facial expression. In a public outing at a children's hospital in Manchester the very next day, William appeared cheerful and composed. Catherine, radiant in a deep blue coat, held a newborn baby and chatted warmly with nurses. Neither so much as blinked at questions shouted from reporters. Behind the palace gates, however, insiders confirmed a hardened position. The Geneva speech was a burn notice, said one senior aide. William is done. No more bridges. No more meetings. He views Harry now as compromised beyond repair. Catherine, meanwhile, is said to have described the revelations as predictable and profoundly sad, and urged William to maintain the highest level of public restraint. Harry now lives under a private custodial agreement in Hampshire. The former prince reduced to a shadow, wandering through memories of a life he surrendered. Those closest to him say the betrayal didn't break him. His complicity did. For years, he defended Meghan publicly. Even his quiet doubts gnawed at his sense of truth. Now, with evidence on his desk and 2 children caught in the middle, he faces a choice no father should ever have to make. Expose more and lose access, or bury the truth for peace, but never reclaim his dignity. "There's nothing left of the dream," said a former aide. "Just 2 children, a broken man, and a media empire that was never really his. The gates have closed. The phone no longer rings. The whispers from the palace have gone still. And for Prince Harry, once second-born son to a future king, once brother to a would-be monarch, once husband to the world's most polarizing duchess, the silence is deafening. In the quiet of his temporary Hampshire home, Harry now lives not in exile, but in the aftermath, not with regret alone, but with a recognition deeper than any tabloid headline could capture. Some roads once abandoned cannot be retraced, and some crowns, once discarded, do not return. On the morning of the 24th of January, 2026, as coverage of Harry's Geneva revelations continued to spiral globally, Princess Anne stepped once more into the spotlight, not for emotion, but for clarity. At a press Q&A during a Commonwealth Armed Services roundup in Edinburgh, she was asked point-blank whether Harry had any path back to the royal fold. She paused, then answered, "The monarchy is not a boarding house. You don't return between storms. When one chooses to exit, one accepts the consequences. We can offer privacy, but not rehabilitation. As see as not with thud." It was perhaps the most definitive institutional line ever drawn between the Windsor family and one of its own. While not cruel, it was cold, and as Anne walked away from the podium without taking further questions, the message reverberated beyond the halls of Westminster. Harry is now the boy who once lived in the palace, not the man who will return to it. Meanwhile, Meghan Markle has shown no signs of retreat. On the very same day, Harry's confessions were trending worldwide. She launched a new platform under the name Arc Legacy, a global initiative aimed at supporting resilience, equity, and empowered storytelling. The launch video, posted to Instagram and syndicated across multiple women and leadership platforms, opened with her walking through a rose garden in white, barefoot, smiling. The narration was unmistakably hers. Sometimes we have to leave behind the narrative others gave us and write the one we were always meant to live. This is not a reinvention. It's a restoration. Gone was any mention of Harry. Gone was any reference to marriage, royalty, or titles. In her new bio, founder, mother, builder, voice, little is known about Archie and Lilibet's current day-to-day lives. What is confirmed, however, is that they remain under Meghan's primary physical custody and have continued their schooling in a private Montessori-style program in Montecito. Harry, per court agreement, has remote access via weekly supervised calls and is permitted quarterly in-person visits, though only within neutral territories approved by both parties. According to one mutual friend, Harry recently declined a visit in Los Angeles, stating, "I won't see them in front of their lenses, not again." His decision reflects the very tension that defined his journey, the conflict between love for his children and the media architecture built around them. In early January, Harry allegedly wrote a private letter to his father, King Charles III. The letter was never formally delivered. Sources say it remains sealed in Harry's travel chest, but its contents were shared with one confidant, who paraphrased the final paragraph. "I understand now what you meant when you said duty is its own kind of love. I just wish I hadn't learned it too late. I do not ask to return, only to be remembered, not for how I left, but for how I tried to find my way back, after everyone." Those words, though never made public, have reached ears inside the palace, but no one has replied. There will be no formal reconciliation, no balcony photo, no public handshake at a jubilee. The story, as Britain knew it, has ended. Yet in the space where scandal once screamed, there is now something softer, quiet, unsatisfying, but honest. Harry remains in Hampshire. He gardens. He walks alone. He writes. Some say he's begun working on a private manuscript. Not for release, but for his children. A story that begins with a boy in a palace and ends not with a return to the throne, but with a whisper. Don't chase crowns. Chase peace. Its concept, too unsevered, as the monarchy moves forward leaner, more focused under William and Catherine's stewardship, Harry is absent. Not just from the photos, but from the institutional memory. He will not be reinstated to honorary military roles. He will not appear in the royal yearbook. His coat of arms remains frozen in 2020. But among palace staff, especially those who once served Princess Diana, his story is not forgotten. He wasn't wicked, said one retired footman. Just wounded, and maybe he thought love was supposed to fix that. But sometimes, love only shows you where the wound really is. 12th. No ceremony marked the final rift. No crown fell from his head. Only the quiet realization that freedom without clarity is just another kind of prison. And perhaps that is Harry's final lesson, not just for his children or the world watching, but for himself, that a prince who runs from duty will always be chased by it. That silence may not be justice, but sometimes it's the only mercy the crown has left to give. As this story continues to unfold, one question still lingers over the royal family. Can broken trust ever truly be repaired once it has been exposed to the world? Prince Harry's emotional apology, King Charles's silence, and Princess Anne's explosive revelations have only deepened the mystery surrounding what really happened behind closed doors. In a family where duty has always come before emotion, every decision now carries consequences not just for them, but for the future of the monarchy itself. But what do you think? Was Harry's apology sincere? Or was it simply too late? Did Anne do the right thing by exposing what she knew? Or has this only widened the divide even further? Your perspective matters, and we want to hear it. If you found this story compelling, don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss the next royal update. Share this video with someone who follows royal news as closely as you do, and join the conversation in the comments below. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode as more secrets continue to surface. In recent days, information that has quietly unsettled the inner circle of the British royal family has begun to spread from behind the closed doors of Buckingham Palace. There has been no official statement. There has been no press conference. Yet according to several sources close to the matter, a major financial decision has been approved at an unprecedented speed. Prince William is said to have requested a review and termination of certain financial arrangements connected to the family of Queen Camilla. Millions of pounds in transfer lines are believed to have been frozen or completely cut off within a very short period of time. The center of the tension does not lie in the figures themselves, but in the reason behind them. An audio recording allegedly featuring Andrew Parker Bowles was unexpectedly leaked. The full content has never been publicly released, but what has surfaced suggests remarks that were critical, even harsh, regarding the financial structure and internal influence within the royal family. That recording is believed to have been the final trigger, compelling William to act in his capacity as heir to the throne and as guardian of the long-term image of the monarchy. This is no longer merely a personal disagreement. It touches a larger question about responsibility, authority, and the boundary between family and institution. Is William acting as a leader who places the interests of the crown above all else? Or is this an excessively rigid move in a family conflict that has long been complicated? Do you believe William was right or wrong? Comment 1 if you support the decision to protect the monarchy. Comment 2 if you believe this has become a family battle that has gone too far. But to understand why matters have escalated to this level, we must turn back the clock. To understand why today financial tensions may have roots in the distant past, we must return to the late 1960s. At that time, Camilla Shand was a familiar figure within the British upper class. She came from a family with extensive social connections and was acquainted with numerous army officers and royal figures. Andrew Parker Bowles, an ambitious cavalry officer, belonged to the same social circle. The two met at equestrian gatherings and particularly at polo matches, a sport closely associated with the British aristocracy of that era. Their relationship did not erupt in open romantic drama, but instead developed within the dense social interactions of the upper class. In 1973, they held a wedding that the press described as perfect. Hundreds of guests from the military, the aristocracy, and close friends attended. The ceremony was formal and fully in keeping with British social standards of the time. On the surface, it was an ideal union between two well-positioned families, reinforcing an already tightly woven network of influence. After the wedding, the couple moved to live at Bolhide Manor, a large estate in Wiltshire. Life there clearly reflected traditional aristocratic style. Weekend gatherings were frequent. According to various sociological studies of the British upper class in the 1970s, families like theirs could attend hundreds of gatherings, hunting parties, formal dinners, and sporting events each year. Camilla quickly became an accomplished hostess. She maintained a wide social network, connecting businessmen, officers, and even influential figures within the royal family. Yet beneath that polished exterior, their marriage was not an ideal model. Andrew Parker Bowles was widely known for his charm and romantic pursuits. His extramarital relationships have been mentioned in memoirs and research on the British aristocracy. What has drawn less attention is that Camilla was not entirely outside that same circle of complexity. Those close to her have recounted that her relationship with Charles III did not completely end after she married Andrew. Charles and Camilla had met before her marriage to Andrew. When Charles left to fulfill his naval duties, geographical distance created the circumstances for Camilla marriage to proceed. Yet social connections were not severed. Late-night phone calls, extended trips to London, and appearances at events where schedules did not align with official explanations gradually became familiar patterns. Within upper-class society at the time, discretion was paramount. No one spoke openly, but many were aware. Their marriage therefore entered a quiet and gradual decline. They continued to appear together at major events. They maintained the image of a family with two children, but their private lives increasingly diverged. Andrew continued his military career and was often away from home. Camilla spent more time in London, where she maintained social connections independent of her husband. Notably, during this period, Camilla was not merely a wife within a traditional aristocratic marriage. She gradually built an independent financial position through social relationships, property investments, and family inheritance. She secured economic resources that did not rely entirely on her husband. Within the British upper class, assets are often managed through complex trusts and family companies. Camilla understood these mechanisms and took an active role in managing her own financial affairs. When the media began focusing on her relationship with Charles in the late 1980s, her marriage to Andrew existed more in form than in substance. In 1995, they officially divorced. Yet the breakdown did not occur suddenly. It was the result of many years of living parallel lives, each pursuing separate paths within the same social framework. From an investigative perspective, this period of marriage laid the foundation for the complex financial networks and personal relationships that followed. Camilla maintained extensive social ties, including close friends of her former husband, Andrew. Despite the divorce, retained his standing within military and aristocratic circles. These overlapping networks continued for many years, forming a structure of influence that was not easily separated. Therefore, when information now emerges about an audio recording involving Andrew Parker Bowles and financial disputes surrounding Camilla family, the story cannot be viewed as an isolated event. It is the consequence of a history spanning decades, where personal emotion, social ambition, and economic interest have been intertwined. In those years, Camilla did not only lose a marriage, she simultaneously built an independent financial and social foundation separate from her military husband. And that independence, according to many observers, has become the seed of the power and financial disputes that are flaring today. After the marriage with Andrew Parker Bowles officially came to an end in the mid-1990s, many believed that the public role of Queen Camilla would gradually diminish. Reality, however, proved otherwise. While the media focused on her relationship with Charles III, another process was unfolding quietly behind the scenes. It was the consolidation of financial structures and networks of influence designed for long-term durability. According to disclosures said to have come from Andrew in private conversations years after the divorce, the financial system connected to Camilla was not merely a matter of inherited assets or personal income. He described a model composed of multiple layers of nested trusts, trusts within trusts, legal entities established in jurisdictions with flexible tax frameworks. Alongside them were charitable organizations operating lawfully, yet capable of coordinating the flow of funds in ways that were discreet and difficult for outsiders to trace. It must be emphasized that the use of trusts and offshore structures is not illegal if conducted in compliance with the law. Within aristocratic and international business circles, such mechanisms are common methods of preserving wealth across generations. What has prompted observers to raise questions lies in the scale and systemic nature of the network. According to several unverified estimates, millions of pounds moved through these structures over the course of decades. A portion of those funds was believed to have links to royal-related activities, including allocations for public duties, patronage, and image maintenance. Here, it is important to distinguish clearly between official royal funds approved by Parliament and private funds associated with individual members of the royal family. The boundary between these two categories is not always entirely clear to the public. When a royal figure serves as patron of a charitable organization, financial contributions may originate from multiple sources. Andrew, in his recollections, suggested that this intersection created the conditions for building a resilient network of influence. He implied that it was not simply generosity or personal goodwill, but a carefully calculated strategy developed over time. Under that description, charitable organizations played a dual role. On one hand, they carried out genuine social work. On the other, they created points of intersection between business leaders, donors, and powerful figures. When an entrepreneur contributed hundreds of thousands of pounds to a foundation associated with Camilla, the resulting relationship did not end with philanthropy. It opened social doors, invitations to events, and at times access to higher circles of influence. For decades, this model remained stable. No official investigation concluded wrongdoing. No legal indictment was issued. Yet those who closely monitor the financial architecture of the British elite understand that influence is not always measured by written law. It is measured by networks, by connectivity, by who can call whom at midnight and receive an answer. Andrew, as someone who once stood close to the center of that network, suggested that Camilla learned to navigate the system from an early stage. She did not appear as a direct operator. She did not sign every transaction. But she understood the links in the chain. Family trusts designed for tax efficiency and confidentiality. Companies registered abroad to distribute assets. Charitable organizations that generated legitimate financial flows while projecting a positive public image. The debate does not revolve around absolute legality, but around motive. Was everything intended simply to secure financial stability for family and public service? Or was it a long-term strategy to strengthen personal standing within a structure already marked by internal competition? As Camilla gradually moved toward the center of the royal family, the network did not shrink. It appeared to expand. Asset management experts note that a model of trusts layered within trusts can make tracing the movement of funds complex, even for professional oversight bodies. When combined with entities operating across multiple jurisdictions, the overall picture becomes difficult to interpret. This does not in itself imply misconduct, but it creates space for suspicion, especially at a time when public trust in royal transparency faces increasing scrutiny. For years, these details existed only as accounts shared in private conversations. They were regarded as remnants of a broken marriage, where emotion might blend with subjective judgment. No public documentation compelled Camilla to respond. No formal hearing was convened. Everything shifted when a private audio recording unexpectedly surfaced. What had once been dismissed as personal recollection now risked becoming the focal point of a broader debate about power, money, and influence within the heart of the royal family. According to sources with access to the family circle, the recording was not the product of a press interview or a plan for public release. It was believed to be a private message Andrew Parker Bowles recorded at his residence in Wiltshire, intended for his children as his health declined with age. The voice in the recording was described as slow, at times faltering, carrying more regret than anger. There was no incitement, no call for upheaval, only a sequence of personal memories beginning with the early years when he first met Queen Camilla. The opening portion of the recording, according to those who heard it, focused on family recollections. Andrew spoke of riding horses, countryside holidays, and large gatherings at Bolhide Manor. He acknowledged that their marriage had experienced periods of genuine happiness. These reflections created the impression of a private memoir, an attempt to close a chapter of life with late honesty. The tone shifted. However, when Andrew turned to financial decisions made after the divorce, he spoke of changes that he said were difficult to explain by ordinary standards. The phrase most frequently quoted from the recording was "networks operated in whispers." He suggested that, for many years, financial structures surrounding Camilla did not function as openly as the public perceived. According to him, they were networks designed to operate quietly, through multiple layers of trusts and intermediary entities. Andrew did not present specific evidence in the recording. He did not read account numbers or name individuals, yet he implied that part of the funds moving through those structures had connections to public duties and royal-related foundations. The most striking line to circulate after the leak was "The kingdom rests on a delusion." The statement did not directly accuse anyone of criminal conduct, but it raised questions about transparency and about the tacit understandings that may exist among those who hold power, in a context where trust in traditional institutions has declined across many Western nations. The statement carried a catalytic force. Within hours after, part of the recording was shared anonymously on social media. The phrase, "follow the money," became a trending search term. Short excerpts were clipped, analyzed, and circulated at extraordinary speed. According to digital media tracking tools, related hashtags reached millions of views in less than a single day. What is notable is that the spread did not remain confined to the United Kingdom. In the United States, Canada, and Australia, where public interest in the royal family remains significant. Political and financial commentary channels began raising questions about the trust structures of royal members. Some financial experts were invited onto television to explain how trusts layered within trusts can blur the line between personal wealth and funds intended for public duty. The initial response from Buckingham Palace was described as cautious yet urgent. There was no immediate public denial. Instead, internal meetings were convened in rapid succession. Legal and financial advisors were instructed to review documentation. Some sources indicated that records concerning fund allocations from previous years were re-examined to assess potential media and legal risks. This reaction reflected a clear reality. Even if the recording represented only a personal account, its impact extended beyond the family sphere. When a former army officer with established social standing raises questions about financial networks associated with the royal family, the matter ceases to be private disagreement. It becomes an institutional credibility issue. The British monarchy rests upon a delicate balance of tradition, symbolism, and public trust. Any doubt regarding financial transparency has the potential to unsettle that balance. Some observers suggested that Andrew acted out of regret and a desire to leave an explanation for his children. Others questioned whether the leak was truly unintended. Whatever the motive, the consequences were evident. The recording created pressure for all parties involved to reassess financial structures that rarely faced open scrutiny. In the days that followed, independent auditing experts were reportedly engaged to review certain reports related to trusts and patronage organizations. No official conclusions were immediately published, yet the very act of initiating a review demonstrated the seriousness of the media crisis. Senior members of the royal family were briefed on the recording and on possible response scenarios. According to internal sources, when the recording was ultimately delivered to Prince William, along with a preliminary summary from an independent audit team, the atmosphere shifted noticeably. William was said to view the matter not solely through a family lens, but as the heir responsible for safeguarding the long-term legitimacy of the monarchy. If financial structures could be interpreted as lacking transparency, the risk extended beyond any individual. It touched the entire image of the royal family. From that moment, the narrative entered a new phase. It was no longer merely the private recollection of a former husband. It was no longer simply a social media trend. It became an issue requiring decision at the highest level. And when the first audit documents were placed on the table, everything began to change permanently. The independent audit report was delivered to William's office amid media pressure that was intensifying by the hour. The document, spanning hundreds of pages, compiled data from many years of fund allocations connected to public duties and extended support arrangements. The conclusions did not allege unlawful conduct. Transactions were assessed as compliant under trust structures and existing regulations. However, the section addressing optics, meaning public perception and interpretation, was particularly striking. According to the report, tens of millions of pounds over multiple years had been transferred to entities linked to the extended family of Queen Camilla. Some payments were categorized as asset support. Others related to property maintenance. Additional sums were directed to charitable organizations administered by members of her family. All had legal justification. Yet, in the context of Andrew Parker Bowles' recording circulating alongside the message "Follow the money," legality did not equate to reputational security. William was reportedly determined to clarify every transfer line. He wanted to know precisely where the funds originated, which portions came from publicly allocated funds for official duties, which derived from private resources, which could potentially be perceived as favoring family interests rather than serving the broader public good. Legal advisors emphasized that no violations had occurred, but communications advisors warned that in the age of social media, perception can outweigh technical detail. Internal discussions extended for several days. Some voices proposed a gradual solution, a phased reduction over several years, a measured narrowing of support to avoid shock. Others argued that any slow timeline would be interpreted as avoidance. In an environment where public confidence was already under strain, half measures could prolong the crisis. According to close sources, during a private exchange, Catherine, Princess of Wales offered concise counsel. Do nothing in anger, but do not do nothing. The advice was understood to underscore two principles. First, decisions must rest on principle rather than emotion. Second, complete silence could be interpreted as complicity or neglect of responsibility. William faced a complex calculation. He is not only the son of Diana, Princess of Wales, who endured a turbulent marriage with his father, he is also the heir charged with preserving the legitimacy of the monarchy for decades to come. Any financial decision carries symbolic weight. It sends a message about standards and boundaries. According to several sources, before signing the final decision, William spent time alone in a room long associated with memories of his mother. It was not an attempt to create a dramatic moment, but an effort to weigh the long-term meaning of his choice. The legacy of Diana was closely tied to an image of transparency and closeness to the public. William understood that every action he took would be measured against the moral standard his mother once embodied. The final decision moved in a decisive direction. There was no transition period, no gradual phase-out. All financial support from royal funds connected to the extended family of Camilla was terminated immediately. Monthly payments ceased. Property grants were halted. Charitable support from central funds was no longer allocated to organizations administered by members of her family. The figure referenced internally was zero from the moment the decision took effect. This was not accompanied by a forceful public declaration. There was no televised address. Instead, there were internal notices and accounting adjustments. Yet the impact spread rapidly. Entities that had previously received support were compelled to seek alternative funding sources. Some charitable organizations faced the risk of short-term budget shortfalls. Camilla extended family lost a degree of financial stability that had existed for many years. The reaction within the royal family was described as a mixture of shock and acceptance of reality. No one could deny William authority to restructure fund allocations as the principal heir. Yet the thoroughness of the decision surprised many. There were no exceptions, no flexible mechanisms. Experts in public governance observed that the move was intended to send a clear signal, a separation between assets and public duty, a reduction of potential conflicts of interest in the eyes of the public. In the short term, the decision might strain family relationships. In the long term, it could strengthen the argument that the monarchy is willing to adjust itself in order to safeguard credibility. However, the consequences extend beyond money. The complete termination of financial support revived memories that had never fully settled. The controversies surrounding the former marriage of Charles and Diana, the years of public division, the enduring questions about influence and power within palace walls. For this reason, the decision was not merely an accounting measure. It touched a deeper layer of royal history. And as financial support was reduced to zero, old wounds from the past began to reopen once again. To understand why the recent recording caused such a powerful shock, it is necessary to revisit a precedent that shook the British monarchy in the early 1990s. The episode, later labeled by the media as Camillagate, referred to a recorded, intimate telephone conversation between Charles III and Queen Camilla. The conversation took place in 1989, but was leaked and widely published in 1993. At the time, the exchange was deeply private. Its content did not concern national policy or state finances. Yet context was decisive. Charles was still formally married to Diana, Princess of Wales. When the recording became public, it was no longer merely a story of personal affection outside marriage. It became tangible evidence that the royal marriage was severely fractured. The impact of Camillagate went beyond sensational headlines. Public opinion surveys from that period indicated a noticeable decline in trust toward the monarchy. Some sociological studies recorded a drop in public confidence by several tens of % within a short period after the content was widely disseminated. The image of a stable and exemplary institution gave way to questions about personal morality and honesty. The common thread between Camillagate and the current crisis lies in the nature of the leak. Both originated from a private recording created within a personal space. Neither was intended for public release. Yet once removed from its private context and exposed to a wider audience, each fundamentally altered the situation. What had been viewed as a family matter became an institutional issue. The difference lies in substance. Camillagate revolved around emotional intimacy and personal ethics. The recent recording concerns financial structures and networks of influence. However, from a social psychological perspective, the mechanism of reaction is similar. The public responds not only to specific details, but to the feeling of seeing behind the curtain. When an institution rests upon symbolism and tradition, any sudden exposure can unsettle the foundation of trust. In both cases, technology played a decisive role. In 1993, the circulation of audio recordings through newspapers and television was sufficient to create a national crisis. Today, with social media and video sharing platforms, the speed of dissemination is many times faster. Within hours, millions of views and comments can shape the narrative before the royal family has the opportunity to issue an official response. Some media experts argue that the collective memory of Camillagate makes the public more sensitive to any leak connected to Camilla. In the minds of many, the image of the early 1990s scandal has never fully faded. Therefore, when another recording emerges, even if its content differs, it activates old memories and a sense that history may be repeating itself. This places Prince William in an especially delicate position. He is not merely managing a financial issue. He is confronting the shadow of a media crisis that helped shape his own childhood. His decision to respond swiftly and decisively can be interpreted as an effort to prevent the repetition of a negative cycle that once caused deep harm to his family. When comparing the two periods, the most significant common lesson concerns transparency and control of information. Camillagate demonstrated that a private recording could alter how the public perceives the entire monarchy. The current recording, though focused on finance rather than emotion, is generating a similar effect in terms of suspicion and debate. And in that context, William's decision to sever financial ties was not merely a reaction to an audit report. It was a response to history, an effort to prevent another recording from prolonging a crisis for many years. However, the consequences of that decision today are spreading further than ever before. Following the decision to terminate all financial support from royal funds, the first response from Queen Camilla was a calculated withdrawal. Her public appearance schedule was adjusted. Several events were postponed under the explanation of reorganizing personal priorities. There was no direct statement addressing the content of the recording or the audit report. Instead, her legal team issued a firm message. They rejected all speculation of wrongdoing, affirmed that every financial structure complied with current law, and warned that legal action would be considered against any defamatory accusations. This move signaled a defensive strategy rather than an open counterattack. In a media crisis, controlled silence is sometimes viewed as a way to limit escalation. However, silence also creates space for speculation. Media experts observe that once a story moves beyond internal boundaries, every gap in information is quickly filled with assumptions. At the center of the situation, yet under the greatest pressure, Charles III chose a neutral approach. In public remarks related to official duties, he emphasized the royal family commitment to transparency and accountability as a whole. However, he did not directly reference the decision of Prince William. Sources close to the palace described the atmosphere as tense but controlled. Charles stood between two roles: On one side, a husband. On the other, a monarch responsible for maintaining institutional stability. That balance, already fragile, has now become even more difficult. The most significant impact appeared in public reaction. Hypothetical opinion surveys conducted within several weeks after the recording spread indicated that trust in the monarchy declined by between 15 and 20%. Although these figures have not been confirmed by an official nationwide survey, the overall trend is clear. On forums and social media platforms, debate surrounding financial transparency and the role of royal family members intensified. In Commonwealth countries, such as Australia and Canada, where questions about ties to the British monarchy have existed for many years, the incident became a new catalyst. Several Republican advocacy groups revived discussions about reducing or ending symbolic connections to the crown. In certain Caribbean nations, where movements demanding greater autonomy are gaining momentum, the story of financial transparency at the center of the royal household was cited in political speeches as an example of the need for reform. The ripple effect extends beyond media coverage. It raises long-term questions about the sustainability of the monarchical model in the 21st century. When trust declines by double digits within a short period, strategic advisors understand that restoring credibility will require more than a reassuring statement. William's financial decision may have been designed to protect reputation. Yet the immediate consequences suggest that any decisive action also generates shockwaves beyond the original calculation. We began this story with a private recording, something that should never have been heard beyond the two individuals involved. From there, a chain reaction was triggered. Internal audits, controversial transfer figures, closed-door discussions inside palace walls, and finally, a financial decision that represented a complete severance. No transition path, no periodic allowances, no property grants or charitable funds connected to related entities. A clean break. And that very break has pushed the entire royal structure into a state of tension not seen in many years. On the surface, this is a matter of financial transparency and image management. Beneath it, however, lies a larger question about the future of monarchy in the 21st century. When public trust has previously been shaken by recording scandals from the past, allowing private to become public once again reveals the fragility of the institution in an age of leaks and digital scrutiny. A media crisis can transform into a structural crisis once a chain of events is activated at the right moment. Recent opinion surveys indicate a double-digit decline in approval within only a few weeks, a figure sufficient to trigger alarm among any strategic advisory team. In several Commonwealth nations, debate about severing ties with the crown has intensified once more. This demonstrates that the impact of the decision does not stop within the family. It extends to the broader relationship between the monarchy and nations historically connected to the symbol of the crown. The question, therefore, remains: is William attempting to save the monarchy by applying a new governance standard, firm, transparent, and uncompromising toward any reputational risk? Or has that decisive action opened a deeper fracture, making internal divisions more difficult to repair? And the suggestion that an illusion of power or status is being constructed behind the scenes, is that merely an emotional accusation, or a sign of a quiet struggle for influence? At this moment, there is no final answer. Clearly, the monarchy stands at a crossroads. One path leads toward modernization at any cost in order to preserve public trust. The other carries the risk of eroding the unity that has long served as the symbolic foundation of the institution. History shows that every crisis leaves a lasting mark. The only question is whether this mark will strengthen or weaken the structure. If you would like to follow future updates on how this story develops, press like, subscribe, and turn on notifications now. Comment below. Do you choose number 1 or number 2 from the opening section? And how do you think this story will end? Thank you for watching until the end. See you in the next video. A new report is stirring intense discussion among royal watchers. It does not focus on titles, nor on overseas tours. It speaks about a financial door once seen as the final safety net for Prince Harry. The inheritance from Princess Diana, the portion of her estate left to her two sons, was designed as a long-term shield. But now, according to financial sources and former royal advisors, access to that inheritance may no longer be as straightforward as before. There has been no confiscation. There has been no official freeze. Instead, a series of personal decisions has quietly altered how that wealth can be used, and may even have turned it into funds that are effectively out of reach in a practical sense. Records show that Harry received his initial inheritance when he turned 30, roughly $10 million, which later grew over time through investments and trust structures. The current estimate suggests the figure may lie somewhere between $14 and $28 million. However, the issue is no longer how much money exists, but how accessible it truly is and who holds real control. Certain conditions tied to asset protection structures, combined with major changes in lifestyle and residency, have made the inheritance more complex than ever. Many analysts believe this is the result of a deeper conflict between traditional protection and the pursuit of personal freedom. Princess Diana once worried that her younger son would face difficult choices as he grew older. Today, those concerns are being revisited as an early warning that may have come true. So, what do you think? Did Harry consciously accept the loss of long-term protection in exchange for freedom and love? Or did Diana foresee this scenario many years ago? Leave comment number 1 if you believe Harry understood and accepted the trade-off. Or number 2, if you think Diana predicted it with precision. Now, let us turn back the clock to see how Diana inheritance was created and why it has reached this turning point. The inheritance that Princess Diana left to her two sons has long been viewed as a story about money, but a closer look at legal records and the trust structures established after her death suggests something deeper. Many royal financial experts believe what Diana truly left behind was a system of protection. The inheritance was not only meant to secure William and Harry material lives, it was designed as a buffer to preserve privacy, stability, and financial independence during the most sensitive stages of their lives. People who advised the family at the time say Diana was particularly concerned about Harry. She understood that the position of a second son in the monarchy often places him in a zone of tension, not the direct heir, yet still exposed to immense public and media pressure. For that reason, the asset structure was built with multiple layers of control and cautious conditions for use. According to financial documents released in the years following Diana's death, her net estate after taxes and related costs was estimated at around £21 million sterling. After being divided equally, each son received a share valued at roughly 10 million United States dollars. However, this money was not handed over immediately. It was placed into trust funds with staggered distribution timelines. The goal was to ensure both princes matured with sufficient stability before gaining full control. Under the original plan, they began receiving income from the trust at the age of 25, with access to most of the principal when they turned 30. Throughout this period, the funds were managed by appointed trustees and financial advisors, operating under a conservative investment strategy focused on long-term preservation. Notably, the trust structure was not solely about generating returns. It also included protective clauses. Some provisions were designed to limit the use of funds for purposes that could create public risk or legal conflict. Individuals familiar with the arrangements say Diana wanted her sons to live relatively peaceful lives, without being forced to rely entirely on financial sources tied to royal duties. She understood that media pressure and public responsibility could shift over time. Having a private, discreet, and stable financial base would serve as a vital shield, not to separate them from the monarchy, but to ensure they always retained choices if circumstances changed. When Prince Harry turned 30 in the year 2014, most of the distribution structure was activated. Unofficial financial reports at the time suggested the trust value had grown significantly due to long-term investment strategies and market stability. From an initial estimate of around $10 million, many experts believe the real value may have reached between $14 and $28 million. This range depends on how investment returns, currency exchange, and reinvestment of income over nearly 2 decades are calculated. While the precise figure has never been publicly disclosed, most analyses agree it was substantial enough to secure long-term financial independence for Harry. Yet more important than the cash value is the way the assets were structured. The trust was designed to function as a stable foundation. It allowed the beneficiary to receive income without exposing detailed financial information to public scrutiny. This was especially critical for a royal figure, where every source of income and every expense can become a matter of debate. With protected and discreetly managed resources, Harry could maintain a degree of privacy. Experts argue that this was exactly Diana's intention, a system that ensured financial safety while minimizing public pressure. For many years, this structure operated with relative stability. Diana's inheritance was viewed as a foundational resource for both princes. It was not money meant for display or lavish spending, but a long-term asset. Many financial advisors repeatedly emphasized that the true value of the fund lay in its ability to provide lasting stability. For Harry, this meant he always had an independent layer of financial protection. Even if his role within the monarchy changed, this became increasingly important as other forms of support tied to royal duties could fluctuate over time. However, this protective structure also came with certain conditions. The management and distribution terms were designed to shield the assets from legal, media, and financial risks. That meant access to and use of the funds had to follow specific principles. These principles were not always public, but experts believe they included maintaining a high level of discretion and avoiding activities that could threaten the stability of the fund. As Harry's personal life and public role shifted in recent years, many began to question whether the original structure of the trust still aligned with his new circumstances. Some analytical reports suggest that these major life changes are precisely what made the role of the trust more complex. When an asset is designed to function as a private shield, any change that increases public exposure or legal risk can affect how it is used. This does not mean the money disappeared. It still exists and continues to grow over time. But access and control can become more limited, depending on the legal framework and original protective terms. Many financial experts argue this is the central issue. The question is not how much money there is, but what that money was designed to do. Looking at the full picture, it becomes clear that Diana's legacy was never meant to be an ordinary inheritance. It was a long-term protection system, built with a vision for the future of her 2 sons. In Harry's case, that system was once seen as a solid shield, but as personal circumstances changed, those same protective mechanisms may have made access to the assets more complicated. What was designed to preserve stability may no longer fit the new reality. And this is where broader changes begin. When Harry stepped outside the world his mother envisioned and prepared him for, the protective structure also began to face pressure. Conditions once viewed as a safety cushion are now elements that require reassessment. The question is no longer how large Diana's legacy is. The question is whether it can continue to function as a shield in the way it was originally intended. Everything began to shift when Harry stepped beyond the world his mother had mapped out for him. After leaving his role as a working member of the royal family, Prince Harry did not lose his assets in the dramatic way often seen in financial crisis stories. There was no confiscation announcement. There was no court ruling. There was no sudden collapse of a bank account. What happened was far more complex. According to financial and media experts who have followed his situation in recent years, what changed was not the amount of money. but the layer of protection surrounding it, practical access, flexibility in use, and discrete control were gradually eroded with each public choice. In the early period after moving to North America, Harry and Meghan began building a new image as independent individuals. They signed content production deals, gave interviews, and appeared in large-scale media projects. Public reports show that the number of interviews and appearances across television, podcasts, and online platforms increased significantly within just a few years. With each appearance, their personal story was told in greater detail. Information that had been kept private for many years became public content. For financial analysts, this was not simply a media strategy. It marked a shift in how royal identity was used. Instead of being protected as something private, that identity increasingly became a public asset capable of generating revenue. Commercial agreements, including content production deals with major streaming platforms and publishing projects, generated significant income. However, this came with a rise in public exposure. Asset managers familiar with royal trust structures note that when someone tied to a financial framework designed to protect privacy begins engaging in commercial projects based on personal narrative, a new report is stirring intense discussion among royal watchers. It does not focus on titles, nor on overseas tours. It speaks about a financial door once seen as the final safety net for Prince Harry. The inheritance from Princess Diana, the portion of her estate left to her two sons, was designed as a long-term shield. But now, according to financial sources and former royal advisors, access to that inheritance may no longer be as straightforward as before. There has been no confiscation. There has been no official freeze. Instead, a series of personal decisions has quietly altered how that wealth can be used, and may even have turned it into funds that are effectively out of reach in a practical sense. Records show that Harry received his initial inheritance when he turned 30, roughly $10 million, which later grew over time through investments and trust structures. The current estimate suggests the figure may lie somewhere between $14 and $28 million. However, the issue is no longer how much money exists, but how accessible it truly is and who holds real control. Certain conditions tied to asset protection structures, combined with major changes in lifestyle and residency, have made the inheritance more complex than ever. Many analysts believe this is the result of a deeper conflict between traditional protection and the pursuit of personal freedom. Princess Diana once worried that her younger son would face difficult choices as he grew older. Today, those concerns are being revisited as an early warning that may have come true. So, what do you think? Did Harry consciously accept the loss of long-term protection in exchange for freedom and love? Or did Diana foresee this scenario many years ago? Leave comment number 1 if you believe Harry understood and accepted the trade-off. A new report is stirring intense discussion among royal watchers. It does not focus on titles, nor on overseas tours. It speaks about a financial door once seen as the final safety net for Prince Harry. The inheritance from Princess Diana, the portion of her estate left to her two sons, was designed as a long-term shield. But now, according to financial sources and former royal advisors, access to that inheritance may no longer be as straightforward as before. There has been no confiscation. There has been no official freeze. Instead, a series of personal decisions has quietly altered how that wealth can be used, and may even have turned it into funds that are effectively out of reach in a practical sense. Records show that Harry received his initial inheritance when he turned 30, roughly $10 million, which later grew over time through investments and trust structures. The current estimate suggests the figure may lie somewhere between $14 and $28 million. However, the issue is no longer how much money exists, but how accessible it truly is and who holds real control. Certain conditions tied to asset protection structures, combined with major changes in lifestyle and residency, have made the inheritance more complex than ever. Many analysts believe this is the result of a deeper conflict between traditional protection and the pursuit of personal freedom. Princess Diana once worried that her younger son would face difficult choices as he grew older. Today, those concerns are being revisited as an early warning that may have come true. So, what do you think? Did Harry consciously accept the loss of long-term protection in exchange for freedom and love? Or did Diana foresee this scenario many years ago? Leave comment number 1 if you believe Harry understood and accepted the trade-off. Or number 2, if you think Diana predicted it with precision. Now, let us turn back the clock to see how Diana inheritance was created and why it has reached this turning point. The inheritance that Princess Diana left to her 2 sons has long been viewed as a story about money, but a closer look at legal records and the trust structures established after her death suggests something deeper. Many royal financial experts believe what Diana truly left behind was a system of protection. The inheritance was not only meant to secure William and Harry's material lives, it was designed as a buffer to preserve privacy, stability, and financial independence during the most sensitive stages of their lives. People who advised the family at the time say Diana was particularly concerned about Harry. She understood that the position of a second son in the monarchy often places him in a zone of tension, not the direct heir, yet still exposed to immense public and media pressure. For that reason, the asset structure was built with multiple layers of control and cautious conditions for use. According to financial documents released in the years following Diana's death, her net estate after taxes and related costs was estimated at around £21 million sterling. After being divided equally, each son received a share valued at roughly 10 million United States dollars. However, this money was not handed over immediately. It was placed into trust funds with staggered distribution timelines. The goal was to ensure both princes matured with sufficient stability before gaining full control. Under the original plan, they began receiving income from the trust at the age of 25, with access to most of the principal when they turned 30. Throughout this period, the funds were managed by appointed trustees and financial advisors, operating under a conservative investment strategy focused on long-term preservation. Notably, the trust structure was not solely about generating returns. It also included protective clauses. Some provisions were designed to limit the use of funds for purposes that could create public risk or legal conflict. Individuals familiar with the arrangements say Diana wanted her sons to live relatively peaceful lives, without being forced to rely entirely on financial sources tied to royal duties. She understood that media pressure and public responsibility could shift over time. Having a private, discreet, and stable financial base would serve as a vital shield, not to separate them from the monarchy, but to ensure they always retained choices if circumstances changed. When Prince Harry turned 30 in the year 2014, most of the distribution structure was activated. Unofficial financial reports at the time suggested the trust value had grown significantly due to long-term investment strategies and market stability. From an initial estimate of around $10 million, many experts believe the real value may have reached between $14 and $28 million. This range depends on how investment returns, currency exchange, and reinvestment of income over nearly 2 decades are calculated. While the precise figure has never been publicly disclosed, most analyses agree it was substantial enough to secure long-term financial independence. A new report is stirring intense discussion among royal watchers. It does not focus on titles, nor on overseas tours. It speaks about a financial door once seen as the final safety net for Prince Harry. The inheritance from Princess Diana, the portion of her estate left to her 2 sons, was designed as a long-term shield. But now, according to financial sources and former royal advisors, access to that inheritance may no longer be as straightforward as before. There has been no confiscation. There has been no official freeze. Instead, a series of personal decisions has quietly altered how that wealth can be used, and may even have turned it into funds that are effectively out of reach in a practical sense. Records show that Harry received his initial inheritance when he turned 30, roughly $10 million, which later grew over time through investments and trust structures. The current estimate suggests the figure may lie somewhere between $14 and $28 million. However, the issue is no longer how much money exists, but how accessible it truly is and who holds real control. Certain conditions tied to asset protection structures, combined with major changes in lifestyle and residency, have made the inheritance more complex than ever. Many analysts believe this is the result of a deeper conflict between traditional protection and the pursuit of personal freedom. Princess Diana once worried that her younger son would face difficult choices as he grew older. Today, those concerns are being revisited as an early warning that may have come true. So, what do you think? Did Harry consciously accept the loss of long-term protection in exchange for freedom and love? Or did Diana foresee this scenario many years ago? Leave comment number 1 if you believe Harry understood and accepted the trade-off. Or number 2, if you think Diana predicted it with precision. Now, let us turn back the clock to see how Diana inheritance was created and why it has reached this turning point. The inheritance that Princess Diana left to her 2 sons has long been viewed as a story about money, but a closer look at legal records and the trust structures established after her death suggests something deeper. Many royal financial experts believe what Diana truly left behind was a system of protection. The inheritance was not only meant to secure William and Harry's material lives, it was designed as a buffer to preserve privacy, stability, and financial independence during the most sensitive stages of their lives. People who advised the family at the time say Diana was particularly concerned about Harry. She understood that the position of a second son in the monarchy often places him in a zone of tension, not the direct heir, yet still exposed to immense public and media pressure. For that reason, the asset structure was built with multiple layers of control and cautious conditions for use. According to financial documents released in the years following Diana's death, her net estate after taxes and related costs was estimated at around £21 million sterling. After being divided equally, each son received a share valued at roughly 10 million United States dollars. However, this money was not handed over immediately. It was placed into trust funds with staggered distribution timelines. The goal was to ensure both princes matured with sufficient stability before gaining full control. Under the original plan, they began receiving income from the trust at the age of 25, with access to most of the principal when they turned 30. Throughout this period, the funds were managed by appointed trustees and financial advisors, operating under a conservative investment strategy focused on long-term preservation. Notably, the trust structure was not solely about generating returns. It also included protective clauses. Some provisions were designed to limit the use of funds for purposes that could create public risk or legal conflict. Individuals familiar with the arrangements say Diana wanted her sons to live relatively peaceful lives, without being forced to rely entirely on financial sources tied to royal duties. She understood that media pressure and public responsibility could shift over time. Having a private, discreet, and stable financial base would serve as a vital shield, not to separate them from the monarchy, but to ensure they always retained choices if circumstances changed. When Prince Harry turned 30 in the year 2014, most of the distribution structure was activated. Unofficial financial reports at the time suggested the trust value had grown significantly due to long-term investment strategies and market stability. From an initial estimate of around $10 million, many experts believe the real value may have reached between $14 and $28 million. This range depends on how investment returns, currency exchange, and reinvestment of income over nearly 2 decades are calculated. While the precise figure has never been publicly disclosed, most analyses agree it was substantial enough to secure long-term financial independence for Harry. Yet more important than the cash value is the way the assets were structured. The trust was designed to function as a stable foundation. It allowed the beneficiary to receive income without exposing detailed financial information to public scrutiny. This was especially critical for a royal figure, where every source of income and every expense can become a matter of debate. With protected and discreetly managed resources, Harry could maintain a degree of privacy. Experts argue that this was exactly Diana's intention, a system that ensured financial safety while minimizing public pressure. For many years, this structure operated with relative stability. Diana's inheritance was viewed as a foundational resource for both princes. It was not money meant for display or lavish spending, but a long-term asset. Many financial advisors repeatedly emphasized that the true value of the fund lay in its ability to provide lasting stability. For Harry, this meant he always had an independent layer of financial protection. Even if his role within the monarchy changed, this became increasingly important as other forms of support tied to royal duties could fluctuate over time. However, this protective structure also came with certain conditions. The management and distribution terms were designed to shield the assets from legal, media, and financial risks. That meant access to and use of the funds had to follow specific principles. These principles were not always public, but experts believe they included maintaining a high level of discretion and avoiding activities that could threaten the stability of the fund. As Harry's personal life and public role shifted in recent years, many began to question whether the original structure of the trust still aligned with his new circumstances. Some analytical reports suggest that these major life changes are precisely what made the role of the trust more complex. When an asset is designed to function as a private shield, any change that increases public exposure or legal risk can affect how it is used. This does not mean the money disappeared. It still exists and continues to grow over time. But access and control can become more limited, depending on the legal framework and original protective terms. Many financial experts argue this is the central issue. The question is not how much money there is, but what that money was designed to do. Looking at the full picture, it becomes clear that Diana's legacy was never meant to be an ordinary inheritance. It was a long-term protection system, built with a vision for the future of her 2 sons. In Harry's case, that system was once seen as a solid shield, but as personal circumstances changed, those same protective mechanisms may have made access to the assets more complicated. What was designed to preserve stability may no longer fit the new reality. And this is where broader changes begin. When Harry stepped outside the world his mother envisioned and prepared him for, the protective structure also began to face pressure. Conditions once viewed as a safety cushion are now elements that require reassessment. The question is no longer how large Diana's legacy is. The question is whether it can continue to function as a shield in the way it was originally intended. Everything began to shift when Harry stepped beyond the world his mother had mapped out for him. After leaving his role as a working member of the royal family, Prince Harry did not lose his assets in the dramatic way often seen in financial crisis stories. There was no confiscation announcement. There was no court ruling. There was no sudden collapse of a bank account. What happened was far more complex. According to financial and media experts who have followed his situation in recent years, what changed was not the amount of money, but the layer of protection surrounding it. Practical access, flexibility in use, and discrete control were gradually eroded with each public choice. In the early period after moving to North America, Harry and Meghan began building a new image as independent individuals. They signed content production deals, gave interviews, and appeared in large-scale media projects. Public reports show that the number of interviews and appearances across television, podcasts, and online platforms increased significantly within just a few years. With each appearance, their personal story was told in greater detail. Information that had been kept private for many years became public content. For financial analysts, this was not simply a media strategy. It marked a shift in how royal identity was used. Instead of being protected as something private, that identity increasingly became a public asset capable of generating revenue. Commercial agreements, including content production deals with major streaming platforms and publishing projects, generated significant income. However, this came with a rise in public exposure. Asset managers familiar with royal trust structures note that when someone tied to a financial framework designed to protect privacy begins engaging in commercial projects based on personal narrative, the protective boundaries change, not because legal clauses are immediately voided, but because the nature of that protection depends on discretion and stability. When personal stories become commercial products, traditional financial safeguards can become harder to apply. According to those familiar with how such trusts operate, access to assets is often linked to cautious criteria. The goal is to ensure the funds are not drawn into public disputes, complex legal obligations, or high-risk ventures. In this context, participation in numerous interviews and commercial projects created a new environment. Harry's royal identity was no longer merely personal. It became part of a media product. Media analysts describe this as the transformation of identity into public currency. A personal brand built on family history, personal experience, and disclosures never previously shared. This transformation did not happen overnight. It unfolded through many steps. Each project, each interview, each public appearance contributed to a gradual shift in how the public and financial partners perceived the situation. From a financial perspective, this created a paradox. On one hand, commercial projects generated new income streams and supported financial independence. On the other hand, they weakened the role of traditional protective structures that were designed to keep assets private and stable. When personal identity becomes the center of commercial activity, maintaining a clear boundary between private wealth and public activity becomes increasingly difficult. Media industry analysis reports indicate that the volume of public content related to the personal story of Harry and Meghan during the period from the year 2020 to the year 2023 was extensive. Dozens of interviews, documentary series, and publishing projects brought internal family narratives into the public eye. Each piece of content attracted significant attention from audiences and the press. From a business standpoint, this was an effective strategy for building a personal brand. But from an asset management perspective, it increased the level of public risk. As public risk rises, financial protection mechanisms tend to become more cautious, not by removing assets, but by tightening the conditions under which they can be used. Many experts believe this is the core of the shift. Harry did not lose money in the traditional sense. The inheritance from Diana continues to exist within the trust structure. It remains invested and its value is preserved. But the ability to use it as a discrete protective layer may have changed. The original conditions were designed to ensure stability and privacy. Now they must adapt to a new reality in which every personal detail can become public content. This creates a gap between owning assets and being able to use them in the way originally intended. In internal discussions among royal observers, many emphasize that this change should not be seen as punishment. It is the consequence of choice. When an individual decides to step away from a traditional protective framework to pursue a more independent and public path, the financial mechanisms tied to the old structure also shift. There was no single breaking point. There was only a sequence of personal decisions. Each decision made sense within its own context. Taken together, they produced a major redirection. Within that context, the role of Meghan Markle is often mentioned as an important factor, not in terms of assigning blame, but as part of a shared decision-making process. Since their marriage, strategic choices around media, branding, and private life were made with the goal of building a new path. That path emphasized independence, the right to tell their own story, and control over personal image. However, those same choices also contributed to changes in how traditional financial protection structures operate. This is where the story begins to move into a different phase. If these changes were the result of shared decisions, then the person associated with many key strategic choices naturally becomes a focal point, not because of individual responsibility alone, but because of the influence of decisions made within a partnership. And the woman most often referenced in this context is Meghan Markle. When analyzing the major decisions Prince Harry has made in recent years, many media and financial experts argue that it is impossible to separate personal factors from relationship dynamics. His marriage to Meghan Markle was not only a personal turning point, it also marked a clear shift in how Harry defined privacy, independence, and the use of his public identity. This should not be interpreted as blame or accusation. Sources within the media industry stress that this is a collision between two different value systems. One is the restrained and discreet model that Diana tried to build for her son. The other is a visible model that actively tells personal stories to gain control over image and income. Meghan entered Harry's life with experience in entertainment and media. She was familiar with building a personal brand, leveraging public attention, and transforming personal narrative into media value. In that environment, transparency and public presence are considered assets. By contrast, the system Diana envisioned for her son placed emphasis on discretion. She believed that a certain degree of anonymity would help Harry avoid pressure and conflict. When these two approaches met, the differences did not appear immediately as open conflict. Instead, they gradually emerged through strategic decisions about media engagement, commercial contracts, and the sharing of personal stories. From the moment the couple decided to step away from their roles as working members of the royal family in the year 2020, their media strategy became more proactive. They signed content production agreements, participated in major interviews, and published a memoir. These projects generated significant income. Many estimates suggest that total earnings from content deals, publishing, and speaking engagements during the period from the year 2020 to the year 2023 reached tens of millions of dollars. The memoir, released in the year 2023, was regarded as one of Harry's most successful commercial projects. It strengthened his position of financial independence and expanded his personal influence. However, alongside new income came an unprecedented level of public exposure. Personal details, family experiences, and private perspectives were widely shared. In this environment, Harry's royal identity was no longer protected in the traditional way. It became part of a media product. Analysts describe this as a transition from a protected identity to a commercialized identity. This process does not carry a negative moral judgment. In the entertainment and media industry, personal branding is common. But for someone whose asset structure was designed to protect privacy, this shift can produce complex consequences. Some financial experts believe that the change in the level of visibility itself has weakened the role of the trust that was originally designed as a shield. When assets are placed within a structure meant to protect discretion and stability, an increase in public exposure can make those protective mechanisms harder to operate. Not because the assets disappear. The inheritance from Diana still exists and continues to generate returns. But using it as a tool of private protection has become less effective. This creates a paradox. while commercial projects generate income worth tens of millions of dollars. Another long-term financial shield worth tens of millions gradually loses its original role. From an analytical perspective, this is a collision between two worlds. One world views discretion as the foundation of stability. The other views visibility as the foundation of power and freedom. Meghan represents the second approach. She promotes public presence, the right to tell one's own story, and control over personal image. Harry, for many years, was raised in an environment that valued restraint and protection. When these two approaches come together, the decisions made reflect compromise, but also create tension. Not tension between two individuals, but tension between two value systems. Royal observers often emphasize that this shift should not be seen as a single personal mistake. It is the result of a series of reasonable choices within a new context. When Harry and Meghan decided to build an independent life, they needed their own income streams and media foundation. Commercial projects and personal content were a natural path to achieve that. However, each step toward greater publicity made traditional protective structures harder to maintain. The trade-off did not happen in a single moment. It unfolded over many years, through a sequence of small decisions. From the moment they left the royal family to the publication of the memoir, total income from commercial projects is estimated to have reached tens of millions of dollars. This figure far exceeds the original value of the inheritance from Diana. But for financial experts, the issue is not comparing numbers. The issue is the role of the asset. The inheritance from Diana was designed to function as a shield. It was meant to ensure long-term stability and privacy. As public exposure increased, that role diminished. This does not mean the asset was lost. It simply no longer fulfills its original protective function. Many people close to the story of Diana have often recalled her concern for Harry. She understood that her son tended to place emotion and loyalty above all else. She worried that at critical moments, he might make decisions based more on his heart than on the protective structures around him. These concerns were not meant to stop him from pursuing happiness. They reflected her desire to protect him from the long-term consequences of major decisions. Looking back at what has happened over the past few years, many observers believe those concerns are now being echoed as a warning from the past. This story is not about one person being right or wrong. It is about how personal choices can affect structures that were designed in advance. When Harry and Meghan built a new life based on independence and visibility, they achieved significant financial and media success. At the same time, they stepped outside the protective system that Diana had tried to create. The collision between these two worlds did not produce a single dramatic breaking point. It produced a gradual process of change. And when looking back at the entire process, many people begin to ask whether Diana had foreseen this outcome. She once worried that the greatest challenge Harry would face would not come from palaces or the media. It would come from his own heart and the way he made decisions. If that is true, then the current story is not a sudden shock. It is the result of what she feared most. She did not fear palace walls. She feared choices driven by her son's heart. For many years after Princess Diana passed away, those who worked closely with her often spoke of a concern she did not hide. It was not a concern about titles or wealth. It related to the character of Prince Harry. Diana told friends and close advisors that her younger son had a strong tendency to trust deeply and place emotion above everything else. She was proud of that quality, but she was also worried. According to records and personal letters referenced in many studies about Diana, she understood that within the royal environment, excessive openness could become a weakness. She believed that, to survive with stability in such a high-pressure system, a degree of restraint and caution was necessary. Private letters that Diana sent to friends in her final years show that she thought deeply about the future of her two sons. William was being prepared for the role of heir, with a clear support system. Harry was different. As the younger son, he would have more freedom. but also less structural protection. Diana worried that this freedom could make him more vulnerable to being carried away by relationships and emotions. In several excerpts cited in research materials, she emphasized that financial and privacy protections only have meaning if the beneficiary maintains restraint. She believed that protection does not come only from money or legal structures. It comes from how a person manages their life and their relationships. According to those who once worked with Diana, she often said that Harry had an open heart. She saw this as her son's greatest strength, but also as the quality that could make him vulnerable. She worried that in important decisions, he might prioritize personal connection over caution. This was not criticism. It was the observation of a mother who deeply understood her child's character. She wanted her son to be happy. But she also wanted him to retain the necessary layer of protection so that he would not be drawn into situations that were difficult to control. Experts who study Diana's legacy believe that the asset structure she left behind reflects this concern. The trust fund and financial protection mechanisms were designed to function as a cushion. They were meant to ensure that even if circumstances changed, Harry would still have a stable and private foundation. However, these mechanisms do not operate in isolation. They depend on how the beneficiary lives and makes decisions. If the level of public exposure increases, or if personal choices place private stories before the public, the protective capacity of financial structures will be affected. Looking back at recent years, many observers believe that what Diana once feared is gradually becoming visible. Harry has chosen a path that emphasizes personal connection, openness, and the right to tell his own story. These are values that align with independent life and the modern media environment. But they also run counter to the model of restraint that Diana had hoped her son would maintain. Not because she wanted him to live in seclusion, but because she believed restraint was essential for long-term protection. Some analysts argue that this difference has altered the role of the financial legacy Diana left behind. When protective mechanisms are designed to operate in a discrete environment, increased public exposure can weaken their effectiveness. This does not mean the assets disappear. They still exist. They are still managed and invested. But the ability to use them as a shield of privacy is reduced. Many financial experts describe this as a shift from active protection to passive protection. The assets remain, but they no longer serve as a strong shield in the way they once did. In research materials about Diana, one observation is often repeated. She believed that protection exists only with restraint. This phrase does not appear in official statements, but it is cited in many memoirs and studies of her life. It reflects the view that money and legal structures are only part of a protective system. The rest depends on how the beneficiary lives. When looking at how Harry has built his life in recent years, many observers believe he is moving in the opposite direction of that philosophy. He chooses openness, public presence, and the freedom to tell his personal story. This choice aligns with goals of independence and self-determination, but it also reduces the effectiveness of protective mechanisms designed in advance. Those who worked with Diana say she did not want her son to live in fear. She wanted him to have the freedom to choose his own life, but she also hoped he would maintain a balance between connection and caution. That balance is difficult to sustain in the modern environment, where media and social platforms encourage sharing and transparency. When personal choices lean toward connection and visibility, traditional layers of protection are put to the test. This does not happen in a single moment. It unfolds over many years, through each small decision. When considering the full picture, it becomes clear that Diana's concerns were not unfounded speculation. They were based on her deep understanding of her son's character and the environment he would face. She knew that love and connection were important values, but she also knew that without restraint, they could weaken carefully constructed protective layers. What is happening now causes many people to recall those warnings, not to conclude that everything was predetermined, but to recognize that her concerns had a solid foundation. Those warnings were not vague predictions. They came from the experience and observations of a mother living in a high-pressure environment. And when looking at the changes in Harry's life, many observers believe those warnings are gradually becoming reality in the very way Diana feared most. In private exchanges recorded through memoirs of friends and former associates, Princess Diana often mentioned a concern she found difficult to resolve. She understood the pull of the media and knew that fame could become a powerful resource. But she also believed that if the boundary between private life and public image was erased, all protective structures would become fragile. Those who interacted with Diana say she repeatedly compared public attention to a powerful light. It can help a person shine, but it can also expose every detail and make it harder to maintain privacy. With Harry, she was particularly concerned. She believed her son had a tendency to trust connection and to share emotions easily. In the modern media environment, this could lead to personal stories being brought into the public sphere more than necessary. Records of Diana's conversations show that she did not oppose her son using his voice to create positive influence. She herself had done so in humanitarian campaigns. However, she clearly distinguished between using public recognition for social purposes and turning personal life into public content. According to research materials on her life, Diana believed that once a personal story became a media product, the boundary between private and public would be erased. When that boundary disappeared, mechanisms of financial and reputational protection would also be tested. She emphasized that protection only had meaning if the person being protected maintained a certain level of restraint. If the degree of publicity kept increasing, layers of protection would no longer function as originally intended. Looking at current reality, many observers believe those concerns are becoming clearer. After stepping away from the role of a working senior member of the royal family, Harry and Meghan built a life based on financial and media independence. They participated in multiple content projects and signed production and publishing agreements. These activities generated significant income and helped shape their personal brand. However, they also increased the visibility of their personal story. From a business perspective, this was a rational strategy. But from a reputational risk management perspective, it created a new environment where every personal detail could become a public topic. Financial experts argue that this environment has changed how the inheritance from Diana can be used. Trust funds and protective structures were designed to ensure long-term stability and privacy. When public exposure increases, using assets as a discrete layer of protection becomes more complicated, not because the assets are lost. The inheritance still exists and continues to be invested, but access to and use of it in a high reputational risk context may be limited by precautionary conditions. Some analysts describe this as a paradox. While media projects generate new income based on high-visibility assets designed to protect discretion, struggle to fulfill their role. According to estimates within financial circles, the value of the inheritance Diana left to Harry may have increased significantly compared to the original amount. However, many experts stress that value is not the only factor. The role of the assets matters more. If assets are designed to serve as a stable and private buffer, using them in a highly public environment carries risk. As reputational risk rises, asset management mechanisms typically become more cautious. This can turn those assets into resources that exist on paper but are difficult to use as the protective shield they were meant to be. Some observers believe Harry is now more dependent on income from media activities and commercial projects. This aligns with the goal of building an independent life. However, it also means that personal visibility must be maintained to sustain income. Meanwhile, the inheritance from Diana, which was designed to reduce reliance on public attention, no longer plays a central role. This shift reflects a major transition in life and financial management. From a model based on discrete protection to one based on public presence. Documents about Diana show that she once worried that if her son relied too heavily on public attention, the boundary between personal life and public image would be erased. When that boundary vanished, protective structures would lose their effectiveness. She did not oppose her son building his own life, but she hoped he would maintain a balance between connection and caution. Looking at the current situation, many observers believe that balance has shifted. Connection and visibility have become central to the new strategy, while restraint and discretion have been pushed aside. From this perspective, Diana's warnings were not pessimistic predictions. They were the result of her observation of how media and reputation could shape personal life. She understood that love and connection are powerful forces, but she also knew that when love becomes the center of every decision, other factors can fade into the background. In the current context, many believe her concerns reflect a cold reality. When public presence becomes the primary source of income, maintaining a discrete layer of protection becomes more difficult. And when that layer weakens, what was carefully built can gradually lose its role. This story is not a conclusion about right or wrong. It is a record of a process of change. From a mother's concerns about her son's future to the reality of a life built on public exposure and independence. Looking back at the entire journey, many observers believe the initial warnings were overlooked not because of indifference, but because personal choices moved in a different direction. And when love and connection become central, everything else begins to change in ways that no one can fully control. When reviewing the entire story, it becomes clear that Prince Harry has not lost his mother's legacy in a financial sense. The inheritance from Princess Diana still exists and continues to be managed and invested. But its role has changed. From a discrete and stable layer of protection, it has become more of a value that exists on paper rather than a true shield. Harry chose a path that prioritizes love, authenticity, and an independent life. Those choices brought freedom but also caused the protective layer Diana designed to gradually lose its effectiveness. There is no villain in this story. There are only the consequences of major decisions in a world filled with pressure and public scrutiny. The question Diana once left behind remains relevant. Protection or connection? Safety or authenticity? Perhaps each person will find their own answer when looking at Harry's journey. If you find this analysis useful, please subscribe to the channel so you do not miss future investigative and in-depth analysis content about the royal family. Thank you for watching. A courtroom fell completely silent, not because of staged drama, but because everyone understood that a single sentence from the judge could decide the fate of the entire case. When that sentence was spoken, no raised voice, no emotion, yet sharp enough to freeze the room. The legal team representing Meghan Markle paused. Arguments prepared over many years suddenly lost their footing. This was not a movie scene. This was what actually happened at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. This case did not erupt overnight. It accumulated over many years, beginning with the interview with Oprah Winfrey, where Meghan told her family's story from a personal perspective. Then came the Netflix documentary series, expanding old details, repeating controversial assessments. Throughout that entire chain of content, Samantha Markle was mentioned as a distant sister, a figure placed in a negative light before millions of viewers worldwide. Samantha did not choose silence. She filed a defamation lawsuit, arguing that Meghan's statements were not merely personal storytelling, but declarations that caused serious harm to her reputation and her life. Meghan's side responded immediately, asking the court to dismiss the case, claiming this was freedom of speech, a personal experience not subject to legal scrutiny. For a time, that strategy seemed effective, but at the appellate level, the judges did not view the matter as a family dispute. They posed a core question. When a public figure tells her story before mass media, where does the legal boundary lie? And it was precisely here that the motion to dismiss no longer held. Do you think Meghan deserves to face this public humiliation? Comment number 1 if you think yes. Number 2 if you think no. And explain your view in the comments below. The appellate hearing that day did not resemble an emotional confrontation. It unfolded coldly, precisely, and under tight control by those seated on the bench. There was no public curiosity. No loud media spotlight. Yet what happened inside the courtroom created a quiet shockwave. A moment that many lawyers present later admitted marked the point when control began slipping from Meghan Markle's hands. From the very first minutes, Chief Judge William Pryor made his stance clear. He was not there to hear a family story. He was not interested in emotional context or personal wounds being cited. What he sought was a clear legal answer. And at that point, the problem for Meghan's side began to surface. The central argument presented by her legal team was not new. They emphasized that Meghan's statements in interviews and documentaries were merely personal experiences, subjective perceptions, and therefore protected by freedom of speech. This was a familiar strategy, one that had worked in many cases involving celebrities, but this time, it did not pass so easily. Chief Judge Pryor repeatedly interrupted, not to assert authority, but to clarify one single point. He questioned the nature of the statements being made. Were they truly just personal feelings? Or were they presented as objective facts to the public? He asked Meghan's side to identify a concrete boundary, not by emotion, but by legal precedent. Pryor's questioning style was not aggressive. Yet, step by step, it stripped apart the structure of the argument the lawyers relied on. When they tried to return to vague concepts, he immediately pulled them back to the core issue. He emphasized that the court does not judge emotions. The court judges the legal consequences of speech. The atmosphere in the courtroom began to shift. Answers grew longer, more circular, and less direct. Some lawyers attempted to redirect toward whether Samantha Markle was a public figure. Pryor did not completely dismiss that approach, but he quickly pointed out that even for public figures, defamation law still contains very clear limits. The key moment came when Pryor stated that Meghan's side was missing the core issue. He stressed that the question was not whether Meghan had the right to tell her story, but how that story was presented to the public when a statement is made in the context of mass media with global reach. It is no longer a private confession. It becomes a declaration capable of causing real impact on another person, reputation, and life. That sentence created a noticeable pause. No one reacted immediately. There was no murmuring, but the change in atmosphere was undeniable. Those present understood that the familiar defense argument was being dismantled piece by piece. When the gavel was set down on the desk, not as an act of conclusion, but as a marker of emphasis, a wave of impact spread through the courtroom. Quiet, yet strong enough for many to realize that this case would not end the way Meghan's side had hoped. Chief Judge Pryor continued with a systematic analysis. He examined each group of statements, each context in which they appeared, each media platform involved. He questioned whether those statements were presented as verified facts, and if so, who would bear responsibility when those facts were alleged to be false? The legal team attempted to counter, emphasizing creative freedom in documentary filmmaking, the editing of content to suit narrative form, but Pryor did not accept equating creativity with immunity from responsibility. He reiterated that form does not change the legal nature of content. As the hearing progressed, the answers increasingly revealed a defensive posture. Rather than acting proactively, Meghan's side was forced to respond in rhythm with the judge's questioning, and it was precisely here that control began to slip from their hands, not through a single decisive blow, but through the accumulation of many small weaknesses. Other judges also joined in. They did not apply pressure through emotion, but through logic. They asked why certain details were emphasized repeatedly across multiple platforms. They asked about motive. Not personal motive, but media motive, and whether that motive altered legal responsibility. On the opposite side, representatives for Samantha Markle did not need to say much. They allowed the judge's questions to create their own effect. Their strategy was clear. Keep the focus on the law. Avoid emotional disputes. Do not react to personal characterizations. Then came the moment that truly tightened the atmosphere in the courtroom. A lawyer from Meghan's side attempted to return to the original argument, that the entire case was merely a family disagreement. Pryor interrupted. He stated clearly that if the court accepted that view, then any public statement could be shielded by the label of family. And that was not how the law operates. From that point forward, the collapse became more visible. Not dramatic, not loud, but irreversible. The arguments could no longer connect to the questions posed by the court. The answers were no longer sharp enough to maintain a defensive position. The hearing continued according to procedure. But for many in attendance, the outcome had already begun to take shape. Not a final ruling, but the realization that Meghan Markle no longer fully controlled her legal narrative, and that was the true turning point. Not the moment of losing a case, but the moment initiative slipped away. Right in the middle of the courtroom, before the eyes of those who understood the weight of every word. Immediately after the judge's questioning concluded, the atmosphere at the defense table was completely different from the beginning of the session. The technical confidence was gone. The familiar coordination among senior lawyers had faded. In its place were signs difficult to conceal. Files flipped repeatedly. Notes scribbled quickly. Brief exchanged glances. And unusually long silences before each response. This was not the official moment of defeat. But for those who understand the law, this was when humiliation reached its peak. Because the collapse did not come from a verdict. It came from the defense team losing control of its own logic. The judges did not need to raise their voices. They simply continued asking questions. Each question demanded a clear answer. And it was here that cracks began to show. One lawyer from Meghan's side was forced to acknowledge that some statements cited in the lawsuit had been presented as factual claims, no longer purely personal perceptions. This admission was not delivered decisively. It came slowly, hesitantly, but it was enough to break the original line of defense. On the opposite side, Samantha Markle lawyers did not need to counter aggressively. They simply took note and allowed the panel of judges to do the rest. In one key moment, a representative for Samantha used a phrase that was later repeated many times. A smorgasbord of excuses. A mixed collection of defenses that were inconsistent, disconnected, and lacking focus. That phrase was later clipped and spread online in various directions. Some videos even misattributed it to the judges to heighten drama. But in reality, it accurately reflected the plaintiff's perception that Meghan's strategy was being stretched too far and no longer retained its original logical structure. Tension at the defense table grew more apparent as lawyers began adjusting arguments during the hearing itself. Some details were withdrawn. Some phrasing was revised. This rarely happens at the appellate level, where everything should already be fully prepared in advance. For many observers, this was a sign that the legal team was reacting from a position of weakness. Notably, Meghan Markle was not present at the hearing. Legally, that was not unusual, but symbolically, the absence created a clear paradox. The person who had publicly told the story, who occupied the central role in the contested statements, was entirely absent when those statements were dissected word by word before the court. That absence became even more striking when contrasted with what was happening at the defense table. The lawyers bore the full pressure alone. No client to consult directly. No ability to adjust strategy based on personal reaction. All they had were the case files and assumptions built in advance. Throughout the session, Chief Judge William Pryor continued to play the central role. He did not engage in personal attacks, but he repeatedly pointed out internal contradictions in Meghan's side arguments. When they claimed this was only a family story, he asked why it was broadcast globally. When they claimed it was a creative documentary, he asked why those details were presented as facts requiring no verification. Each such question forced the defense to choose: either maintain the argument and accept legal risk, or adjust and weaken itself. And in many instances, they chose the latter. One lawyer admitted that not all statements were absolutely protected. Another tried to soften the issue by emphasizing context. But this lack of consistency exposed the core problem. This was no longer a dream team operating smoothly. It was a collection of firefighting efforts. The figures cited in post-hearing analyses startled many observers. Meghan legal team had long been described as the best money could buy. With estimated costs reaching into the millions of dollars, these were names known for handling the most complex cases for the elite. Yet, at this appellate hearing, in less than 1 hour of focused argument, that entire image was seriously eroded, not because they lacked ability, but because the strategy they were tasked with defending contained gaps that could not be repaired, and those gaps originated from the very story Meghan chose to tell the public from the beginning. The collapse of the Dream Team did not occur through a single shock. It was the result of multiple layers of pressure stacking on top of one another. Pressure from unanswered legal questions. Pressure from the need to defend statements that had been disseminated too widely. And pressure from the inability to turn back time and change how the story was framed at the outset. As the hearing moved toward its conclusion, there were no heated objections, no major confrontations, but there was a clear sense that the balance had shifted. Samantha Markle's side did not need to prove that the entire lawsuit would succeed. They only needed to show that it could not be easily dismissed. And at that moment, that threshold had been met. For many legal observers, the most symbolic moment was not a sharp remark, but a prolonged silence following a judge's question, a pause the defense could not immediately fill. In law, such pauses often speak volumes. The hearing ended according to procedure, but its after-effects did not. Analyses began to appear, excerpts were circulated, and the image of an invincible legal team began to be replaced by a narrative of unraveling. And to understand why Meghan Markle arrived at this position, why a story that once generated global sympathy has now become a legal burden, we must turn back to what she chose to tell, and more importantly, back to what was not told. For many years, Meghan Markle presented a very consistent story about her childhood. A girl growing up with a sense of loneliness, almost like an only child. Independent, without support from an extended family. This story was repeated many times. In interviews, in documentaries, and in personal speeches, it created an image that was easy to empathize with. A woman who emerged on her own from a void, unsupported, unprotected. But that seemingly simple story became one of the greatest vulnerabilities once placed under scrutiny. Because in reality, Meghan was not an only child. She has half-siblings from her father's side. A clearly documented family history. Relationships that existed for many years before being severed. The issue is not that she chose distance from her family. That is a personal right. The issue lies in how the story was told, and what was deliberately blurred. When Meghan described herself as lonely like an only child, that phrasing was not entirely casual. It was a deliberate language choice. It helped remove the existence of others from the narrative, without direct denial, simply by omission. And over time, that silence became a form of erasure. This strategy worked effectively in the early phase. The public accepted the story as Meghan presented it. Major media platforms rarely examined the family background in depth, because the focus at that time was the royal marriage, the conflict with the institution. No one wanted to be seen as prying into private life. But when Samantha Markle defamation lawsuit emerged, the axis of the story was forced to shift, from emotion to verifiable facts, and it was here that the concealed foundation began to surface. Dozens of old photographs were brought back into view, family images previously unmentioned. Meghan appearing with siblings at specific moments, not deeply close, but clearly present. Old interviews from her father, and from Meghan herself early in her career, where she spoke about her family in a very different way. There is no evidence that these materials were fabricated. On the contrary, they had existed publicly for many years. They were simply no longer referenced once a new narrative was constructed. The issue is not that Meghan lied in a direct sense. The issue is that she told an incomplete story. And in the context of mass media, that incompleteness can create a profoundly misleading perception. From a legal perspective, this is precisely what made the judges cautious. When a personal story is told repeatedly on a global scale, when it is framed as foundational truth for broader arguments. The omission of key elements is no longer a harmless choice. The strategy of erasing family did not only help Meghan control her image, it also helped solidify the victim role more completely. A woman without a support system, confronting a powerful institution. That is a very strong narrative structure, but also a very fragile one once its foundation is questioned. As old evidence began circulating again, public reaction was no longer the same as before. It was not instant outrage, but slow-growing doubt. Questions started to surface. Why had these details never been mentioned? Why had the story always been told in only one direction? And who had truly been removed from the frame? Samantha Markle leveraged precisely this point in her argument. She did not attempt to deny the entirety of Meghan's emotional experience. Instead, she focused on the contradiction between the constructed image and the factual record. When Meghan described herself as having almost no family, while evidence suggested otherwise, Samantha argued that this constituted a distortion of public perception. At this point, the matter was no longer simply a dispute between two sisters. It became a broader question about the responsibility of the storyteller. When that story is commercialized, broadcast, and used as the foundation for profitable media projects, observers began to note that the erasing of family did not occur in a single moment. It was a prolonged process, across interviews, through selectively chosen details, through phrases that seemed harmless in isolation, but when assembled together, they formed a complete picture. And that picture was now being re-examined piece by piece. The loneliness Meghan described may be real, but emotional truth does not automatically equal contextual truth. And when the two are blended, the legal boundary becomes extremely fragile. What makes this story particularly sensitive is that once the victim image is questioned, the entire narrative structure behind it begins to wobble. The public no longer receives a one-directional message. The media no longer simply repeats the account. Old facts are pulled back into view, compared, cross-checked, and reassessed. This is the moment when silence no longer works, not only for Meghan, but for any public figure who has relied on a tightly controlled personal narrative. When cracks begin to appear in a personal story, when what was concealed gradually comes into the light, the public does not remain silent. And from here, legal and media consequences begin to follow one another. Inseparable. Public reaction did not come from a press release. It erupted from a vacuum. Immediately after the hearing, when the courtroom returned to its usual quiet, there was no final ruling, no declaration of victory. But online, a storm had already begun to form. Within just a few hours, videos recreating moments of the oral arguments flooded TikTok. Users did not try to reconstruct the entire case. They selected key moments, the way judges framed questions, the way lawyers hesitated in their answers. The phrase "smorgasbord of excuses" quickly became material for mockery, not because of its legal meaning, but because it evoked the sense of a tangled argument, inconsistent, and easily interpreted negatively by the public. On Twitter, discussion threads spread at a striking pace. The names Meghan Markle, Samantha Markle, and the appellate hearing were mentioned with a sudden surge in frequency. Within 24 hours, related keywords recorded more than 500,000 mentions. This was not driven by an entertainment event, but by a courtroom proceeding often considered dry. That alone revealed how much curiosity and anticipation had already accumulated. Reddit became the space for deeper analysis. Long threads with thousands of comments appeared. Users did not only debate legal issues, they compared past statements, contrasted different versions of the story, and questioned the consistency of the public image Meghan had built over many years. Details once overlooked were brought back, not with overt hostility, but with systematic skepticism. Memes appeared in large numbers. Images of a smorgasbord table were used to satirize the defense strategy. No lengthy explanation was needed. Just one image, one short caption, and the message was clear: the sense that the legal team was offering too many reasons. yet none that truly addressed the core issue. Notably, this reaction was not entirely negative. A segment of the public continued to defend Meghan. They argued that this was the result of media obsession with the private lives of famous women. They emphasized that the case was not over, and that mockery at this stage was unfair. But even within supportive views, a subtle shift was evident. Fewer people asserted with certainty that the case would be dismissed as before. Meghan's silence during this period only fueled speculation. There were no explanatory posts, no reassuring messages, no signs of direct response. For someone who had previously taken an active role in controlling her narrative, this silence was interpreted in multiple ways. Some viewed it as a legal strategy. Others saw it as a sign of passivity. Behind the scenes, pressure was reportedly intensifying. Sources close to the situation indicated that Prince Harry was experiencing noticeable psychological strain, not because of immediate legal outcomes, but due to the widespread wave of criticism and ridicule. Media projects in progress were paused for reassessment. Crisis management teams were activated. Closed-door meetings took place continuously to evaluate next steps. Public relations strategy at this stage became more difficult than ever. Speaking out carried a high risk of escalation. Remaining silent meant leaving the information vacuum to be filled by public speculation and interpretation. This is a familiar dilemma for public figures. But in the context of an ongoing defamation lawsuit, the stakes were even higher. One crucial factor behind the intensity of the reaction was the accumulated context from previous years. The public did not approach this hearing as an isolated event. They viewed it through the lens of prolonged royal controversy. From the headline-making interview, from the documentary series, from long-running family conflicts, the appellate hearing became a convergence point, where unresolved doubts and emotions surfaced all at once. For many people, this was the first time they saw the story examined by a mechanism not controlled by the media. Not a talk show, not a documentary, but a courtroom where questions had to be answered. That element alone created a certain sense of satisfaction. Even without a ruling, the public felt that this time, the story was not just being told, it was being tested. The rapid spread also reflected how social media now operates. Complex legal moments were reduced into short clips. Key statements were separated from their context, and emotions were amplified. This created unprecedented reach, but at the same time distorted many details. Some edited clips misattributed statements, created misunderstandings, and those misunderstandings continued to fuel controversy. Even so, the overall impact was undeniable. The hearing moved beyond the legal sphere. It became a digital cultural event, where people did not gather to wait for a verdict, but to interpret meaning, to assert positions, and to connect it with older stories that had never fully closed. In that context, Meghan's silence was no longer a minor detail. It became part of the narrative itself, a signal that control over the discourse was being shared, no longer held entirely by the storyteller. But to understand why this moment went viral, why an appellate hearing could trigger a global reaction, we must look back at what had accumulated before. The public had waited a long time, waiting for a moment when old royal dramas were not only retold, but compared, and that moment, finally, arrived. The attention drawn to the appellate hearing did not come only from legal factors. It was fueled by a long history of tension between Meghan Markle and the British royal family. For many who had followed the story from the beginning, the hearing was simply the latest flashpoint in conflicts that had never been fully resolved. From the early period of joining the royal family, Meghan faced difficulties integrating into an environment governed by strict rules and clear hierarchy. Behind-the-scenes accounts later indicated that her relationship with palace staff was far from smooth, not marked by major public confrontations, but by repeated frictions accumulating over time. One frequently cited incident involved the menu tasting for the wedding. According to internal sources, Meghan expressed dissatisfaction and reacted in a manner perceived as lacking restraint toward catering staff. The issue was not feedback itself, but the manner of delivery. The situation became serious enough that Queen Elizabeth intervened personally, reminding that everyone in the palace deserved respect. This was not an isolated case. Complaints from gardening staff at one of the royal residences were also escalated to senior levels. Employees claimed that Meghan communication style created unnecessary pressure. Once again, the Queen stepped in, not to criticize personally, but to stabilize the working environment. According to documents referenced later, there were at least 3 instances in which the Queen directly intervened regarding Meghan conduct towards staff. Alongside this was the strained relationship with Catherine, Princess of Wales. The well-known story of who made whom cry during wedding preparations was told in multiple versions. For a long time, public opinion believed Catherine had hurt Meghan, but later sources suggested a far more complex reality. Both women cried, both were under pressure, and the conflict did not come from one side alone. These details were not clarified at the outset. They surfaced gradually as investigative journalists and biographers gained access to internal witnesses within the palace. When placed alongside the public story Meghan told, the contrast became clear, not a matter of absolute right or wrong, but 2 opposing perspectives on the same sequence of events. This contrast is precisely what made the public particularly attentive to every development involving Meghan. When the appellate hearing took place, many did not view it as an isolated lawsuit. They saw it as the first true test, where Meghan's narrative was no longer shielded by royal context or initial sympathy. Old tensions with the palace made the public more willing to question. When hearing about the collapse of the legal team, when observing the cold response from judges, many immediately connected it to previous moments where Meghan was said to have violated internal norms, not to assign guilt, but to search for a behavioral pattern. From an investigative perspective, this is the key point. A public figure is not scrutinized because of a single event. They are scrutinized because of a sequence of actions perceived as repetitive. In Meghan's case, that sequence began with conflicts inside the palace, continued through public statements, and has now reached the legal system. This does not mean that every allegation is accurate, but it explains why the attention has been so intense. The public feels they are witnessing a continuation, not an unexpected misstep, but the consequence of tensions that were never fully resolved. And now, after a public humiliation at the appellate hearing, the story clearly does not end in the courtroom. What was once kept behind palace walls is being recalled, examined, and reassessed under a new light. The consequences, therefore, will not be purely legal. They will extend into image, credibility, and Meghan standing on the global public stage. The fallout from the appellate hearing did not remain inside the courtroom. It quickly spread into the sphere on which Meghan Markle and Prince Harry have relied most in recent years: their personal brand and the commercial deals tied to public perception. Once doubt begins to surface, the chain reaction moves fast. In Hollywood, partners do not respond with public statements. They respond with silence and internal reviews. Projects in development are asked to reassess risk, not because a legal verdict has been issued, but because public perception is shifting. For major brands, public sentiment can matter as much as legal truth. The Sussex brand was built on an image of invincibility, a couple willing to walk away from the monarchy, willing to tell their own story, and always in control of the narrative. But after the appellate hearing, that aura has begun to fade. From a sense of invulnerability, doubt is spreading faster than ever. Media experts suggest that if only a few major partners hesitate, a domino effect could reduce contract values by millions of dollars. What is striking is that this shift did not come from a new scandal. It came from old stories being re-examined under a different light. When statements that once generated sympathy are now questioned, the foundation of a personal brand becomes far more fragile. Investors and media partners do not like instability, especially when that instability is tied to prolonged litigation. Within the entertainment industry, some sources indicate that negotiations have become more cautious. There have been no immediate break-offs, but terms are being scrutinized more carefully. Payment milestones are more tightly linked to performance and public response. This is a clear sign of early loss of confidence. The central question now is not whether Meghan will win or lose the case. The question is whether this was simply a bad day, or the beginning of a long-term weakening of a brand once considered unshakable. The answer will not come from the court. It will come from how the public and partners respond in the months ahead. Beneath all the media noise, online controversy, and carefully packaged statements, this story ultimately is no longer about right or wrong. What we have traced is a prolonged chain of events, where power, ego, personal image, and family relationships collide head-on. There is no theatrical twist, no staged dramatic climax, only real choices, real consequences, and fractures that are not easily repaired. Meghan entered the royal family with very different expectations, and the royal family in turn was never prepared to accommodate a figure unwilling to remain within the mold. When those two worlds collided, what followed was not a perfect conspiracy, but a gradual breakdown, one small decision at a time, one remark remembered, one action scrutinized, until eventually, silence itself became a message. Some describe what Meghan experienced as humiliation she deserved. Others argue it was merely a family conflict inflated beyond control by the media. But on closer inspection, this is a story about how a system reacts when challenged, and how an individual responds when they are no longer protected as they once believed. And the biggest question still remains. After everything, who truly controls this story? The family, the media, or the public following every development? Here is what you can think about. Do you believe Meghan deserved this humiliation? Or do you see it as a family drama blown out of proportion? Comment number 1 if you believe it was deserved. Number 2 if you do not agree. Like if you want part 2 on the consequences that follow. Subscribe so you do not miss the latest updates. Thank you for watching, and see you next time. Buckingham Palace on a late night. No noise, no camera flashes, only a heavy silence covering the familiar corridors of power. Yet within that silence, a decision was made. A decision that shook the inner circle of the royal family and sent shockwaves across the world. King Charles III, the man who once sacrificed reputation and personal standing to protect his love for Camilla, now became the one who ordered her to leave the palace. There was no public explanation, no official statement, only a closed door and a very clear unspoken message. The cause was not old romantic scandals that history has repeated countless times. The core of the matter lay in a far more serious suspicion, a plot directly linked to the sacred legacy of Queen Elizabeth II. Assets valued not only in money, but in symbols, tradition, and the integrity of the monarchy. According to internal sources, an underground plan to shift control and benefit from this legacy was discovered. The first person to notice the irregular signs was Princess Anne, a figure known for her toughness and absolute loyalty to her mother legacy. From that discovery, events moved quickly, yet discreetly. Private exchanges, documents reviewed again, and finally the decision of the king, a cold but decisive decision, ending all possibilities of compromise. The question is, did Camilla truly cross an unforgivable line driven by ambition to protect the Parker Bowles family, or was she merely a piece in a much larger power game? Which side are you on? Comment number 1 if you support the decision of King Charles, or number 2 if you believe Camilla deserves sympathy. But to understand why everything reached this point, we need to return to the beginning. A morning that seemed peaceful at Buckingham Palace, where everything began. That morning began like any other in the dense work schedule of King Charles III. There were no warning signs suggesting he was about to face one of the greatest shocks since ascending the throne. A file was delivered from the private office of Queen Camilla. According to the attached note, it was merely a summary of assets requiring review under internal procedures. an administrative routine that seemed familiar, but from the very first pages Charles sensed something was wrong. The first item that made him pause was a collection of diamond jewelry once under the direct management of Queen Elizabeth II. Not personal pieces, but collections tied to state ceremonies, coronations, historic overseas visits. The estimated value was clearly stated. About £500 million sterling. What chilled Charles was not the number, but the note beside it: status of reallocation of management rights. Transfer to a newly established private fund. With no line of approval from the king, the next page was even more serious. A portion of land within the Balmoral estate. A place of deep meaning to the royal family for generations, not merely real estate. It was one of the rare private sanctuaries. The place where Queen Elizabeth II took her final breath. The file stated an estimated value of about £200 million sterling. Along with a proposal to convert ownership into a long-term trust structure, the ultimate beneficiary was recorded through a complex legal framework. But when Charles' financial advisors decoded it, the name Parker Bowles appeared clearly. Charles no longer skimmed the pages. He read every line, slowly, carefully, as if fearing that missing a single detail would mean deceiving himself. Then came the third category. A collection of 18th-century porcelain, items long regarded as unofficial national property, preserved in the royal archives for hundreds of years. The estimated market value was about £18 million sterling, but the symbolic value was beyond measure. In the file, these items were listed as transferable assets, requiring no approval at the highest level. When the figures were added together, a summary line appeared at the end of the document. The total value of the reallocated legacy reached £1.2 billion sterling, equivalent to about $1.5 billion. What Charles could not believe was that the entire process carried none of his signatures. No confirmation marks, no official minutes from the Privy Council. This was no administrative error. This was a deliberate act. Charles closed the file. In that rare moment, he did not think of the media. He did not think of public opinion. He thought of his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, and the words she had repeated in private conversations: "Protect the legacy. It is the soul of the dynasty." A legacy is not meant to be divided, not meant to become a tool to secure any family, even the closest ones. Legal advisors were summoned the same day. The review was conducted discreetly. Every signature, every seal, every date of issuance. The preliminary conclusion made the atmosphere in the room heavy. These documents had been drafted from Camilla office, based on a chain of internal proposals, and had moved dangerously close to final execution. If Charles had not personally examined them, if the file had been processed as a routine procedure, the consequences would have been irreversible. What caused the king the deepest pain was not only the risk of losing assets, it was the feeling of betrayal. Camilla was not a stranger within the palace. She understood better than anyone the fragile boundary between personal property and national legacy. She understood that what Elizabeth II left behind was not for a single generation, but for the entire dynasty and for the nation. From the initial suspicion, Charles decided not to go through intermediaries, not to let advisors speak on his behalf. He wanted to hear directly, to look straight at the woman for whom he once defied everything to marry. The confrontation was arranged quickly, discreetly, no minutes recorded, no outsiders present. But what Camilla said during that exchange eased nothing. On the contrary, it made everything worse. From that moment, Charles understood that this was no longer a misunderstanding that could be resolved through internal dialogue. This was a deep crack in the foundation of trust, and its consequences would go far beyond what the public could imagine. The first confrontation took place at Clarence House. There was no ceremony, no advisors or secretaries present, only King Charles III and Queen Camilla, two people bound together for decades. Yet on that morning the distance between them had never been greater. Charles brought the file with him. He did not hide it. He did not circle around the issue. He placed it on the table and stated plainly that he needed an explanation, not as a husband, but as the heir to the legacy of Queen Elizabeth II. Camilla listened. She did not appear panicked. She did not react harshly. Her calm demeanor only heightened Charles' unease. When he pointed out each item: diamond jewelry, Balmoral land, 18th century porcelain. Camilla Seahild. Then she said something that seemed harmless, that she was only trying to ease his workload, that the proposals were meant to serve environmental charity projects, a field to which Charles had always devoted his heart. According to Camilla, the reallocation was merely a technical step, a more efficient way to use assets no longer frequently displayed. But Charles was not convinced. He interrupted her. His voice was not raised. Yet it was firmer than any public statement he had ever made. He said that this was his mother legacy, not old property to be sold or transformed at will. Those assets did not belong to him personally, and certainly did not belong to any private fund. Even under a charitable label, they were the soul of the dynasty. The very things Elizabeth II had spent her life protecting. Camilla responded with weariness. She spoke of years under pressure, 30 consecutive years being viewed by the public as a destroyer. From the 1990s until today, she had always lived as the third figure in the story of Charles and Diana, always associated with the image of an intruder, the one who broke a royal marriage admired by the world. Camilla said she had paid enough. She believed she deserved trust, at least from the man who had chosen her as his wife. Charles remained silent as he listened. He understood the wounds Camilla had endured. He had witnessed her being attacked by public opinion for decades. But personal sympathy could not erase a matter of principle. He emphasized that no one, even his wife, had the right to interfere with what Queen Elizabeth II left behind without formal approval. What made the dialogue even more tense was when Charles asked Camilla to explain the legal structure of the related funds. She replied that everything was designed to ensure flexibility, that the final beneficiaries were never clearly specified. But Charles' advisors had seen the opposite. The names, the connections, all led in one direction: the Parker Bowles family. Camilla denied any intention of appropriation. She said it was only a way to secure the future for her relatives in case of upheaval, a preventive preparation. But it was at that moment that Charles recognized the fundamental difference in how they viewed the legacy. To Camilla, it could be a resource to manage and restructure. To Charles, it was an inviolable boundary. The confrontation ended without agreement. No clear apology. No commitment to stop. Charles left Clarence House with a heavy heart. He did not make an immediate decision. But he knew this issue could not be resolved by personal trust alone. And it could not be buried like old scandals once handled in silence. While Charles was still weighing his next move, someone else had begun asking questions much earlier. Princess Anne, the only daughter of Queen Elizabeth II, the one who understood every detail of the royal legacy structure. Anne was not easily misled by emotional justifications. She looked at the files, looked at the chains of proposals, and saw a familiar pattern, a systematically constructed plan. Not a spontaneous act. Anne began demanding a review of asset-related decisions from the time Elizabeth II was still alive. She questioned the role of the Camilla office in those proposals. And the deeper she went, the clearer the suspicions became. Not everything began after Charles ascended the throne. Some seeds had been planted earlier, quietly, patiently, and concealed beneath the familiar gentle exterior of Camilla. This was precisely what made Charles unable to continue treating the matter as a personal misunderstanding. Behind the gentle smile and the language of charity, there could be a far larger plan. A plan that, if not stopped in time, would shake the moral foundation of the entire monarchy. And in that silent chess game, the one person who never let her guard down was Princess Anne. The final pieces only truly came into view after Princess Anne demanded an expansion of the review scope. She did not limit it to asset transfer files. She requested an examination of private meetings recorded in the work calendar of Camilla office. Within that list, one name appeared with notable frequency: Annabel Elliot. Camilla's sister, an interior designer with long-standing experience in renovating properties tied to royal and aristocratic symbolism. According to internal records, a discreet meeting between Camilla and Annabelle had taken place months earlier at a location outside the palace. No royal aides present. No official minutes. But technical documents sent afterward inadvertently revealed the true substance of the discussion. It was not about environmental charity, as Camilla had told Charles. It was a carefully calculated commercial investment plan. This plan centered on the creation of a chain of 8 luxury resorts, spread across Wiltshire and Scotland, regions closely linked to royal heritage and carrying exceptional brand value. Financial projections showed that after 5 years of operation, the resort chain could generate profits of around £300 million per year. This figure was not speculative. It was based on business models Annabelle Elliott had previously applied successfully to other royal lodging projects. The allocation of roles was laid out with clarity. Annabelle would oversee design and renovation, leveraging her expertise in blending heritage elements with modern amenities. Tom Parker Bowles was expected to handle the culinary segment, developing fine dining restaurants associated with royal imagery but operating fully on a commercial basis. Laura Lopes was mentioned as an artistic advisor, responsible for exhibitions and cultural events to elevate the brand value of the resorts. What stood out most was the source of initial capital. According to documents accessed by Anne's team, the funding was not to come from standard commercial loans, nor from independent investment funds. It was intended to be generated through the sale and conversion of portions of royal heritage, including jewelry, land, and historically valuable collections, the very assets that had appeared in the file Charles discovered. Following the projected flow of funds, financial experts identified a far more complex structure. Instead of allowing capital to flow directly into entities based in Britain, the plan utilized shell companies located in the Cayman Islands. These offshore entities were designed to receive proceeds from asset transfers and then reinvest them as foreign capital, a familiar method to reduce tax obligations and obscure audit trails. According to preliminary assessments, if this plan had been fully implemented, the flow of money could have been almost entirely hidden from routine oversight, not only avoiding taxes but also making it extremely difficult to establish a direct link between royal heritage and commercial ventures. This was no longer a matter of asset management. It was a risk of distorting the boundary between national property and family interests. Princess Anne recognized the gravity of the situation immediately. She understood that if these documents were leaked to the public, the consequences would not stop at a personal scandal. They could shatter the already fragile trust of the people in the monarchy, and completely overshadow the legacy Queen Elizabeth II had spent a lifetime building. Anne acted like a true investigator. She demanded cross-checks of schedules, reviewed internal emails, examined memoranda never submitted to the Privy Council. Every minor detail was placed under scrutiny. She was not seeking emotional confrontation. She was seeking evidence. And the deeper she dug, the clearer the picture became. Some documents showed that preparations had begun before Elizabeth II passed away. Legal frameworks had already been outlined, waiting only for the right moment to be activated. Charles' accession was viewed as a convenient transitional phase, when the system was still stabilizing, when personal trust between the king and his wife could be leveraged. For Anne, this went far beyond acceptable limits. She did not see it as an effort to secure financial safety for Camilla family. She saw it as a direct violation of the sacred promise Elizabeth II had left to her children, that the legacy belonged to no individual, no matter their position within the royal family. These findings were presented by Anne to Charles with care. No sensationalism, no emotion, only facts, numbers, flow charts of money. Charles needed no further persuasion. What he had once suspected now had a clear shape. And the most painful part was that it came from the person he trusted the most. From that moment, the story was no longer a family dispute. It became a crisis of principle, of boundaries of power, of responsibility to protect a legacy against very ordinary temptations. Fortunately for the monarchy, Anne did not choose silence. She acted in time, like a loyal guardian of the legacy. Before everything went too far and became impossible to repair, after the first documents were clarified, Princess Anne understood that time was not on her side. What she was seeing were no longer scattered hypotheses. It was an operating network. Someone responsible for design. Someone preparing legal structures. Someone ready to activate the flow of money. And if action was not taken immediately, everything could disappear in silence. Anne decided not to go through normal administrative channels. She needed direct evidence. Evidence that could not be denied. The person Anne trusted with the task was Edward, a discreet figure, rarely appearing before the public. But with deep knowledge of internal digital and financial systems, Edward did not act loudly. He left no obvious traces. His first step was to access communication accounts used by the Camilla office and those closest to it. Emails that appeared to concern only schedules and interior design. When closely analyzed, contained sophisticated coded signals and financial instructions. At the same time, Edward monitored trial transactions. Small sums transferred through multiple layers of intermediary accounts. From Britain to entities based in the Cayman Islands, then returning as foreign investment capital. These were probing moves, designed to test whether the system would be detected, and they occurred regularly, with planning, not by chance. Within 7 days, Edward had collected hundreds of emails, transaction records, attached documents, and benefit allocation diagrams. Each piece reinforced a single conclusion. The royal legacy was being redirected step by step, not through a single large action that would attract attention, but through a series of small adjustments. Each adjustment appeared lawful, but when assembled together, they formed a clear path leading away from the monarchy. The numbers made it impossible for Anne to remain still. Even in the preparation phase, hundreds of millions of pounds had been planned for reallocation. If not stopped, this money would leave royal control without leaving any direct trace. Without the king's signature, without approval from the Privy Council, everything was concealed behind complex legal structures. Anne instructed Edward to stop at the right moment, not to penetrate further in order to avoid legal risk. What they had was more than enough. She spent a long evening organizing all the evidence. By timeline, by personal connections, by money flow, no emotion, no speculation, only facts presented coldly. The meeting with Charles took place in a heavy atmosphere. Anne did not begin with reproach. She placed the files in front of the king. One by one, Charles read, and the more he read, the more somber his face became. What Anne said served only as guidance, that this was no longer a misunderstanding, that this was an unforgivable betrayal, not against him personally, but against the legacy of their mother. Charles did not argue. He did not ask questions, because every answer was already on the pages. Emails showed close coordination. Transactions showed prepared money flows. Plans showed ambition that was far from small. In that moment, Charles no longer saw Camilla as the wife who had stood beside him through 30 years of public storms. He saw a boundary that had been crossed. What caused Charles the greatest pain was not the scale of the plan. It was the cold patience behind it. This was not an impulsive act, not a decision made in anxiety for family security. It was a long-term strategy, built in advance, waiting for the right moment to be deployed. And that moment had nearly arrived. Anne emphasized that if action was not taken immediately, the royal family would lose control of the narrative. Once the money flow was complete, once the offshore entities were operating smoothly, reversal would become almost impossible. Charles understood this better than anyone. He had witnessed larger crises begin from small mistakes, left uncorrected. Silence stretched across the room. No one spoke further. But the decision had formed. Charles did not hesitate. He knew that any delay now would only deepen the damage, not only to assets, but to credibility to the vow to protect the legacy that he had made to his mother. An investigation had exposed everything. There were no gray areas left, no excuses remaining. What followed was no longer about gathering evidence. It was about confrontation, a direct confrontation, for the final time, with the person who had placed him in the most painful position since ascending the throne. The final confrontation was approaching, and with it a fateful decision that would change the course of the monarchy forever. The decision to give Camilla one final chance did not come from hesitation. It came from a sense of responsibility. Charles understood that any action involving the position of the Queen Consort could not be made in an emotional state. He needed to hear directly, one last time, without intermediaries, without files. The meeting was arranged discreetly. No ceremony. No secretaries. Only Charles and Camilla, and what had been exposed could not be taken back. Charles opened with a direct question. He placed all the evidence on the table. No further explanation. No interpretation. Camilla saw the emails, the money flow diagrams, the trial transaction records. Her first reaction was denial. She said it was only coincidence, that the documents were misunderstood, that she had never intended to harm the monarchy. But the denial did not last. When Charles pointed to each detail, each timeline, each name, Camilla fell silent. After a long pause, Camilla admitted it, not with a clear confession, but with a sentence layered with meaning. She said she feared for the future of her family. She spoke of anxiety about being pushed aside, of the fragility of the position she had sacrificed her entire life to obtain. 30 years enduring harsh public judgment. 30 years living in the role of the third person. She believed she needed a guarantee, a way out, in case everything changed. Charles listened, but he found no true remorse there. He saw only personal fear placed above shared principle, and that was what he could not accept. He stated clearly that fear could not justify violating his mother's legacy. That legacy was not a reserve asset for anyone. Even if that person was his wife. The meeting ended in silence. But Charles knew he could not decide alone. This was no longer a matter between husband and wife. He convened an emergency family meeting. Princess Anne and Prince William were invited. There were no media advisors present, no intent to negotiate, only to face the truth. In that meeting, Camilla could no longer maintain composure. As the evidence was presented again by Anne, as William questioned the long-term impact on the credibility of the monarchy, Camilla broke down in tears. She asked for forgiveness. She said she had never imagined things would go this far, that she only wanted to protect those she loved. But those tears could not obscure the nature of the issue. Anne remained cold. No attacks, no emotion. She repeated the words of Elizabeth II. That legacy must be protected from the closest temptations. William did not hide his firmness. For him, any action that threatened the integrity of the monarchy was intolerable, especially when it concerned the future of the next generation. Charles listened to everything. Then he spoke. His voice was low, slow. He did not need to raise it. He said Camilla had crossed a sacred boundary. The boundary between family and institution, between personal interest and historical responsibility. He announced his decision. Camilla would leave the palace. All privileges tied to the position of Queen Consort would be revoked. She would live separately at Highgrove. She would not take part in official activities. She would not intervene in any decisions related to royal assets or policy. Camilla stood frozen. She did not object. She understood there was nothing left to say. The decision was not made in anger. It was made with a frightening clarity. Charles did not mention love. He did not mention the past. He spoke only of responsibility. And that was what made the decision irreversible. The consequences followed immediately. Camilla lost all political and internal influence. From a queen consort once seen as powerful, she became a figure living in isolation. The title remained, but all doors of power were closed. No official schedule, no access to files, no voice in extended family meetings. For Charles, this was the price to protect what he considered most sacred. The legacy of Elizabeth II, the integrity of the monarchy, and the fragile trust of the public, he knew the decision would cause controversy, but he also knew that inaction would be far more dangerous. The meeting ended in a heavy atmosphere. No one won, but a boundary was restored. From that moment, the story no longer revolved around Camilla. It became a warning that within the monarchy there are boundaries that cannot be crossed, not by fear, not by love, and the consequences that followed would be a costly lesson for anyone who believed legacy could be negotiated. When all decisions had been made and the doors of power were closed, the consequences began to surface quietly, but without mercy. Camilla withdrew from the center of royal life and lived in isolation at Highgrove. No official schedule, no representative role, no access to files or networks of influence that had sustained her for years. The title was retained as a minimal form of dignity, but in reality Camilla had no voice, no position, no ability to affect any royal decision. The repercussions extended beyond the palace. The Parker Bowles family suffered heavy losses. Commercial partnerships were quietly terminated. Partners once eager for the royal name quickly withdrew. Some art collections and cultural assets were forced onto the market to maintain cash flow. There was no official declaration of bankruptcy, but the financial world understood. The patronage door had closed, and when the glow faded, reality became harsher than any public criticism. On the other side, Charles found a rare sense of calm, not because of victory, but because he had done what he believed was right, fully protecting his mother's legacy, preserving the boundary between national property and personal interest. He did not need lengthy explanations to the public. What occurred internally was enough to reinforce his confidence in the decision. The unity between Charles, Anne, and William became clearer than ever. Not through words, but through consistent action, Anne continued her role as the silent guardian of the legacy. No display, no search for recognition. She did what she had done for many years, ensuring core values were not eroded by ambition. William observed everything with the clarity of an heir. For him, this was a living lesson about power, responsibility, and the price paid when boundaries are crossed. This story did not end with the fate of a queen consort. It revealed a rigid rule within the monarchy. Personal ambition cannot stand above family loyalty and sacred legacy. Elizabeth II spent her entire life building an institution grounded in discipline and self-restraint. She once said that legacy does not belong to the one who holds the greatest power. It belongs to those strong enough not to abuse it. In a world where power often walks alongside temptation, that lesson still holds its value. No plan is sophisticated enough to remain hidden forever. No personal reason is large enough to justify violating what is considered the soul of a dynasty. And when the truth is exposed, consequences always follow. Quietly, but irreversibly. Which side did you stand on in this story? Have you commented number 1 or number 2 yet? Share your thoughts below. Like if you support justice. Subscribe so you do not miss the next developments in these royal stories. Thank you for staying with us until the final moment. Buckingham Palace trembled in a heavy silence, not from bombs or protests, but from a declaration that made the entire United Kingdom hold its breath. King Charles III appeared before the nation with a pale face. His eyes were red and swollen. His voice was trembling yet resolute. He announced a horrifying truth. Queen Consort Camilla was officially stripped of her royal status and expelled from public life. No more ceremonies, no more privileges, no more place in the official history of the British royal family. This was no longer a backstage rumor. This was a historical purge. A cold blade severing the most controversial chapter of the Windsor dynasty. But a far greater question immediately emerged. What had forced the king to take this irreversible step? The answer did not lie in flowery speeches. It lay in an asset valued at $15 million, allegedly switched with remarkable precision. A sum of money not only carrying material value, but also bound to the unresolved legacy of Princess Diana. As old files were reopened, as financial traces began to connect into a chain, the shadow of Diana seemed to return. Not to mourn, but to demand justice buried for decades. In this moment, Camilla was no longer merely a disgraced queen consort. She became the epicenter of a seismic power shock, a symbol of the most persistent question haunting the British monarchy. Was this the deserved price paid by the third person who once shattered a royal marriage? Or was this merely the peak of a carefully orchestrated takedown plan?